for the prize. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The stories of a legend in the making. To beat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
Stability is all you need in this iQOO BMPS 2024, and Day 2 clocks in the mark. Yesterday, what we witnessed was a big surprise of packages just open in front of us, and we did not know how to exactly react to it. I'm going to be a host of Caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel will be Fixes, and by surprises, I mean 8-Bit and Silly.
We were all taken aback, weren't we? Especially considering it was day number 1, 8-Bit coming out, all guns blazing. I mean, so many finish points, but Silly definitely came out of the syllabus.
Silly getting 2 chicken dinners off the rip like that was definitely quite impressive. And Day 1, they're having a good head start. Now we know what the future awaits. Silly Esports, they've already gotten a decent amount of points. For 8-Bit leading the chart, they're currently at the top. Global Esports on the trail. So for Group 2, it's all set and done. But then you cannot really forget how GodsReign kicked things off as well in the Group 1.
Definitely can't forget that. They have been very aggressive. We also saw they got the first chicken dinner also, and that was quite an interesting one. But then again, today's day is all about setting the bars high, right? After this day, we have Group 1 and Group 2 ending their 50% of matches, and then there would be that big reshuffle. So it's all about setting that threshold and ensuring that nobody reaches over there.
And everyone's fighting for a big chunk of that money. As we know, 75 lakhs rupees are on the line for that champion spot. And in total, we're going to have a grand total of 2 crore rupees for this BMPS 2024. This time, it's bigger and better. Prize pool on the screen. As I mentioned, 75 lakh rupees on the line, especially for the champion winning team.
Indeed it is. I mean, for the first time, we're seeing those prize pools soaring so high, especially if you are the winner, getting that 70 lakh rupees. But you know what I'm interested in is those individual accolades, right? 75 lakhs for the champions. That is amazing. And for the iQOO MVP of the tournament, you get 4 lakh rupees. I think this is the highest so far. The best in-game leader gets 2 lakh rupees. We have an emerging star who gets 1 lakh rupees. And fan favorite player. I mean, I'm starting to take guesses already.
You already got to add the fan favorite player, right?
Yeah.
You've got Scout from Team Z, but yesterday Team Z wasn't able to perform that well. But not just that, the prize pool does not end over there. You've also got the Hero Extreme MVP of the final, which you will be able to get their hands on Hero Extreme 160R4V.
Indeed, and my eyes are also on the Hero Extreme, the 125R version as well, because for somebody like me who likes to cruise through the cities, I love that, and it is perfect for me. But that one is going to get to the survivor of the finals who has the highest number of survival points on him. But for now, again, all these teams, they have to accrue all those points. And how do you do that? It is via this points distribution table that we have in front of us. And this is something that we've all been used to, Necro. It's been there for quite some time. For winning the chicken dinner, you get those 10 points. And in a descending order, it keeps on reducing. But what really stands out is for every single finish, you get that 1 point.
And it's been forcing teams to go really aggressive inside of the playing field, right? Global Esports is a prime example. And yesterday we saw a complete shift in the playstyle from 8-Bit too. They were playing aggressive. They were taking those fights, not backing away for the first time. And I was really impressed by them.
You caught the right note. It was Team 8-Bit, right? They were all over the place. Imagine getting so many points. I think 38 finish points is what they had for themselves. Goes on to speak volumes about what they want to intend, and they're showing that they want to fight and contest for that first spot. So for 8-Bit, we're pretty happy, pretty impressed. And even apart from them, Silly Esports, they've also been quite dandy. They have been maintaining that perfect balance, 2 chicken dinners. They've been quite consistent as well, GodsReign and also. But then there were few outliers who really stepped up. I think Eye for Eye was definitely one of them.
Listen, we were speaking about all the teams that performed pretty nicely yesterday.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the teams that sort of let us down. One of them is Team Z. Even Vasista Esports from the Group 1 was not able to perform the way we expected. You've also got RIP Mizo that was not able to play that well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, when you talk about the likes of Vasista Esports, it was just that one game of Sanhok that still kept them at bay. They performed really well, got a lot of finishes to their names. Even for the likes of Team Inside Out, we were all surprised at how good they were. But when you talk about the likes of K9, they also kind of had a little bit of a dip down, which is pretty much visible in the overall standings. But Dragon Esports, former Hydro officials, I think they've also had a really good start, sitting at 34 points.
Dragon Esports, once again, this banner makes a comeback in BMPS 2024. This time, they seem pretty refined. You've also got GodsReign on that 5th side, and then you've got INS right there on the 6th. So in general, if you try and look at the entire overall storyboard, I did not expect K9 Esports to be there on the 16th.
Same. Even for the likes of Big Brothers, GENxFM. And this is where the real concern arises, right? When you look at the likes of Rush if Possible, Mizo, you've got RVNC, another experienced bunch of teams. You've got Team Z down over there, even for the likes of Medal Esports, getting in a new coach, getting in really strong players, and still the result hasn't been there.
GHUSO Esports too, right there, just with 9 points accumulated. And we had a long-blown conversation about GHUSO Esports, how they made their debut in 2023 and 2024. And GHUSO Esports was looking really nice. They were one of the most aggressive teams that we've seen when it comes to the rookie players. And now the same GHUSO Esports, the same performance has not been replicated. But we also had a conversation over the fact that it was just the day one. We can't really judge a lot of things, right?
Yeah, it was all about testing the waters, knowing your competition, how they're going to play, because they're all still one team, especially like Team Snipy, who hasn't opened their banks account yet, still sitting at 0 points. So pretty sure they had to go back to their drawing boards and maybe chalk things out, and hopefully they figured it out today.
Try and get their basics right. That's the only thing that Team Snipy should try and do at this point in time, because if they try and overload their brain too much, it's just going to play with their feelings. That's it. So it's really going to be hurting them inside of the games too. Strategy is something that they need to come up with. But you know, before the start of the show, we also went for the predictions. Which team did you predict?
Yesterday we went for Global Esports, but this time I believe the boys from Fomerical Esports, they are going to do something special.
It is a solid lineup, nothing taken away,
For
right?
sure.
Adi, it's an IGL, he's got a lot of experience. But then I went with Global Esports. Yesterday they had a decent day, and
Wow,
I think so
Necro.
today Global Esports, they're going to hit the deck. I think so Global Esports will be back in their true form, what they're known for. Yesterday we did not exactly see the proper Global Esports. Yes, they were still on the second spot in the overall standings, but now they're going to go full-on aggressive. I've got this feeling. But you know what? Let's move on and look at the caster's prediction. We need to also find out what Johnny rooted for, and also find out what the Hindi desk went with.
I mean, this is what we've been talking about, right, Necro? We have the bars for Global Esports set so high, even them being in the top 3, and we're still not satisfied. Of course, this one of those teams could have won the BGIS 24, but still this time they've got their eyes set. And Spiro, all right, he's gone in for Silly Esports. Ravan shows faith on Dragon Esports. Mazy's gone with 8-bit. So all these lads that have gone with 8-bit, they want to play safe. Boring, boo.
I mean, even I want to play it safe. Listen, I'm going with a team that's currently in the top 3. But
so it's just me playing with fire.
Yeah, you pretty much are playing with fire. 4M, yesterday's day wasn't that great, considering they're on the latter half of the board. But still, for some reason, we've got this space in the boys, man. Considering we know Adi's the man leading the pack. We know 4M can anytime make that comeback. Even Dragon Esports is a solid choice. They're in the top 5.
I think the only reason I went for Fomerical Esports is not just because of Adi, also because of the players that he's got along with him. They've got ever so dependable Siam from Medal Esports coming in. You've got Kyoya. Yesterday in Erangel, we could witness that beautiful clutch. But for Fomerical Esports, they have been a little unlucky, and there have been those decision makings where they kind of tend to get caught off guard during those fights. So that is something that they really need to avoid. Play with a little bit more conviction in what they're trying to do, and they're good to go.
And you know, speaking of fights, how can you forget Alpha 6? A team that always goes for the drop location. They always go for a collision against some of the better names in the lobby. And yeah, they do get smacked down. That's a whole other story. But still, Alpha 6, they're so stubborn that they just never change it.
Yesterday's Miramar standstill was something that I'm still trying to get over it. 15 to 16 minutes into the game, and they were pinned down right there. But eventually they got a couple of finishes for 8-bit to come out and take their opposition out. Also, I think it was against Silly Esports. Silly Esports just had that one bad game of Miramar. Otherwise, they were looking quite good. But for Alpha 6, like you said, right, they know that in Erangel they're going to clash against Team Z. In Miramar, it's against Team Silly. But today they will be playing a game of Sanhok. So that is something that I'm really excited about.
And if the fight breaks out in the first couple of stages, you instantly see that third party coming through as well if there's a team in the nearby vicinity. So once again, a lot of these teams do want to get the elimination points, but the scrappy ones. Try and play it as safe as possible. Get a few scrappy points here and there. You're still good in the hood.
Of course you are. But when you take a look at the matchup, I think IMPRNT has definitely been one of those lineups that has really impressed us yesterday. HeatBeasts Esports also, especially that game in Weekendy, even in that final game of Erangel, that standoff against Global Esports. I think Eternal, he really tried his hearts out, just got overwhelmed with the numbers. But for RDX girls also, this is also one of those lineups that we had some expectations coming in from some recent third-party tournaments. The first game of Weekendy, they secured around 5, but that was all they got.
Yeah, that's kind of a rough luck. But even you cannot forget GENxFM.
Yeah.
Pretty much on the same lines, too. GENxFM is a known org. and still they're not able to perform the way we're supposed to see them perform. And for GENxFM, today's day is really important, not just for GENxFM. In general, all the other teams that are not supposed to perform on the day one, today's day is really important for them. Team Z is also one of those, man. On day one, they failed miserably.
For Team Z, surely. I think the only fight that I can recollect went really their way was that fight against Alpha 6. And all they could accrue was just 3 finishes. And eventually just to get taken down from the play zone, that was sort of not acceptable, right? And for Team Z, they've also made some big changes in the roster. They've got in Vexy coming in from Brawlers. You've got the likes of Jackson coming in. We've seen Jackson playing from teams like Hydra in the past. So, you know, trying to get a bunch of misfits again together and trying to make it work in a short span of time, it is going to be a huge challenge, but that is something that these players have rooted in for. Can't really, you know, give them that leeway all the time that you come in with a new lineup. Who asked you to do that? It's your choice, right?
That's one way to look at things, right?
Yeah.
But there's always a few teams that really do not perform on the day one, and on day two, they just go out with a bang. So maybe GENxFM can be one of those. Maybe even Team Z can be one of those, because a lot of these teams actually do take that as their primary playstyle. On day one, they just try to experiment around things. They just try to move around the map, see where exactly teams are, how they rotate. And then on day two, when they've got the proper homework done, they're back once again with better research, and they start hitting the deck.
When you talk about teams like Team Z, especially when you go back and look at their performance and analyze it, I think the only good performance they had was in the initial days of BGIS. If you remember that game of Erangel where it was Addy and Syed, that duo, just guns blazing all around. But barring that, we haven't seen anything special coming in from Team Z ever. So this is one of those teams, yeah, you've got those star players, but they need to start delivering, right? The moment has come. One big tournament has already passed. Now it is the iQOO BMPS. This is where, you know, you've got all the professional players competing against you, and you have to go shoulders and shoulders with them. Otherwise, you are set to fail.
Even RVNC should be another topic right here, right? RVNC once again making their return in 2024. And for some reason, we're not seeing the exact RVNC we're supposed to. Even RVNC failed miserably. But if you try and look at their track record, they usually tend to perform on day twos.
They certainly do. But now I think it's time. We've got the BattleGrounds blaring, and we are going to be setting charts into the course of Erangel.
As the plane fly path begins all the way from Milrupnoi toward Georgiapol, this plane fly path seems quite nice. It's quite even Stevens, in my opinion. It's not really going to be that troubling for a lot of these teams to try and move in towards their drop location. Even Yasna Poliana isn't going to be that out of reach. Yeah, you can get a pit stop collision right there if you want with some teams, or if you can just try and drop into some isolated compounds, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the vehicles, and move in towards your primary location.
I think looking at that flat path trajectory, I think this is much more breathable considering how this has really panned out. Yeah, the teams heading towards maybe Lipovka, Prison, Mansion, they're going to have a little bit of a tough time. But this is where we'd love to see that fight between Alpha 6 and Team Z. But sadly, Necro, that's not going to happen. Team Z, they're heading towards Novoripnoi, and Alpha 6, they will settle down at the Sosnovka military base. But yesterday was also one of those days where we did not get to see a lot of those early fights. So that was a little bit of a bummer, but hoping so. Today should be something different, considering the teams that they've done their homework.
Team Z, there's a high chance we might just see the drop collision right there. HP, they've dropped him towards Novoripnoi as well, and Team Z will be super unhappy with that fact. Vexy as well has got his hands on the vehicle too, so in general now for Team Z, they need to opt out for the compounds that are nearby towards that area of Novoripnoi. And I think so there's probably going to be a field being set up too. There's one single man isolated towards Novoripnoi area from Team Z. This will be a big problematic factor for them.
We've seen even in the BGIS, they've had situations like this, and they've kind of taken those early fights. But the only problem with Team Z had been that they did come out of those fights winning, but with a cost, right? They had some casualties, and that is something that Team Z has to work upon it. Of course, they've got 2 players inside of Novoripnoi. You've got Scout and Vexy having different angles and different directions. The idea is to get the loot straight. Taking a look at the circle, it's a little bit of a hybrid one. VST, I'm pretty sure they're going to benefit a lot from it, even the likes of RVNC.
For Team Z, there's a big disconnect in the players. Syed and Jackson right next to each other, while you see Scout and Vexy way too far away from each other. And at this point in time, the boys are just waiting for the proper cavalry. SMG and a shotgun in the hand. That's a great loadout to have, especially for up close and personal combats. Eternal spotting out a couple of players of Team Z in return. Shots were taken, but no damage exchanged. For HeatBeasts, they're at least doing better compared to the players of Team Z. But if you speak of Team Z, they're struggling a lot in the overall standings. This fight really means a lot to them. Either they're going to try to avoid it completely, or at least try and get these early points in their hands. That can be a big confidence booster.
Oh, it certainly will be. And especially I loved what HeatBeasts were trying, considering the fact that it was a huge fall-off yesterday in the game of Erangel. They've changed their drop location. They went for a classic bait-and-switch strategy, where they kind of tried to draw out one of their players to go in for those vehicles. But for now, 8-bit, they are being hunted down. It is the players of Team Silly Esports. Yesterday we saw how good they were. And now Aditya already taking down one player. But now here comes the cavalry.
No.
Gets run over at Silly Esports. They mean some serious business, Necro.
8-bit, this time they might just run into their own kryptonite. Mighty's taking down way too low as well for Silly Esports. Yesterday was quite a great start. And for Silly, they're not really going to be backing away from fights like these. A UMP-45 and the man still shuts down both of them. Hydro with a 1-on-2 to close things off against 8-bit. And 8-bit, they choked massively in that fight.
Oh my god, Silly Esports. We loved what they did, right? Now, 8-bit was the most aggressive team in the iQOO BMPS 24 day number 1, right? And instantly sent them home packing. This was a message sent. I'm pretty sure it was acknowledged and delivered properly.
So, I'm not sure if you noticed, Mighty had a UMP-45 pulled out as well.
Yeah.
Did he miss all the shots or did he just not fire anything?
So the thing is that in situations like that, of course, we did see what happened. But when you're being on the chase, dropping down, sometimes, you tend to lose focus. And that could be an issue. Or maybe he had some network glitch. Whatever the case was, Team 8-bit, they had been sent home packing. And Global Esports, this time, they're going to have a good time around. Nothing to worry about. But for 8-bit, still not a big issue. But 8-bit also needs to understand. Right? In order to qualify to the next round, they need to get as many points as possible. They came in with having 3 games to play, and now just 1 remains.
It's
in
fine
fact, 2
now.
remains.
It's completely fine. Still top in the charts. What else do you want? 8-bit, they're doing really good. Even if they do mess up all the 3 games over here, it's still not going to be affecting their standings by a lot. They would still be doing quite good. But Aditya was the one to find a good opener in that fight. Goes for the reload. Unfortunately, gets instantly ran over by the players of Silly Esports. There were a few trades that happened back and forth, but then Hydro, with this UMP-45, just strikes down both of the players in the front. And Mighty, I think so he forgot to shoot.
No, I mean, he was still shooting. He just
Later on,
shifted
he
onto
shot
his...
with the AKM.
Yeah, because he ran out of mags on his ump. And instead of going in for the reload, shifting on to the AK, that was still a smart choice. But then again, with AK, you need to hit that first shot. The moment you miss that, the sprays go all over the place. Regardless, I think for 8-bit, they were certainly not prepared for what was coming their way. But for Silly, having just lost 1 player, getting those 4 finish points, I think we know that they've got fire in their eyes. All they want to do is just obliterate the entire lobby. Heading down towards Primorsk, it's not going to be a big problem for them. But for Team IMPRNT, yesterday was a decent day number 1, considering they've made some changes in their roster as well, getting in one of the really good fraggers from Hyderabad Hydras. It was Madrek. He's come in and shows his presence instantly. Gets a couple of finishes to his name yesterday also. Today also he's opened things up. So for IMPRNT, this is one of those teams definitely to watch out for.
IMPRNT, known for their aggression once again. But this time, they just had 1 single good game. That's it. After that, they completely failed. But today's day as well matters quite a lot for IMPRNT. As long as they find themselves in the top 8, it should be all good in the hood. You do not really need to go for that first or the second spot in the overall standings. You just need to be there in the safer side. RVNC on the screen, a team that completely struggled yesterday. A lot of eyes will be pinned on these guys too. RVNC is one of those banners that has been over here in the official tournament trying to represent themselves, but they've always failed it to make it to the bigger stage.
For RVNC, from what we really saw from their side yesterday, we could notice they've been trying to avoid those early fights. They've been, I must still go out to say that they're sort of living in the past, where they focus on getting a good position and then engage in those fights, which so far has not really helped them out. Still in the middle order, nothing too lost for them. Can still recover a lot of points. what they're eyeing out for is a chicken dinner, somewhat like a silly esports game. Get a good position, get a couple of finishes, 8-9 per game, and that is their mindset. But today, like we said, for Group 2, it is going to be those final 2 games after this, and then there will be that big reshuffle. So, of course, it's all about setting the bars high for them. Let's see how far can they go.
Sky's the limit, my friend. They can keep on going as far as they want. This tournament, yes, it is an official tournament. There's a lot of money on the line. But even the future is stacked up with a lot of tournaments, right? A lot of opportunities. Even if you do fail over here, it's not over. You can keep on trying over and over again. The person who never gives up is the actual winner, in my opinion.
I thought you would just go on to say he's the actual alpha, which he is.
Of course
but
he is, yeah.
For now, Team Z. All right, Vexy finds an opener. This is where the players of HeatBeasts, they were caught with their pants down. Really did not expect Vexy to be around that southern area. And even for Ninja, he's bleeding. And there you have it, Scout. He gets the confirmation. So Vexy opens things up, gets those 2 finishes. And this is what I've been talking about, right? Team Z usually ends up winning those no-rip-noi fights. But it has always come with a cost. So the idea is not to take any casualties over here and try and get those final 2 players without losing one of your single comrades. And HeatBeasts is certainly one of those teams, Necro, that possesses the capability to kind of inflict that damage. But you know what? We had been talking a lot about the iQOO Z9S, right? Has finally launched, starting from 17,999. And what we have also urged you guys to do is all you need to do, head over towards Google, search for iQOO Z9S, participate in that small competition, and you can win prizes up to 50,000 rupees.
Well, that's a lot of money right there. You can buy 2 iQOO Z9S for yourself.
Oh, yeah.
One for you and one for your family member, maybe. But moving on towards the game. For Team Z, yes, they did come out on top, but HeatBeast just lacking on that research, lacking on that homework, clearly. The players getting caught out in the open like that, it's not something that's acceptable. Alpha 6 as well, now moving towards the bridge lines. Considering the circle's panning out down south, this is going to be quite an incredible circle. 4M, 4 Miracles, struggling to drive.
But you know what? You can see Eternal still being alive. Yesterday, even against the players of Global Esports, he held his grounds really well. So I'm still thinking that he can do something special, at least take a player or 2 down from Team Z maybe. But like you said, right, we just witnessed the circle shift, go a little down south, and this is where the migration really pours in. A lot of those teams would be trying to cross over the bridge. Team Z would certainly be happy with how they are positioned right now. And the same goes for Alpha 6 as well. Finally tending to avoid those early collisions. But now RVNC crossing over the bridge. And there you have it. Crore in a really competing position. Dynamite and RD in front of him. Is he going to injure them? That's the big ask. But seems like they've ignored them. But Dynamite eventually falls down to AK and RD. He is being taking quite some bashing out there.
RVNC now starting to struggle. Dynamite gets confirmed for Alpha 6. This was quite a good field being set up, but still RVNC, they have managed to breach through with just 1 single casualty. In my opinion, that's quite fine.
Yeah.
With their 3-man squad, you can try and set up a better field yourself and try and take out the players of Alpha 6 if you want the revenge. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the mentality from the side of RVNC. At this point in time, the players of Alpha 6, they're just letting out a lot of these teams from that bridge. And eventually, GHUSO Esports, they do get the better of up. And now, Alpha 6, it's all down to AK. And he's trying his best to fight back, but eventually AK gets shut down too.
GHUSO Esports, I mean, they were so well prepared for this particular fight. They had heard all that commotion coming in from Alpha 6. They knew exactly where Crore was. Ashish just steps down, turns around, takes him down. And all while the commotion is happening, Tesk, he drowns down, and Global Esports, they get that finish on him. Yesterday we saw how much of a threat he was for Global Esports and all the other competition. Just surviving till the end and throwing span into the works of many. But now, Global Esports, again, they are out for their old ways, right? And they know only one thing, that is to just fight.
And Global Esports is definitely going to be prioritizing a lot of those third parties. They do want to pounce on top of the players of TS. It will be a tough pounce towards Bridge. There's a lot of fights happening too. Alpha 6, they messed up big. Eventually, even AK got taken down in the final few moments, but focusing on this fight, RAE up against the players of GENxFM. And GENxFM losing out on Skillful, almost. The man's back up on his feet, and now they just want to back away from this entire fight. RAE making sure that the opponents do struggle against them. And GENxFM, it's time to reunite. Skillful was taken down way too low. Luckily enough, he's now in safer shoes.
You know, this is where RUDRANSH Esports, they're starting to overthink. They'd really had them in their gasps, and they kind of messed things up. Really felt like they should have initiated that push against GENxFM. They had them almost, but look at this for Miracle Esports now up against RDX Girls. Pookie in that little barn house. She has some assistance from Boogie Boo and Angelica. She wants to go in for the push, but Sayam, he shows no mercy. Pookie instantly taken down. Boogie Boo trying to provide some assistance, but that goes all in vain as it feels like.
Utilities being tossed for now, and Boogie Boo in the outskirts. Trying to make something happen. Pookie, unfortunately, gets confirmed. 4 Miracles with the advantage inside of the fight, but a beautiful Molotov from Boogie Boo actually catches one of the players of 4 Miracles. There's one man from 4M all the way on the right lines creating a flank, and that actually pays off as Adi's able to find the beautiful opener against RDX Girls. And now a lot can be done. RD just completely trapped down. Angelica wants to get the fallen player back up on her feet, but even Boogie Boo, oh, she's got a big storm of players approaching her soon enough. DBS is there up close and personal, just wanting to find that initial glimmer. And as soon as that's found, the player instantly gets shut down. Boogie Boo down and hunted.
Indeed, and now they've come down finally to their final 2 players surviving. Angelica not able to sustain this onslaught, and now Bade Mazadar, the final surviving member of RDX Girls, she fights till death and eventually gets 2 out from Miracle Esports. Suddenly, this is something that Miracle Esports had not anticipated, and Bade Mazadar, she's really living up to the name, and this is where she could maybe potentially find another one, but eventually it was Siam, their superstar, saving the day as Miracle Esports weather this storm with 4 finishes to their names and without any single casualty.
4 Miracles, they come out on top, and as you mentioned, without any casualty. They're looking pretty good. Global Esports, they make the pounce on top of the players of RUDRANSH Esports. And Boogie's still on a run. Extra's position's now compromised too. And Extra will be prioritized by the players. Global Esports with the advantage inside of the fight. RUDRANSH taken down with a 3-man squad. But then they return back with 2. Global Esports now with just a 2-man squad left to fight it out against the 3 players of RUDRANSH. And the better call here has to be to back away from the fight. But we're speaking of Global Esports here, and they're never going to back away from the fight, as even Extra hits the deck, and Ninja Boy is now starting to feel at the top of his game. RAE, Flexy's still in the back lines, trying to play it as safe as possible, but Ninja Boy knows he's got a lot of responsibility on his shoulder. Even Mavi's knocked out. One single man from Global Esports now needs to clutch out this entire scenario. Utilities are being barraged against him, and Ninja Boy, there's too much going through his head, but there's also a third party from the back.
Yeah, it is coming in from the players of GENxFM, and Ninja Boy, we know this player never gets himself into a bad situation, right? He's the clutch master for his team now in a 1v2, but GENxFM, they've come in for the spoils. Whatever remains, and Spider Jaw trying to create that angle.
God.
And Ninja Boy, that was nasty. Coming in from his side as Boogie, he gets taken down again by Ninja Boy. A little bit of assistance coming in from GENxFM as well. Ninja Boy holding his grounds really well. He knows he's up against 2 squads, and this is too overwhelming for him. Decides to cut on his losses and would eventually want to head away.
Flex is still towards the right side. For Global Esports, Ninja Boy, the only glimmer of hope surviving. And once again, Global Esports back on the aggressive footing. Don't really care about the world anymore. They just want to go aggressive in the game. Flexy wanting to get the revival on the fallen player, but Ninja Boy hasn't backed away from the spot just yet. Looting his teammates' death crate. Just top it off with extra bit of meds, get the ammo up as well. A couple of utilities to back him up as well. Ninja Boy, he's good for now. But I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be for Global Esports from here on out. Probably try and play for the placement. Global Esports is doing really good in the overall standing, so they can constantly keep on going for the fights if they do want. But VST, they collide against the players of 4 Miracle. Sam's knocked out, the playmaker not in the game anymore, and one single nade sails in and gets that nail in the coffin.
And this is really nice coming in from VST. We've been talking about those improvements that they needed to make yesterday. was all about Snacks getting a lot of those finishes for his team, but this time the others also do step up to the occasion. Dazzle and Yadnesh getting 2 each for themselves, and VST, they will easily take down the players of Miracle Esports without a single casualty. However, Necro, that being said, we've got another circle shift. This time it has gone down south. Now, this is where we've got a lot of teams trying to cross over from the bridge. You've got IMPRNT Esports, you've got VST right behind them. Then you've got the likes of Twisted Souls. Now, that is all happening around the Nova Bridge. But when you take a look at the military bridge, you've got GENxFM. They've been trying to show intent to cross it over. You still have the players of Silly Esports to deal against. And Global Esports is Ninja Boy, the final surviving member. He decides and he refuses to give up. He's still on the hunt. Wants to chase down the players of GENxFM or maybe RUDRANSH Esports.
I mean, Ninja Boy is still taking a fight against the players of RAE, but eventually RAE do find the better of that man. Ninja Boy taking down Global Esports with that as well, taken down in the first game early off. The 2 best performing teams in this group not there anymore. So that's going to be a big sigh of relief for the other teams. But looking at this fight, it's forming up in quite an awkward spot. GHUSO Esports, this time they have breached in the opponent's line. Utilities being tossed in there, but they do not know that there's no one there. Still just to make sure precaution's better than cure.
Yeah, just doing their due diligence does not really hurt them. Of course, it's such a pivotal compound because right beside them are the players of Team Z, but they've sort of retreated from around here. And look at Syed.
Oh my god.
Out in broad daylight. And this is the mystery that GHUSO Esports are unaware of. And seems like Syed, he does not want to respond. He does not want to retaliate back. And GHUSO Esports have no clue on earth of what's happening. Finally, yeah, there you go. Syed gets spotted out, and Team Z take that casualty.
Syed thought that this man was about to pull off a 200 IQ play. But unfortunately, gets spotted. And now for Team Z, they're not looking in that good shoes. Down to a 3-man squad. Team Z now on the lower ground too. GHUSO Esports having the advantage over them. Tap God, one of those players that is quite nice. For GHUSO Esports, they've got the prime compound in their hands, but once again, they need to move away from this spot, considering the zone shifts away from them. And now IG is in the one in the prime spot. They're the first one to make it inside of the circle. They're probably going to get their hands on the prime compound.
Of course, and this is what we've been talking about, Necro, right? This one circle for Ignite Gaming works out really well, but look at this, Ashish. He's got some competition in the forms of the remainder of the players of HeatBeasts. One spray and all she wrote instantly decimated the players of HeatBeasts over there. But now, GHUSO Esports, they also know they have to get inside the circle, considering they're at the highest position on the southern island. They've drawn in a lot of attention. Whilst that, all of that is going on, you've got RUDRANSH Esports taking on the players of VST. Snacks already down on his knees. You've also got GENxFM right on the horizon. They're also looking to secure a couple of finishes. There you go. No trouble whatsoever. But VST, now this was a team, Necro, we anticipated they would be crossing over from the Novripnoi Bridge. But seems like the second thought their decision.
VST was probably able to hear a lot of those gunshots towards that area. So they wanted to reroute their way towards the Ferry Pier Bridge. But now they're screwed. Even from the back, it's going to be the players of RE closing on up soon. And in the front, it's the players of GENxFM. And they're probably going to try to set up a field, making sure that no one's going to be able to be the one to breach in towards this island. But GENxFM, no, they want to mind their own business and prioritize the zone. Now, that's a wise option. Play for the end game.
This circle, however, looks to be Ignite Gaming's. We've seen yesterday, even in that game of Erangel, they did take down the big guns, right? Global Esports. And Ignite Gaming has certainly shown us those signs. They're quite a resilient bunch, and given that they have been blessed by the zone, who knows? They might get a chicken dinner home. But for Team Z, things look very less likely, taking in those early casualties in the form of Syed. But there you have it, VST and RUDRANSH Esports, both of them for a race, and Flexi just has the better vehicle as Boogie along with him. And they do not intend on taking any fights. Now, this is quite surprising, because it's still stage 4. If they had decided, could have just shifted their seats and could have done something. But Dazzle, he also wants to follow up with them, and he's playing along.
Yeah, because both of them know right now the main priority is the zone. GENxFM, they have barely breached in the circle too, but RVNC, they found themselves on the receiving end of things as one of the man's knocked out and slowly and steadily ticking to his death. VST, they do breach in, barely though. Dazzle's position almost on the verge of being compromised. And there's JD Gaming driving around that fray. Dazzle still making sure that he's not even moving an inch just to make sure that his position does not get capitalized. Before now,
Wow.
IG, they found themselves on the receiving end of things too. It's Alpha 6 up against the players of IG, and Alpha 6, they took heavy beating off the rip.
Indeed. In fact, it was the players of Ignite Gaming that are on the receiving end of things. Alpha 6 taking down 2 players already. All they need to do is find that conviction, find that finish. But it's going to be so difficult, especially when you have to cross the road, considering Scout OP is just right beside them. You need to take down those smoky trails and then maybe initiate with that push, because now Ignite Gaming, they've got their numbers up. So Alpha 6, whatever they were intending, now there's the full stop on that.
Utilities are constantly being exchanged from Alpha 6. And for Ignite Gaming, all the 4 players in that one single house, I'm not a big fan of that, but they do not have a lot of options either. GENxFM against the players of GHUSO Esports. As the first man's found, that's the opener that they needed to try and make that push. And JD Gaming just now spamming through the smoke, wanting to find something. JD Gaming, he knows that his teammate was able to find the knockout. GHUSO Esports, they're quite hurt. And at this point in time, one single misstep means GHUSO Esports, they instantly get eliminated from the game. Tapgot's way too chipped up. He can't really reply back in the fight without patching himself up anymore. And that's what he does. The med instantly pops off. For the side of GENxFM, even they know that the third party is something they need to try and understand, but JD Gaming shows his back to the fight, and that's where Tapgod gets the advantage. The man's still behind the vehicle, trying to bob and weave, waste the time, but eventually he fights the strike, and he's the one to come out on top.
Oh my god, this was good stuff coming in from JD Gaming, just trying to find that semblance of cover to play a round of it, and GHUSO Esports seems like they've bitten more than they can chew over here. As there you have the response comes in from Ashish, a little late, but still understandable. But now, Skillful still trying to keep things afloat. They take a couple of shots on towards Ashish, but eventually he's being shot from elsewhere. Skillful barely surviving with a sliver of HP as JD Gaming hits the deck.
Oh
Instantly
my
goes
God.
pushing in, and GENxFM, this is what we needed from their side yesterday and today. They finally delivered 8 finishes to their name, but here comes Silly, now up against Team IMPRNT and instantly wiped out.
GENxFM looking much more confident in their approach, while Silly Gaming still trying to reposition. Backs against the wall. Silly Esports do not really have a lot of possible outcomes from this position. They need to try and close on up to the safer lines, but then the safer lines filled up with a lot of foes too. And one of them is GENxFM, and right now GENxFM is feeling themselves. It's really tough to go up against a team that's currently in form. And GENxFM, if you want to try and strike the boys down, you will need at least one single knock, one single opener that might just open up the opportunities. And Skillful and his boy, they're playing it quite passive.
This is exactly what GENxFM wanted for their first game, right? But still, Silly have the numbers. They're trying to edge in and get inside the circle, have a good position, because this zone is pretty much out in the open. Skillful and JD Gaming, they have to work this out together. We still have Team Z, who've been surviving for so long. And Scout OP has been getting a couple of finishes for his team, but now the real task awaits. Now they have to get inside the circle, given the fact that you've got Team Twisted Souls coming in from the backlines. Ignite Gaming, they've got that entire cavalry set up for them. And now the big question arises, who amongst all these teams get inside the circle first?
Still got 7 teams left alive and so many teams outside of the circle, as you mentioned. Team Z is one of those, and Ignite Gaming, currently in the crosshairs of Team Z. Scout OP just wants to find that one single striker. For Team Z, all the players in this one single tower, and eventually Scout OP gets shut down. At this point in time, every single team knows if you do want to make it to the safer lines, you need to do a lot of damage to the opponents. Try and find yourself that breaching point, try and find yourself that time. And that's what the players of Ignite Gaming as well are trying to pull off. But for GENxFM, they've got their own problems to deal with. Silly Esports, they get strike down from the front. Ignite Gaming, they do want to make it inside of the circle, but they're getting knocked out slowly and steadily. Even the Wall of Death is doing the damage. From the top, it's the players of Silly Esports. And now, Hulk is the only man left alive from the Ignite Gaming, who is currently safe.
This is lovely stuff coming in from Silly Esports, especially looking at Hydru, who's sitting at 7 finishes already. We know who the MVP is going to be, but can Silly get the third as well? That's the big ask. And now they're certainly on course. Hulk almost out in the open, just has that little rock to play around with. There you go. He shows his legs, and that's all she wrote. Silly, they make no mistakes. But it is still the players of GENxFM inside the circle, with the final 3 teams surviving. And now JD Gaming, he has to, in fact, skillful. He has to conjure something special.
Speak of GENxFM, look at the split they've got. JD Gaming all the way towards the left and Skillful towards the right. For Skillful, his job is to find at least one knockout against the opponent. And luckily enough for GENxFM, they've also got the zone. Flexi from the back can be a big spoiler in the sport, as he knows exactly where the fight is happening too. He's got enough first states to at least get him that line of sight against the foes in the front, but can he deal serious amount of damage? That's the question. Now he spots out Ranveer, but can he go for the strike? That's also the real question. Ranveer eventually makes the pounce inside of the circle. For JD Gaming, he's just driving around in the circle, but unfortunately Flexi was not able to do the serious damage that he was supposed to. Now for GENxFM, it's a Herculean task in front of us. Inferno gets chipped up way too much. Even the Wall of Death is now starting to move, and Inferno knows he cannot go for the patch anymore. He needs to fight back, but it's a little too late. Silly Esports, they do give one elimination to the opponents, and that's how GENxFM find the opener, the exact one they needed. Skillful now still trying to fight back, and eventually the nail will be in the coffin. It's GENxFM to open things up.
This is exactly what we wanted from their side, and they deliver. Deliver in style. Just 2 players inside the circle. They were quite smart. Kind of reminds you that chicken dinner GodsReign took yesterday with just having 2 players, and the opposition, they were on fire. They were going on a hot streak, and they know how to put that full stop over there. I think this is where experience really came in handy, because it was Skillful who was drawing so much of that attention, but JD Gaming from the sidelines, he was trying to lure the other players out, while Skillful, he was dishing some heavy amount of damage, man, with grenades, with shots. He was doing it all, and I think really a good chicken dinner coming in from GENxFM. This is exactly what we wanted.
Unfortunately for Silly Esports, they lost the game as soon as the circle moved away from them.
Yeah.
Because the circle was out in the open. One of the men from the side of GENxFM, which was Skillful, he was already in the zone. For Skillful, as I mentioned during the cast as well, his primary mission is to find at least one single knockout. But he did not even need to do that, considering one of the men was already outside of the zone, and he got knocked out by the play zone itself. So he wasn't really able to do a lot there. And right then and there was the tide where it shifted on the side of GENxFM, and they were the one to come out on top. And when Ignite Gaming, they could have had a solid game. Unfortunately, there were so many teams around them. One of them was Alpha 6, which was constantly being annoying.
Yeah, I think for Ignite Gaming, the biggest hurdle was to try and get inside the circle. Whilst they were trying to do so, it was the players of Silly Esports just took them down, absolutely clobbered them apart. But then again, I think Silly Esports still had a good chance. They had a lot of players, a lot of numbers. That is something that we're going to see when the winner-winner chicken dinner moment comes up. I felt the moment Hydru got finished off by Skillful, that is where they got rattled. Now, Necro, correct me on this. What Silly Esports could have really done over there was they should have isolated JD Gaming. Instead, they were kind of holding on to that position. They should have used those vehicles, used the man numbers that they had, and taken one player down. Eventually, could have easily dealt with Skillful. But again, overthinking their own calls. And this is where, you know, Hydru being taken down and suddenly Inferno falling off. This is where it all fell apart for Ranveer. It was too much for him to handle.
Yeah, for Silly Esports, yeah, a little bit of silly mistakes here and there, but it's complete fine. Right?
Yeah, it's fine.
Still okay in the overall standings.
Very consistent.
Yeah, and as we know, it's all about being able to stay consistent, as you mentioned. And right now, they're doing the exact thing that's needed. For Silly Esports, yes, one single thing could have been changed. As you mentioned, if they wanted to prioritize that fight, things could have been much more better. A lot of opportunities could have opened up. But that's where the experience comes into play, right? Silly Esports, the newer faces on the block, and still they're doing this good. So I think so. It's fine.
I think what we loved about GENxFM was that fight against GHUSO Esports, if you remember, right? JD Gaming was almost on the cusp of getting knocked out. Tap God just instantly goes in, keeps on tapping, like, and he still could not connect that final bullet. And suddenly JD Gaming just comes out of cover, one shot, and boom. there he goes, taken down. But still, I think we saw an appraisal from a lot of those teams that could not perform well yesterday. Even for Team Z, they had a decent outing. Even for VST, we could see the other players, Dazzle and Yadnesh, really stepping up. For Miracle Esports, yes, they still took down RDX Girls, but, you know, again, we have big expectations from this roster, and they sort of failed to deliver. For Global Esports, same thing goes as well. 8-bit also, they kind of came crashing down. So today, I think we're in for another set of surprises.
Yeah, I mean, the best performing teams, Global Esports and 8-bit, were not able to perform in this game.
Yeah.
And even for Team Z, they faced off against a team inside of Yasna Poliana, or not Yasna Poliana, no Repno itself. So it was a drop collision that came through. We had to talk about this where HeatBeasts did not really do their proper homework, and that's why they completely failed inside of that fight too. So for Team Z, they had quite a great start too, but unfortunately the conversion that we expected from Team Z wasn't exactly there. They were inside of the zone for such a long time. They did not even need to cross the bridge, considering they do drop towards that military area, but they still somehow messed up. They were not able to come up with better pathways.
Oh yeah, I think Team Z, despite that, they could get those 3 finish points, and like you said, certainly should have crossed at least 8 to 9 marker. But RUDRANSH Esports, nice improvement from their side. I think it was Flexi who was trying to survive for a long time, got them that 3rd position secured. But Ignite Gaming, we've seen them. They've been having some decent days in Erangel City Esports, 17 points out of this. GENxFM getting 20. This is certainly going to help them in their endeavors. But when you look at VST, that 7 point is still acceptable. But for Global Esports, a little bit of a dip down. Same goes for Miracle. Nothing much has changed for them. They win those early fights, but sort of tend to lose that war. But big, heavy disappointments coming in from 8-bit. Then you've got the likes of IMPRNT and RVNC. They really need to start to get the ball rolling.
For 8-bit, it's completely fine, man. Still at the top of the charts. They've already got the ball
Again,
rolling.
high standards.
Yeah, exactly. High standards, fine, but for 8-bit, they're already at the top. I don't think so just one single game let loose, that position's going to be taken away from them. I really want to see Global Esports perform a bit better, though, because day one, yeah, they were there in the top 2 of the overall standings, but I want to see Global Esports at the top. They did go for the fights, too, against the players of RUDRANSH, if I'm not wrong, where they completely messed up, and actually Global Esports had the advantage in that fight, too. A 1v2 came into play from RUDRANSH side, and they just completely smashed over the players of Global Esports.
It was just too many teams and too much for Ninja Boy to handle. In that particular situation, yeah, he was still doing good. But suddenly, out of nowhere, GENxFM also decided to chime in, and Ninja Boy eventually had to, you know, just cut on the losses. And eventually, it was Flexi who took him down. But so far, I think game number 1 was really amazing. Really waiting for game 2.
Exactly. Game 2 will be there soon enough. But you know what? We spoke about Global Esports too. We spoke about some of the teams that were not able to perform. But there's so many more to come after this short break. So let's move on to a short break. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, faster, plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा? X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई। अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Alright, Crafton India definitely notching up with those level of ads out there. That was quite creative, quite funny, and do check out the new X-Suit, by the way. But this time, along with me on the desk will be Super Johnny. And Johnny, game number 1 of Erangel was quite electric. We never really thought that GENxFM, out of nowhere, right from minute 1, they've been taking fights, eventually to get the chicken dinner. That was quite a journey.
That is true, because when teams are dealing with this amount of pressure in a single match, you always expect them to succumb to it even sooner or later inside of the game. But GENxFM, they played it out perfectly, and especially I think one team we need to talk about, it is going to be Team Silly.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we have seen them be a part of a lot of aggressive fights, but it seems like they are just unstoppable, man. I mean, since yesterday, they have been one of the most consistent teams so far within the 32 teams that we have witnessed.
Of course, you know, consistency has been the key. It's all about being supreme out there, just like, you know, our partners, iQOO.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when you know that the brand new smartphone has launched. It's the iQOO Z9S starting from 17,999. And the best part is, you can definitely check that out. But how do you do that? Head over to Google, search for iQOO Z9S and participate in a small contest. And you can win prizes worth 50,000 rupees. Because we have been talking about the features. I've been loving the colors. For me, it's properly the vegan leather orange there. For Johnny, it's that marble white color.
Yeah.
But when you talk about the features also, the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 surely is going to fulfill all your gaming needs on a budget. But now, you know, you've been talking about Silly, of how they've been so consistent. But there has to be one team that we need to talk about, that is Alpha 6. So, your opinions on them, Johnny?
I mean, the shock and awe strategy doesn't really always work out, right? Sometimes it's going to be shock and awe, or the other times it's going to be shock and awe. That is what we witnessed today.
This time it was the latter.
Yeah, it was the latter. Yesterday on Miramar, they did quite well. We saw their patience on display. They were able to get a few extra frags, but today's Erangel not really going their way. And it's always that early man disadvantage that Alpha 6 get themselves into that results in them getting eliminated during the mid-game without putting up a fight.
Yeah, I think for Alpha 6 this time also, I really felt like they had no contestations going on, still could have done so much better. They initiated a good fight against Ignite Gaming, but eventually just to mess up.
Exactly. But again, opportunity to recover is definitely going to be there. There are still 2 more matches left. And of course, there's an entire week of play left once the reshuffle happens in round 2. But that's all later during the tournament. For now, we're going to focus on the next game for this particular group. The map of Miramar is going to be on our screen soon. And again, as we were talking about Alpha 6, yesterday's Miramar was quite decent. Today, are we expecting them to again go for an early fight in Picardo? That is the question now.
And that's again Silly Esports.
Oh, yeah.
If I were Alpha 6, I would try to figure out something else for myself, because Silly Esports, they're not ones to be messed with.
Exactly, but apparently, now that we talk about it, I just realized that Alpha 6 is the only team that has denied Silly Esports a win.
Yes, that has happened. But there was a little bit of assistance coming in from Team 8 also.
Yeah, true.
But still, you know, that standstill at Picardo sometimes is too hurtful. I mean, 16, 17 minutes. Are you kidding me? They have been there, and I hope this time the circle shifts away from there. But then again, Johnny, the conversation comes back to a few other teams. I think GHUSO Esports is also something that we need to talk about, because considering day number 1 to day number 2, there has been a certain improvement in their performance.
Not a certain. I think it's taken a really nice spike on the chart. And this is something that we did expect from GHUSO Esports as well. This team always has a slow start, but as soon as they try to figure out, all right, this is how many points we're going to need, this is how much we need to recover. This is a very mathematical team. They approach the tournament in a very mathematical way. So I think they're going to try and keep their average going, and it's going to go a little bit up in Miramar, but let's see. It all comes down to where the flight path is. Do they get access to their preferred drop location? And does the circle allow them that early game breathing room to go for the loot, to try and scout for information, to try and set up the fights the way they want them, not just fall into a trap and react to how the opponent opposing team has set up the fight. So I think GHUSO Esports pacing mid-game, that has been quite brilliant. Erangel went out quite decent, but then again, I mean, 2 more maps left. If they can be consistent, then maybe we're going to see them in a decent position in the overall rankings.
I absolutely agree with you. But the best thing about GHUSO Esports is what I felt today was they're finally starting to live up to their names.
Oh, yeah.
They have that one call out, GHUSO, and they just decide to charge it, which we saw some moments where Tap God just went in after the players of GENxFM. But still, I think work in the right direction.
Yeah.
They want to secure some finish points, and they have been doing that.
To be fair, they tried to do it yesterday as well, but that first game of Weekend, it just completely threw them off. I think all of that aggression was completely pulled out of their playstyle on that map of Weekendy. And then to readjust on Miramar and the Erangel, the default map being played last yesterday, I think it set them up for a little bit of disadvantage. Today, at least the warm-up is done on Erangel. Now, Miramar and Sanhok, it's time to conquer.
I think finally they have the ball rolling in their court, and they know what to do. But, barring GHUSO Esports, we've been always talking about those newer teams, coming in from the recent third-party tournaments.
Oh,
and I think one team has really caught our attention, apart from Silly Esports, is Ignite Gaming.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday also in the map of Erangel, they eliminated the entirety of Global Esports. This time also securing decent amount of points. I think these boys, they're on a path.
Yeah, definitely. And Ignite Gaming is also a very impressive team. I think the only difference between them and Silly Esports is the level of aggression and fight conversion rates.
Yeah.
Silly Esports definitely doing better in both those things. And Ignite, I think they are going to take their sweet time to figure it all out. But as long as you survive round 1, move on to round 2, survive round 2, move on to round 3, it doesn't matter whether you qualify on the first position or on the last qualification spot. It's just about moving from one round to the next. And I think Ignite Gaming has what it takes to move forward in this tournament as well.
I really hope so. They move ahead to round number 2, because here we have 50% of the competition instantly striked off. So this is going to be that big phase, right? This is where we're going to see a massive shuffle. But after 2 more games, I think Group 2, their matches, the first half would be over. Then there would be that reshuffle, and we do not know where they would eventually end up with. But next up is going to be Miramar. It is going to be quite turbulent, right, for all these teams, especially the ones that have not been able to perform so far. This is where we really have to in the big names, the likes of American Esports, the likes of RDX Girls. What's going on, man?
I mean, RDX Girls, I think yesterday we saw them fall to rotations. Although there was that map of Weekendy where that slow rotation worked out for them. But it's going to be interesting. Let's see how it goes. And
of course, this is going to be fun, right? Torre Amuda to Partona. I think, Johnny, you would be quite pleased with how the flight path trajectory is, or do you have other evil intentions? Because this is much more breathable, especially considering how teams tend to drop off.
Hey man, this group has a lot of early aggression in it, so I think this flight path is definitely going to be quite preferred, because as you mentioned, allows that early breathing room to a lot of these teams. And we would definitely want these teams to settle down before they start fighting, because none of these teams, I mean, they have Global Esports, we have VST who are not shining away, there's Alpha 6 who are always going to be up to their shenanigans, GHUSO Esports is there, 8-bit have been aggressive since yesterday, GENxFM. So a lot of teams that like to initiate fights on their own terms. And when you mix these teams in the same group, you can expect that mid-game action to be there. But it is not going to be exciting if one of the teams is forced to fight with weaker weapons or weaker loadouts. We would want them to fight at the best of their abilities, and a flight path like this, as I said, it allows them to go for that early looting phase, safely get their weapons, get those armor, helmets, throwables, healing utility in as well, and then set up the fights like they want, and then progress to the mid-game stages. But let's see, I'm not really seeing that many drop clashes. We know TZ is going to move towards Porto Pracio. 8-bit is going to have complete control of Los Leones.
Look at Bicado. So we've got the clash again. It's Alpha 6. But this time they've got a different setup. Or are they still just gliding through maybe around the arena like they were present over there? But like you said, I think you're sort of preparing yourself for the longer game, right? You want all of them to be decked up and eventually just go out guns blazing towards the final circle. So I would still, however, like myself, some little early fights. But I would love to see how 8-bit come out in this one, because the first game, they were the first team to get eliminated. I'm sure they would want some vengeance.
I mean, definitely. And yesterday's Miramar from 8-bit was very impressive. A big, massive chicken and a lot of eliminations secured, and they had the momentum going by eliminating a few players of Silly Esports, one of the first teams to go down in that game. Although, as you were talking about Alpha 6, if you notice, they have given control of Picardo, the main city, to the players of Silly Esports and have landed and dropped around the city. 2 players landing on top of that mountain. I do not know what they plan to accomplish over there. If I am correct, there are not a lot of compounds up that hill.
I think what they're trying to do is just loot from Power Grid as soon as possible, and then try to just gatekeep them in terms while Silly would want to rotate, because that is also what they did yesterday also. It was a standoff for 15-16 minutes, but eventually the moment Silly decided to escape away from the Picardo city, that is where they struck. So I think the idea is quite clear. Let your opponents loot for you and just take them down and take all their loot.
Yeah, yesterday though,
typical battle royale.
8-bit showed up to ruin their day out of nowhere. And again, I think that is one thing that Alpha 6 weren't really prepared for. But this time, looking at things from the perspective of Silly, I think they will realize for sure that Alpha 6 is going to be around them. And as we were talking about Alpha 6, that 4-man widespread drop, this time it's going to be in trouble. Wicked, he's been caught off guard. IMPRNT, it seems like, do not really have information of where Wicked is. He's hiding inside that factory with a UMP. There he is. Perfect POV. Finally ducks down. This is going to be a jump scare moment for anyone who falls in now.
Oh my god, shouldn't have done this. Gave his position away. Now IMPRNT, even if they were unaware, with that little clip sound, they know exactly what is happening. There is surely an imposter amongst them. And Wicked, he's been circled around like vultures by the players of Team IMPRNT. But this is where he needs to buy as much time as possible. This is where he needs some assistance, because a 1v4 surely does look flashy, but you would always want to have numbers in your favor.
But look at what IMPRNT is doing now. They're panic clearing everything, just making sure that, as you mentioned, they heard that sound cue. They probably heard that sound cue because it's still quite early in the game. Yeah, this is what I wanted to come to, because there's still a lot happening around them. So they might have been distracted, missed out on that sound cue, and are moving out. But had they panic cleared that entire factory, they would have lost 1 player at most, and then they could have found that frag. But this is a much safer approach. They keep their numbers intact and just safely fall back to where they came from.
No, but still, what I liked about IMPRNT in that particular situation was they were still moving in pairs. And unless and until you have a shotgun that instantly takes you down, or maybe your partner as well. So I think huge sigh of relief for Wicked over there. But I think IMPRNT, they were doing the right thing. Move in tandem, even if your partner gets taken down, just get the trade. And that is something this game has been working along with. But for global esports, now this is going to be exciting, because in the previous game, did not have the best of fighting. But Silly's Hydro, he was the iQOO MVP in the previous game, got 7 finishes to his name, and certainly one of those emerging star. We've been talking about giving away 1 lakh rupees to an emerging iQOO star this time, and surely he could be in the race.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's going to be exciting to see which players join him on that list. And, well, as of now, there it is. Top 5 players on the list. Hydro leading the charge. You have Skillful on the 2nd, JD Gaming on the 3rd. We have Hulk on the 4th, and Ashish on the 5th. And, again, it's going to be exciting. 2 players from the side of GENxFM. That makes me happy.
It always does, especially considering the run from these boys. Previously in the BMPS 23, we saw them playing from 4 aggressive men, and now finally living up to their name, getting a little aggressive, not really shying away from fights. But, I want to kind of change the conversation to another team. That has to be Team VST. Yeah. Now, they've made Snacks as one of their latest additions. They're having him play. Today we saw the first game. They took a fight against for Medical Esports right after they eliminated the girls from RDX. But then again, I really felt like they overthought their decision, Johnny. Because they were right around that Novo bridge. And yet they decided to take that longer route from that military bridge, eventually to get finished off by the opposition. So, did you like that decision? Do you feel like they're overthinking themselves? Could they have done something better?
I mean, I have no idea, to be honest. But the problem with experienced players sometimes is, in the most simpler situation, they're going to end up overthinking their own decisions. And I think that is what might have happened with VST. Because yesterday they kept things simple. They were always pushing for fights, getting a few points, 1 or 2 points here and there, and then moving forward to the next position or the next point of control they wanted to play from. And even today, I think on Erangel that might not have worked out, but I remember the performance from Snacks on Miramar yesterday. It was amazing. He was doing quite well. Survival instincts kicked in at the right time, made it to the top 4, I believe, of that particular match.
Yeah, he did. It was just Snacks and Dazzle surviving, and Snacks was the one who was like, let me take those fights because I've got that momentum going on. And he managed to take down at least one player from GHUSO Esports, while Dazzle was just heel battling his way from outside the circle. So now taking a look at this particular circle in Miramar, we have this centered around La Bendita. However, no team is near to that spot. But another thing, you know, we've been talking about these newer teams entering inside the pro circuit. We've got Ignite Gaming. Again, they've secured a very good spot for themselves. Just around the eastern areas of La Bendita, they've got a little bit of that split going. Silly Esports still haven't left Picardo. And don't you feel like at the back of their heads, they would be having that inkling, where could be the boys from Alpha 6?
I think so. I think they are going to be wondering because Silly Esports has just abandoned Picardo this time. Instead of going out in every single direction and trying to scout for information, they went together. But we'll come back to that in a bit because right now what has happened is TZ. They've abandoned that early drop from Porto Pracio, moved up towards Impala where apparently HeatBeasts are still waiting for them. And both these teams, I think while TZ is just scouting for information, HeatBeasts might have gotten that info about the opposing team approaching their position a little bit quicker because all of these players are just hiding inside the corners of those buildings, making sure they have vision of the hills where the players of TZ are, and they're just waiting for an opportunity to strike if the players of TZ overextend into the city of Impala.
I really feel like there's a rivalry in the making. Still very early stages of the tournament. In the previous game, we saw Team Z going after the players of HeatBeasts, causing a lot of trouble for them. Eventually, for them to be picked off by the players of GHUSO, but that's a different story. So now again, both these teams coming into a different place, still wanting to fight it out. I think they want some vengeance, right? And this is the moment where we finally get to see that circle shift. A little bit of a shift down south, and 8-bit. Again, they have such a prime position.
Yeah, 8-bit and their control of Los Leones always looks immaculate. And even today, I think somehow, surprisingly, Alpha 6 have managed to get quite close to the players of 8-bit, but without any clashes happening between the two sides. Falling back right now into the city is going to be a big gamble. You gain that concrete cover for yourself, but you abandon the playmaking opportunities of pushing forward if the circle moves up north. So 8-bit, they're sticking around the periphery, the northern edge of the city. You might see Mighty take control of this hill as well. And it seems like the players of Alpha 6 have been indeed spotted out. Mighty is constantly checking those broken buildings.
It feels like a deja vu moment.
And the smoke gives it away.
Yeah. And now whatever suspicions were there, it confirms it. And for Alpha 6, yesterday, Team 8-bit was still a threat to them, still took down a couple of players whilst they were taking down Silly Esports. And now they've got the perfect avenue, right? 8-bit have that high ground advantage to play with. Would be interesting to see how do Alpha 6 retaliate back.
I think the rear left tire of that bus was gone. So I think 8-bit know exactly where the players of Alpha 6 are and how many players have taken cover in those buildings. So they are going to wait for an opportunity to strike. We are going to see when that happens exactly. On the other side, the GHUSO Esports, not really at their best in this particular match. Just 3 players there.
Well, this is really surprising because in the previous one, they came with all 4 of their players, and considering is the iQOO BMPS and how much round number 1 is important, because there is no turning back from here, right? You do not have second chances if you do not play your games properly, and GHUSO Esports can't really afford that. And looking at IMPRNT Esports, seems like a little bit of a pickle over there. But look at this for Miracle Esports. Now finding out one of the players of GHUSO, and this is where the numbers have started dwindling down. And now, if for Miracle Esports, they're aware that GHUSO Esports came in as a 3-man roster, then this is where they could actually initiate that push.
Yeah, I think since those vehicles are moving together, they might have figured out how many players are going to be there. They find Ashish, pick him off, clean up as well, secure that early finish. And now with how the players of 4Miracle are moving, it seems like the hunt, the chase might be on, but GHUSO Esports, they've gained a little bit of distance, decent amount of distance, in fact, between them and the players of 4Miracle. So they should be able to get to safety quite easily without any trouble, unless they decide to stop somewhere in the middle of nowhere, lay out a trap, and try to complicate things a little bit too much. The game already began with a disadvantage for them, considering they started with 3 players. And now with just 2 remaining, it's going to be a huge risk to go up against a team like 4Miracles. And it seems like that is what they're going to try to do. We see them in the distance. The buggies have been spotted out, and Adi is going to try and chase them down.
All right, feels like we're in Texas already. Just, gliding through the canyons. Adi on the chase. Would have loved to see him on a horseback, but 2-2 OG, that buggy surely isn't fast enough. As Adi steps out of his vehicle, will try to just spray down on 2-2 OG, but he kind of misses, but still has that perfect angle eventually for Kyoya to get that knock. But now, there you have it. Tap God almost wanted to finish his opposition off. But Kyoya, is he going to get that revive on time? I think should not have an issue.
Yeah, it's not going to be an issue. All 4 players from 4Miracles were sticking together. And there was a little bit of confusion from GHUSO Esports. They did not really understand 2v4. You decide to split and take the fight. All 4 players are sticking together. So now 4Miracles, they have those 3 points in the bag. But this is where there's going to be trouble in paradise for them. Because look at who is here. We have the players from RDX who have showed up with a nice, decent control of that hill up top. And they have found that one man knocked on his knees as well. Perfect opportunities for the girls from RDX to strike. High ground advantage, but let's see. 4Miracle, how do they react to this with their IGL down?
This is going to be interesting. Again, takes you back to the previous fight of Erangel, where 4Miracle Esports just decided to ram in head-on RDX girls and exterminated them from the lobby. This is a perfect time for revenge. But for Miracle Esports, it's going to be such an arduous task trying to get their IGL back on his feet. Because Adi, he's out in the open. They have to commit a lot of utility and at the same time really need to understand where the players of RDX girls are spread out at.
So 4Miracle sent one man to the right. Sayyam has just pushed towards the left, and we see Jazzy over there going for a revive. If RDX, they do not react to this quickly, they're going to have dug their own grave on the top of this cliff. Kyoya, there he is, the man who took that right flank, and he's going to try and build up some pressure. The distraction has worked out quite nicely for the side of 4Miracle and RDX. It seems like they were unable to read that play. With this advantage, are they going to push any further? 4Miracle's Kyoya, he seems like it is. They are very eager to pick up that fight. But RDX, they do manage to evade the aggression, fall back.
Yeah, the hunters getting hunted down. Surely this is not what RDX girls were hoping for. And trying to overextend that fight, trying to let the players of Miracle Esports recuperate. What were they even thinking, right?
You see those vehicles move out. You have to react to it. You can't just ignore those vehicles going up those hills.
Learning lessons the hard way, Johnny. I mean, there's no second way about it, because for Miracle Esports, they committed so much. They went in, they got the revive, and suddenly it feels like they're on the chase. And this time, this vehicle flipping over for Pookie the Cutie, it's going to be so difficult. Especially Adi, he does not usually tend to mess up his praise. But now, for Miracle Esports, I think they're looking at the bigger picture. They want to get inside the circle. They've had enough.
I think they just saw RDX moving in the wrong direction, and they were like, yeah, that is not where the circle is. We got to move back to the zone, guys. It's stage 3. We just have just over a minute and a half left before we can get to the zone. And especially considering the circle just took a hard shift towards the west, going back towards Los Leones, they need to make it to the city as quickly as possible. In the meanwhile, though, it seems like RVNC, they were involved in a clash of their own against the players of RUDRANSH Esports, where they found 2 impressive picks for themselves. And Dynamite, the oldest player in the lineup, he has gone for a hunt. He's going to try and gather as much information about the other 2 remaining survivors from that fight as to where they are hiding. And then after a small little soft reset, maybe RVNC re-engage. But what is happening here? Ignite Gaming up against HeatBeasts.
This is going to be exciting because Eternal, we know he loves to pull off those clutches, and already trying to take a couple of players down. Vermithor, the Dragon, still up high there, but Eternal, he's been taking so much damage out there, almost on the verge of being picked off, eventually just to get smashed down by Hulk himself. for Ignite Gaming. They survived this onslaught. Will get that revive onto its Aurora. And I think for Ignite Gaming, still a really good squad. The way they've been placing themselves in fight, how they've been responding back, I'm liking what they're up to.
Yeah, but I have to say, man, this is unfair. They have both Hulk and Thor in their team.
It's Vermithor, the dragon from Game of Thrones.
Oh, wow. That's going to be brutal. Even more brutal. But RUDRANSH Esports, well, they avoid trouble in one place, get stuck in the other. I've been caught off guard by the players of Global Esports. Luckily for them, though, there was a distraction from the Rare. 8-bit have showed up. A few shots on the players of GE, and they instantly try to reset and fall back into cover.
It's GE at the end of the day. This is a team that does not have retreat in their dictionary. It's always attack. And that is what Ninja Boy was intending, just for him to realize that if he oversteps even a little bit, he's going to get shot at from the backlines. Now, this is 8-bit that we're talking about. And they're not the ones to be messed up with.
All right. Do you want to bet something GE try to re-engage into that fight?
Surely they will.
Right.
There's no second thoughts. I mean, they're going to pick a fight either ways. Either it's against RVNC or it is against 8-bit. It's all upon Mavi and the boys to make the call who they want to pick first.
I think they're going to fight both of them at the same time.
I mean, that's also a possibility. I mean, I would not really rule that one out because as far as you know, Global Esports, it's a team that has always shown tendencies. And this is exactly why, you know, they were the toppers of the league stage during the BGIS 24.
Exactly.
And goes on to speak volumes about how good this squad has been. Especially you've got 3 hotshot fraggers with a very experienced IGL in your roster. And this is a squad always set up for success.
They have been set up for success for long, but yet they always get close and fail to hold on to the glory. Talking about glory, though, glorious moment for us as well. Our official Mobile partners, the Hero Extreme 160 R4V, being given to the MVP of the finals.
Bro, I like this color.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, I love grey. I love that little golden tinge on it. Especially for somebody like me, this bike should certainly suit fine. I mean, could really check that one out. And if you loved it, you might as well check it out as well. But for now, GENxFM, now this is a team that has just recently won a chicken dinner. And quite a difficult one at that. Certainly would want to replicate it this time. However, this time they're far away on those eastern sides. Because when you take a look at the circle, look at who's on the smack center. Alpha 6 from so many of the others.
Who would have thought that Alpha 6 were going to be alive into this game for so long? But, ouch, that's going to hurt. VST Beast can't really do anything about that. 3 cars coming for him. One of them gets him eventually. Slug secures the finish for his team. But Global Esports, they're not going to be done. They know where the players of VST are. They're going to try and isolate those fights, and they succeed as well. Ninja Boy finds the second frag, the second knock from the side of VST. Dazzle goes down. It's going to be down to Snacks and Yadnesh now to drag their team out of this difficult situation. But with all the information, how do you deal with that man advantage? Disadvantage, my apologies. It's 2v4 now against the players of VST.
And Snacks need not go anywhere, right? Because the cavalry directly rams in on him. Snacks and Yadnesh, they will have to play it out together. But for Global Esports, they've had enough. They were itching for a fight, and we thought it would be against RVNC or 8-bit. Eventually, it came down to VST, who are in muddy waters at this point. Snacks taking some hefty amount of damage, and he needs to survive this onslaught. Yes, Yadnesh, he's the healthy man out there. He needs to conjure something.
Look at how beautifully they execute this fight, Global Esports. They send 2 players charging indoors, just clearing that ground floor, while the 2 lads sitting outside just lob the entire building with utilities that they have. Although Snack does bring the fight back into his team's favor. Takes down 1. Slug has been finished off. Ninja Boy knocked out as well. But he can't really be the miracle worker that VST needed. Finally, the cleanup comes in. And Global Esports, they still manage to survive with 3 players still alive.
Yeah, G's just doing G things. But Snacks, the way he threaded a needle, especially against Ninja Boy, now he had that little angle, that small window. And he shot with the DBS, and eventually Slug. That was painful to watch, especially when you know that you're going to be finished off. But look at 8-bit. This time, they've got vengeance in their eyes. Taking shots on the players of GENxFM. JD Gaming, a little low out there, but skillful. Elsewhere, he's picking a different fight. They just decide to ram in on the players of RVNC. One of them already done and dusted.
Wasn't planned. I think it was a panic slam here from the players of GENxFM, and they have dug their own grave indeed. JD Gaming is going to be the last survivor against 3 players of RVNC at point blank, and of course, death from above in the form of Team 8-Bit. I think 8-Bit definitely have an opportunity to capitalize on this fiasco. 4 points lying right underneath them. But the problem with having that high ground up the hill is the fact that you're going to be lacking utility by now.
And it's not just that. It's also the circle that has shifted away from them. Surely 8-Bit has to make a move right now.
Yeah.
And considering you've got Global Esports just beside you, it's going to be difficult. And Alpha 6, they also have their eyes set on whoever comes from there. They've got such a good position. They've got a little bit of that high ground to play around with. They've also got a lot of those teams, but 8-Bit still trying to take their chances. They're looking for a couple of finishes, and this time it's against the big boys, Global Esports.
I mean, I don't know if Alpha 6 has moved ever since they moved to that building from Picardo. They're still holding on to the same position. But finally, we see the players of 8-Bit in action. Aditya has secured 2 finishes. RVNC might be in some trouble, at least for the next few seconds. But as I was saying, I mean, they are going to run out of utility soon. Aditya, already out of those smokes, has 2 frag grenades left and 1 Molotov in his kit. Oh, Dynamite spotted out!
All right. Now, this is something that really felt like Aditya should have capitalized on. But eventually, what I'd love to see what their escape plan is. Because now 8-Bit, he's just, in fact, Mighty is just trying to run circles around Spider Jord. From GENxFM, he's been taken down to quite some low HP out there. And 8-Bit, they know they have to deal with this threat. Eventually, there's another fight, however, brewing up. Vexy going up against the players of Miracle Esports. And they're taking multiple fights. But now, you've got Silly Esports. Now, they're under threat by the girls from RDX.
Well, let's see, though. RDX not really in a position to fight. Do not really have the numbers to challenge the players of Silly Esports, especially with the kind of momentum Silly Esports have inside of this round 1. But Angelica and Pookie, both of them close in onto those flat areas. And what is this? Improper positioning, burning down to that Molotov and Hydro. That has to be the easiest knock of his life. Pookie just goes down without a fight. Angelica left all alone. She's going to try and back off into the blue, try and go down the ridge to see if he can get out of the line of fire, but it doesn't really work out. Silly Esports, they're going to be grateful for those 2 points.
Oh, they certainly will be, but look at this. For Miracle Esports and Team Z, they've been fighting it out alongside each other. Jackson has a little bit of that high ground to play around with, but Team Z, they have to also get inside the circle. They also have so many others to deal with, and it is out in the open lands. For Miracle Esports, they've been also taking some casualties of their own. Adi down on his knees once again. And Team Z, there you have it. They've also been losing out on a couple of players. But now for Miracle Esports, a very important game for them. They had a couple of early eliminations. But again, when you talk about the consistency, when you talk about those big games, surely they have been missing out on them.
Yeah, and I think they're going to miss out on this one as well. Adi and Kyoya, they're out into the open. One vehicle is blown up. That buggy, as long as it is inside of that smoke. Oh, it's going to take a lot of damage from those nades anyway. And if it blows up, it's going to take down Kyoya and Adi, both of them with it. I wonder how many nades does the side of TZ had.
Ouch.
See, Adi goes down again. Kyoya with a sliver of HP. That one overshoots a bit. It's still okay, though. TZ, they've got this fight in the bag.
I think it's checkmate already for Miracle Esports.
It is.
But even if they survive that onslaught, you still have so many others to deal with. You've got the players of Ignite Gaming, who have just recently wiped out a squad over there. You've got Vermithor, who's ready to spit fire any given moment. But for Miracle Esports, how do they come out of this situation alive?
I mean, with that level of utility usage from the side of TZ, I think 4 Miracle can definitely make a comeback, because almost every single nade has missed its mark. Kyoya was never the target. It seems like they have some grudge against Adi. They just kept taking him down again and again. But now 4 Miracle on the move, and it seems like Ignite Gaming are going to step into the action. 6 finish points already on the board. They're going to look for a few more. Kyoya is going to be knocked out and finished off. But who gets the point?
That's going to be interesting because now this is where hell breaks loose. Alpha 6, finally, they've been threatened and finally they've been warded off from the circle. But this is it. Look at that grenade coming in, and I'm pretty sure this is someone from Alpha 6. Just takes everybody down, but look at this now. 8-bit up against the players of IMPRNT. They wipe them out, but eventually, just to get taken down themselves. Who assaulted them? There you have it, Syed from Team Z. So Team Z, they're showing little signs of consistency over there.
Yeah, finally stepping into the action, Team Z. Although it's just those last 2 players remaining, so closing out the game with a chicken dinner, it is going to be a challenge for them. Although, if you notice on the finish feed now, you're going to see one name pop up again and again, and that is Alpha 6. They finally started to take those fights, and considering they've managed to keep all 4 of their players alive and intact up until this late inside of the game, it should not be too difficult for them to close out this match. All they have to do is beat their rivals of Picado, and that is going to be Silly Esports, the only other team with numbers close, or in fact, numbers to rival that of Alpha 6, and Cario just finds a Groza. I think this is pretty much going to be an Alpha 6 chicken dinner.
It could be, but they really have to play it together. And especially when you had RVNC's final player surviving, Dynamite, still into the mix. He has nice vision over the players of Alpha 6, but look at this. Team Z, wary of Alpha 6's position. They could get a knock or two because now they're cut off from the squad. Could eventually help out the players of Silly. You've got iQOO, you've got his teammate, but Vexy just deciding to fall down from the circle, and eventually Team Z get picked off. AK gets that final finish, and now Wicked getting into his Wicked mood, trying to just rattle them down with bullets. Ranveer, he falls down, courtesy to Cario, and now iQOO is the only last guy who remains.
Yeah, it's over for Silly Esports as well. They're going to be done now. Focus fire coming in from the entirety of Alpha 6, and finally Silly Esports shut down. The last man left standing inside of this game, it's going to be Dynamite from the side of RVNC. The last man from the side of RVNC, in fact. But we all know, a 1v4, especially with that player inside of the blue, I think the chicken dinner, we know which team's name is going to be written all over it. Can Dynamite get that extra 1 point? The answer is no. And finally we have it. We've been talking about shock and awe. Well, this time it is shock and awe indeed. The chicken dinner going into the hands of Alpha 6 with 7 eliminations secured as well. That is impressive.
That is impressive considering the fact before the day began, they were at the bottom 3 out of the 32 teams we had. And this time, this chicken dinner is definitely going to soar them up the point standings. But again, this was again one of those redemption stories for a lot of the other teams.
Yeah.
But one thing for sure is consistent. That is Silly Esports.
That is definitely true. I mean, Silly Esports, they've been doing really well for themselves. I think this was their worst performance. Not the worst performance. It was yesterday's Miramar where they got out early to Alpha 6. But again, I mean, top 3, top 2 chicken dinners as well yesterday. So Silly Esports are definitely leading the charge from the front lines. And I think they will have a very big advantage in the hands as of now. But the question is, when they return after the reshuffle, do they still maintain the same form? Or are they going to slip up then and slip down outside of the top 64?
I think this squad knows what they're doing. This is one of those squads, all they needed was a platform. And since they're now a part of this event, I'm pretty sure this squad is set up for success.
Yeah.
I think if you draw comparisons to the BGS 24, kind of remind you of the likes of Galaxy Esports or RTG IND, quite consistent. But yeah, they have to be prepared for the long battle. I'm pretty sure I am seeing them in round number 2. But what happens there is quite uncertain.
It is uncertain, but I have to say, as we keep talking about Silly Esports, we talk about Alpha 6 a lot. It seems like that all of these newer names, including RVNC as well, because RVNC is comparatively fresh on the circuit. We saw them, I believe last year we saw them for the first time. And then again, I mean, even apart from that, they have proven to be a little bit more impressive than the teams that are well known, because talk about 4 Miracles, we expected so much from them, and that was a letdown.
Yeah, for Miracle Esports, that was an absolute letdown. Considering you just have that one more game to go, I do not know what else to expect from their side. But Team Z, a little bit of a comeback from their side as well, ending in the top 4, I think was quite commendable. And they had a little bit of finishes, held off the players of for Miracle Esports, also caused so much chaos. But I think the game was pretty slow-paced. Eventually, for that one moment when Alpha 6's AK just threw out that grenade, and suddenly we had just teams dropping down like flies. I mean, the entire squad of 8-bit just eliminated a squad eventually for them also be taken down.
That is very true. And again, Alpha 6, I think that amount of patience to just stay in one spot for so long, I think that is commendable. But also, the circle just stayed on top of their heads the entire game. So this game was kind of made easy by the circle as well for Alpha 6 to secure. Because if you remember, 8-bit was looking down on towards those towers, on towards those buildings where Alpha 6 had been hiding the entire game for a very long time. And that was one more reason why 8-bit was there, one of the late survivors inside of the game. They made it to the top 5. Why? They had that hill in their control. The bottom side of the hill, the cliff side, was being cleared by the likes of Alpha 6, by the likes of Team Z. And all 8-bit had to do was just make sure that their backs were going to be clear. And as long as they did that, the top 5 position was guaranteed. It could have been their chicken dinner, but they ran out of utility early, and you can't really replenish them on top of that hill.
You know, along with the consistency of Silly Esports, another thing that was consistent was RDX Girls. Again, they failed to deliver this time. They had those first knocks. Even again, Silly Esports felt like they could maybe create something, but eventually it fell in vain. And even you talk about GENxFM, the winners of the previous chicken dinner, they could barely get any points in this one.
Yeah, GENxFM, I think, just got absolutely unlucky. But then again, that previous chicken dinner does help them stay in a decent position. Although, let's see how that average is going to look after this game, because we do have the point standings of this match on our screens, where Alpha 6, they walk away with 17 points from this game. We have 8-bit with 11, RVNC with 10, Silly Esports with 10, 4 Miracles with 10, and then we have Ignite Gaming, who walked away with 8 eliminations, just a single placement points, walking away with 9 points from this match. And Global Esports, it seems like they do not like placement points as much as the other teams for some reason.
Yeah, I think for Global Esports, it's all about, you know, trying and engaging themselves in fight. I loved how clinically they wiped out the players of VST. Yeah, Snack still took down Slug, but that's okay. But for VST, things haven't really been looking dandy as well, because just at one point, even for HeatBeasts, you know, we expected, especially yesterday when they wiped out for Medical Esports in that game of Vikendi, we had some big expectations from them. And even for Eternal to hold off the players of Global Esports for a long time, even today we thought that maybe something would be different coming in from their side. But now we have that little bit of that demarcation being set up. We have teams that have been playing quite consistent. Ignite Gaming is definitely out there. Silly Esports, 8-bit has also been there. Team Z, a little bit of that comeback. But for the others, I think this has been the same old story.
There's one team that has been so absent fixes that I completely forgot about them. Team Twisted Souls. What happened to this team? They were absent in the previous game, did not really see them. And even in this game, did not even notice when they got eliminated.
Yeah, I think the Souls have absolutely been twisted. Only one last game remains. And Sanhok, you know, it's that one-off game. Who knows that Twisted Souls might just come up with a chicken dinner.
But let's see how that game of Sanhok is going to turn out. It is going to be an important one, as you mentioned, Twisted Soul. I don't think there is enough they can do to recuperate or bring themselves back into the competition in that game of Sanhok. But will that happen? We will find that out, ladies and gentlemen, but after this very short break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really. Hey, but have you all seen it?
Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BGMI Pro Series 2024. This is Super Johnny now, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, we are about to witness a very interesting moment in this tournament for the first time. Group 2, they're about to play their last game of the opening week.
All of that is fine, but the previous game had one of the most rare endings. You saw Alpha 6 in it.
Oh, yeah.
Alpha 6 usually don't even survive that long in the game. They just get taken down either early or in the mid phase.
Hey, man, history in the making right here.
I know, right? Alpha 6 finally sort of leveling up the bars, and this is something we wanted to see from them. But then VST, once again, failing pretty bad, man.
Yeah, VST, I think there are definitely going to be a lot of questions raised about this team. But I think as long as they manage to qualify for round 2, it is all good, right?
Yeah, and speaking of consistency, Silly Esports, back-to-back games in their hands. Silly Esports is really making a big dent to the circuit over here, man. All the known names, they're definitely going to be looking after this team.
Of course, the known names are going to be looking out for Silly Esports, but the question now becomes, can one of the known names rise up to challenge them with the same amount of consistency? Do you think there's anyone in this list?
8-Bit unfortunately fell off today. That could have been one of those names that might just challenge Silly Esports, but unfortunately for 8-Bit, there's a big dip in the performance. You move on towards the players of Global Esports, it feels like it's just the round 1. The boys aren't really taking a lot of things serious.
Yeah, Global Esports does not care. They're going to get those 8 to 9 finishes every single game. This game as well was like 7 eliminations, and then they just dip out, moving on to the next game. They keep that average going. I think Global Esports, they know what they have to do to be inside of the top 64, and they managed to pull it off just by getting those eliminations in. But of course, I mean, we would like to thank our official partners, ladies and gentlemen, of this iQOO BGMI Pro Series 2024. And of course, the iQOO Z9S. It has been launched today, so do go ahead and check it out. And of course, I heard there are some rewards waiting for our viewers.
And all the guys need to do is move on to Google and search for iQOO Z9S series, and you might just stand a chance to win 50,000 rupees. For one single person, 50,000 rupees, that's a lot of money, right?
Yeah, rewards up to 50,000 rupees. So, again, it's going to be exciting, and it is an exciting device as well. Fixus has been eyeing out that orange for a long time. Do you like the orange one, or do you like the white one?
Orange is fine, but I'm still a big fan of white. For some reason, it looks more glossy, looks nice.
So we decided yesterday, since it was me and Fixus who were discussing which one of these devices we get to take, whichever one you decide to pick, we have to go to war. So, Necro, now you and I need to fight.
Listen, I'm going to go with orange then. It's fine. All right, let's move on to the matchup, though. Once again, these teams will be duking it out against each other to find out a better standing in the overall standings. Really a big sword on the necks of VST, GHUSO Esports. These two guys haven't been able to perform. You've also got 4 Miracles, a promising lineup, and they haven't been able to perform as well. Another team that's slowly and steadily slipping under the banner, or slipping under the radar, that's Ignite Gaming.
That is true. I mean, even in the previous game, they tried their level best, but not really the performance we were hoping for. Although, if we talk about bounce backs, I have to say, GENxFM have done quite well for themselves today. That first game of Erangel, definitely something everyone was hoping for to see from the side of GENxFM, especially after this new roster came in for this banner. And the game of Miramar, alright, yeah, got a little bit unlucky, but still a decent run, I have to say. As long as you keep that average going, if they can convert the next game of Sanhok, get a decent amount of finishes in, I think it's all going to be good for GENxFM as well.
They just had one single good game. Miramar, as you mentioned, not that great, but moving on forward towards the map of Sanhok, nothing can be said. Sanhok is so unpredictable, and for the first time, these teams are facing off against each other on this map. So that's, once again, another factor that needs to come into consideration. And another factor we need to speak of is this iQOO Z9S series smart device. As we know, it's got 5,500 mAh battery with 80 watts of flash charge.
Yeah, I mean, that is very impressive. And along with that, I think all of the things that are being offered with this device, the curved display, it's so slim, so light to carry, feels very nice to hold in your hand as well. But what feels nicer is going to be the trophy for the BGMI Pro Series.
Hands down, but it's a long way towards the Grand Finals. The teams, they need to duke it out through various rounds, and that's when you can move into the Grand Finals, which will be happening in Kochi, Kerala. But right now, the conversation should be towards the map of Sanhok. Yesterday, we saw a few drop collisions here and there, but are we going to see the same thing happening over here, too?
I think maybe not, considering this is the last game for that opening week, so teams might try to play it a little bit safer. But let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, not a lot of time left for Sanhok, and in fact, here we go. In a few minutes, in fact. It is going to be interesting to see how it turns out.
The plane flap path starts all the way from Hathin towards Camp Charlie. This plane flap path, quite nice. Teams are not going to have any struggle moving towards their designated drop location. Global Esports, they're probably going to drop in towards Camp Alpha. Whenever I see Global Esports and the map of Sanhok, I get reminded of iQOO Seoul.
Well, yeah, but I think this time Global Esports are going to be happy that there's iQOO isn't there to challenge them for that Camp Alpha clash. Although I'm a little bit surprised that TZ aren't really doing anything about it. They have an opportunity to go over there for an early fight. It seems like TS are the ones who are going to try and take on GE this time around.
Twisted Souls, and Twisted Souls, they have been quite twisted inside of the games these days.
True.
They haven't been able to find themselves that footing that's necessary for VST dropping in towards boot camp. One thing is for sure, when we're going to see the reshuffle happen, there's a high chance we might see a few more collisions towards boot camps. But hold on to that thought. We see GHUSO Esports against RUDRANSH. And for RUDRANSH, they do not have the man number to face off against GHUSO Esports. RUDRANSH, they've already taken heavy amount of damage upon themselves as Boogie Boo is taken down way too low. Two more players in the vicinity. And GHUSO Esports, with the advantage, they can strike down the players. But even Global Esports in the elimination feed, they're now starting to face the brunt.
Yeah, they are going up against the players of TS, but we can talk about that in a bit because I want to talk about this fight instead. GHUSO Esports against RUDRANSH, as you mentioned. But while we were on the map, you might have noticed that there was another team, a third-party team already setting themselves up for this fight. That was the side of RDX Girls, but trades coming in from either sides, and this time it is RUDRANSH Esports who've managed to keep themselves in a decent position. One of their players was knocked out, but Boogie does get recovery, all thanks to Flexi finding those 2 knocks and securing 1 frag already. But in the meanwhile, 2-2 from the backlines finds a pick on Hexter, equalizing the numbers once more.
Even Ashish is able to reply back in great fashion. He strikes down another player. Flexi goes down. RUDRANSH Esports now taken down to just 2 players, the last 2 pillars standing, from which Extra is way too far away and is probably trying to provide that cover fire. Does GHUSO Esports know that Extra is in the back lines? Boogie Boo, still his presence is noticed, and he peeks out. Does a lot of damage against Tutu, but Tutu runs back in the cover. And Uzi in that range is not going to be too susceptible. Especially, it's not going to be way too precise. Up close and personal, yes, it's a shredder. But in that range, it will be tough to convert anything. Now it's that Ashish pushes up, slowly and steadily, with an AKM in the hand. All it takes is one single bullet, and instantly Boogie Boo will fall down too. But he's still playing around the corner. He's just waiting for this one single peek. And Ashish, he does not have any helmet nor vest.
And while these two teams are making so much noise, so much commotion over here, look at what is happening. First of all, Extra is closing in on this position to provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of support to Boogie. And second, on the radar, you might notice those other pointers pop in and pop out. Those are the players of RDX. So they have an opportunity to third-party this fight, but Boogie, what is he going to be up to? Is he going to get baited over here? There are 2 players waiting for him on the other side. He does not have any HP left, just 20 rounds into that Uzi, and what a peak! It is Ashish who went down as well, the man with the AKM and the full HP bar. So the threat fades away, and RUDRANSH Esports just have managed to turn things around quite nicely. That was impressive, ballsy and impressive.
The man's ran out of bullets in his Uzi, and now 2-2. Is left in a one-on-one against Boogie, considering he just found another player for RUDRANSH Esports. Boogie does not have a lot of HP anymore, but Extra is still trying to back away towards his teammate. But eventually, third party hits from the side of IMPRNT, and they collect that elimination. Boogie's still alive in that compound, and IMPRNT, they're probably going to try to evacuate this entire area.
Yeah, they are going to clean up. Quite easy for them. Boogie goes down as well. IMPRNT, 3 points secured without even breaking a sweat. Perfect third party coming in from this side, but to be honest, I expected RDX to close in a little bit sooner. IMPRNT had to travel a little bit more distance to be here.
Now, once again, for RDX, yes, it's an ideal expectation that they're going to try and close on in towards the third party, considering they're really close. But they're also struggling with confidence. And when a team is starting to doubt themselves in the firefights, then they really do not want to take the firefights early on. And that's what's exactly happening with the players of RDX.
But here's the point. No, after this game, 6 matches are going to be done. They're going to have 6 more matches remaining in round 1. So it is already time for them to go YOLO inside of this game.
I know. For RDX, it's now time. But who's going to make them realize that? They still have this glimmer of hope where they might just be able to win the chicken dinner. They want to play for the late game. They do not really want to prioritize the fights. But it's been a major problem, not just for this team. A lot of these teams are trying to play it as safe as possible. And that's not the way you should be playing in these type of lobbies, man. You're really supposed to go for the eliminations because a lot of these teams are going for the final blow. And in the end, the action sometimes can be way too random. It's really tough to survive such a big chaos.
Talk about chaos and RVNC. It seems like they weren't really expecting TZ to be here. Things got a little chaotic. RVNC lost one player, but they did not stop. They just kept going on along their merry way, and they managed to cross over towards that southwestern island of Sanhok. Surviving there, it's going to be a little tricky for them, considering all of the major drop spots have already been taken over. Now they're going to have to survive in these smaller compounds.
RVNC Dynamite. RVNC in general, they're struggling to find their footing. But an important announcement to the viewers that are currently watching this stream. iQOO Z9S series, it's already launched. And it's starting from 17,999.
Search the iQOO Z9S on Google and win prizes up to 50,000 rupees. The opportunity is still there for you, ladies and gentlemen. Just like the opportunity is there for RVNC to try and secure a chicken dinner with just 3 players remaining.
4M. Around the vicinity, they've got a few targets near them too. 4M cannot just move around nests freely. Adi, an experienced IGL, still is not able to find the proper footing for his team in the overall standings. This entire team is struggling way too much. Now goes for the loot on the crate as well. He gets his hands on the better weaponry, of course. But not just that, even upgraded armor and helmet. So now 4 Miracles looking pretty good. GENxFM, after winning the first game, we saw that dip in the game of Miramar. But now on this game of Sanhok, they want to bring it back once again. Yeah. For GENxFM, consistency is something that they've been lacking.
That is true, and it's quite contrasting to how this team used to be in the past. But again, with this hit or miss situation that GENxFM have developed for themselves, if they manage to hit, they hit pretty hard. And the opposing team does not really know how to react to that. So again, if they get that momentum, similar to the way it was on the map of Erangel, I think GENxFM can definitely bring themselves back into this competition.
They definitely can. Specifically looking at Global Esports 2 and the position they've gotten, they're way too close to a fight against the players of Twisted Souls. And for Twisted Souls, this game matters a lot. Do they know that Global Esports is around this fray? That's my real question. Because Global Esports, they definitely do know Twisted Souls is around this entire vicinity. Shots are taken, beautiful shots being connected too. And Global Esports, eventually, they do find the advantage as well. Freak gets knocked out and confirmed instantly. This is the fight for the revenge of Mavi, considering he got taken down by the players of Twisted Soul a while ago. But even Slug gets knocked out and confirmed in return. Nicely done by the player on the back lines. And now there's Vamp 2 out in the open with just a red dot. Ninja Boy isn't able to find the proper connections, but Vamp is taking a lot of fire upon himself.
Yeah, even from the flank, he's getting shot at, and Vamp finally falls to the hands of Beast. So we are down to a 2v2 situation. If Beast manages to take down TESQ, that changes everything. Global Esports will have found their revenge. And Twisted Soul, well, their souls are going to be twisting indeed, considering they're going to have to wait until they return in the second half of round 1. Oh no, that was a big blunder. Had no information, and yet he chose to step out into the open, gets knocked out. Global Esports down to the last man. But it is their star player, Ninja Boy, the last survivor.
Yeah, Beast overcommitting in that scenario. Not something that you expect from a player like Beast too. And now for Ninja Boy, just wants to create that off angle. His position's compromised, unfortunately, for Global Esports, but Ninja Boy knows that. And he just does not really care, because he knows his team's got a better standing in the overall standings anyways. They're getting those constant points of 5 to 6 per game, so it's all good in the hood for Global Esports. The elimination feed as well is now starting to dance, as Alpha 6, they collide against 4 Miracles. But going back to this fight, it's a 1-on-2. Ninja Boy is looking quite stranded. Isolated too. Luckily enough, this fight's not going to have any sort of third parties. Even Beast is slowly and steadily ticking to his death. Ninja Boy needs to do something, and he finds a beautiful knock against TESQ. The first man falls down. The exact opener Ninja Boy really needed in this fight to bring himself back in the game. And now it's all down to the last man in the back for TS. Twisted Souls, they can't see their demise in front of their eyes. They can see the death approach them. Ninja Boy barely squeezes himself back in that piece of cover as he wants to get the revival onto Beast, and he will be able to do so as well.
It's a risky move, but if they manage to pull this off, they're going to have 2 players remaining inside of this game. And with Global Esports, 2 can sometimes be enough, all that they need to secure those elimination points. Beast, he's back up on his feet. And Ninja Boy switches focus now, going for the utility. Although the players from the side of Twisted Soul, they are hiding in the back rooms. And Tesk, he's back on his feet now. Nade being cooked. They are in that corner room. The Nade gets the knock. The last player barely with a sliver of HP. The blue zone damage should be enough. And there it is. Twisted Soul wiped out from the game. Global Esports, all 4 elimination points secured. All 4 points picked up from that fight.
Keep this thing in mind. It was still a 3-on-4.
Yeah.
And Twisted Souls, they got taken down when they were the one in the advantageous side of things. Global Esports, as usual, really good in the 4-on-4 collisions. But this time, it was a 3-on-4. But still, in general, squad fights, Global Esports, it's next to impossible to beat this team unless you're iQOO Soul.
That is definitely true. And again, I think the one reason why iQOO Soul is so used to this situation is because they also have the same drop spot on this map. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, our official mobility partner for the iQOO BGMI Pro Series is Hero. And of course, the Extreme 125 are being given to the survivor of the finals.
Who was it going to be? Maybe someone from the side of Alpha 6?
Yeah, we know it's definitely not going to be someone from Global Esports with the amount of fighting they do.
Yeah, that's for sure. They really do not care about surviving till the late game. They just care about the elimination points. And that's actually one of the strategies that is quite viable. It's been working out for the entire team in Global Esports so far.
That is
in
true.
BGI's 2024, they placed themselves on the 2nd spot in the Grand Finals.
So the players from Global Esports might not be the contender for the 125R, but they might be the contenders for the MVP of the finals, which is the 160R4V. Hero Extreme.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they can try and eye that one.
Ninja Boy?
Maybe.
It'll look good on him, too.
Oh, of course.
Or maybe if he's the MVP of the tournament, then he will just get that 4 lakh rupees in his hands. And he can buy multiple bikes with that.
Imagine he gets both. Oh, that's going to be best.
It's one of the best possible outcomes you can ask for. I mean, at that point, I would have so many bikes. Wow. I can only imagine. I would open my own showroom. But I'm just messing around. Moving on towards the game. HeatBeasts, another one of those teams that we need to speak of. In the game 1, they faced off against Team Z, where they completely messed up. They had no clue exactly how the field was being set up from the side of Team Z. And HeatBeasts moved out in the open. They instantly got capitalized. This time around, the same thing sort of happened. Arthur's taken down. One single individual player from HeatBeasts not there anymore. Now taken down with a 3-man squad. We haven't really seen any good game from the side of HeatBeasts other than that day 1.
Oh, that is true. And again, today also not really working out for the side of HeatBeasts. It seems like it's not their fault as well. On Miramar, at least what I noticed was they were just extremely unlucky with how the fight was initiated against them.
IMPRNT! A big mistake as they step in the territory of HeatBeasts. And I'm not sure what exactly the game plan is for the side of IMPRNT too. But this spread out quite well. HeatBeast, they need to realize they might just be in a big pickle here. In a big sandwich scenario. But luckily enough for the side of HeatBeast, as long as they have got the solid compounds to play with, and as long as they're inside of the circle, it's all good. But as the zone moves away, that's when the real panic will start to set in.
Look at the radar, though. There's one man from the side of IMPRNT in the back lines, and if they ignore that threat or are unaware about it, then they can be baited into stepping out into the open, focused completely on the 2 players up front. And if they step out into the open, they are going to walk into a sandwich. We're going to see if that actually happens, considering HeatBeasts, they are inside the circle itself, so no incentive for them to step out, be the aggressors of that fight. But switching focus to the players of Silly Esports now, they have complete control of that western edge. No one there to challenge them as well. They're going to be the most comfortable team inside of this game as of now.
You want to hear a fun fact?
Yeah.
Alpha 6 once again down to a 2-man squad, just like the game 1.
Man, that is not surprising, to be honest.
On the greener pastures, they like to survive with just a 2-man squad till the late game.
Yeah. I mean, what they like is to not be default, I guess.
Hey, I mean, look at this. iQOO MVP of the day 2 is Carrillo with 4 finishes and the 57% of finish contribution.
For the previous match, I mean, it was an impressive performance from Carrillo on that map of Miramar.
Yeah.
And looking at the list, he was followed up by Hulk from the side of Ignite Gaming. We have AK from the side of Alpha 6 making that list as well. Juicy from Team 8-Bit, the IGL stepping up, and Siam from the side of 4Miracle.
Interesting. Even Juicy's right there, right? From 8-Bit. So finally, 8-Bit starting to make some sort of moves. 4Miracle, Siam. At this point in time, 4 Miracles do not really have a lot of options. They need to start revealing all the cards they've got underneath their sleeves. Because the main strategy is clearly not working out. Something new needs to be pulled out over here.
That is
IMPRNT, they're still quite spread out as the zone moves out in the open. A few compounds here and there scattered across, but not exactly in the smack center. If you do want to play towards the centric side, it has to be a ridge that you need to hold.
Yeah, there's a hill on the western side. Maybe that is going to become a big control point for all of these teams. But again, open circle, a lot of trouble waiting for anyone who tries to breach in early.
Constantly.
And RDX is one of those teams in the blue taking a hit. And they are being chased down by Global Esports. This is just the worst possible situation you can imagine for RDX.
The elimination feed is constantly going off.
Yeah.
You see one or the other elimination just happening individually. This time, Ignite Gaming, they lose out on Hulk. Just a while ago, he was there in the MVP list. But now Hulk is not there in the game anymore. The list came in with a curse. And Ignite Gaming, the entire squad's wiped out.
Well, that is an early exit you did not really expect in this game. But again, Ignite Gaming, I think we did see them get caught in an awkward position. Although, one thing, Necro, we were talking about IMPRNT against the players of HeatBeasts, right? And it seems like TZ have showed up out of nowhere. They've rescued the players of IMPRNT, picking off HeatBeasts apart and allowing IMPRNT access to the circle.
VST facing off against Alpha 6. As AK gets knocked out, the confirmation instantly follows up. Where's the leftover man of Alpha 6? Krax is on run. He does not want to be part of that fight already. Just straight up runs towards the center part of the zone. But that's where Krax messes up too, considering even he gets wiped out by the players of Silly.
Necro! RDX, they've gone on to eliminate Global Esports.
The last 2 remaining players, luckily enough for RDX, they might have just found the striking advantage. Global Esports probably caught wondering what exactly to do.
Yeah, I think it was Boogie Woo who just took down the last man with a nade.
There's so many Boogies, right?
Yeah.
In the first 5 we saw Boogie, now there's Boogie Boo. Sort of confusing.
Yeah, but fun name though.
Yeah, interesting. Not fun exactly. Cute names.
I mean, it's fun.
IMPRNT. Just trying to spam under that rock. And he's still able to find the connections too as Beast. Yep, there we go. The confirmation follows up for VST. They're losing out on these individual players. And that's been the main concern from the start.
Yeah, and now it's down to a 2v4 up against the players of IMPRNT. It's not going to be easy. VST Dazzle hits the floor as well. 2 players still left in the back lines, but IMPRNT, it seems like they have all the information they wanted to work with and progress with this fight. Although that small little distraction, Madrek turning around in the other direction, lobbing a smoke through the window for his teammates, has allowed VST to close in and go for a revive onto Dazzle. And VST, look at this shift of the circle. This is going to force IMPRNT to step out into the open, while VST can just take their sweet time, staying behind this rock and waiting for IMPRNT to mess up with their positioning.
Speaking of them, as the zone moves out in the open, for VST now with just a 2-man squad, the survival seems quite tough. It seems quite challenging. Looking at the players of IMPRNT, they've got 9 finish points so far. That's really impressive from IMPRNT.
Yeah.
For Team Z, they're completely screwed. Scout OP gets caught out in the open too. Even Jackson's right there in the back lines, and I'm not sure how much Jackson can pull off in that scenario.
Well, let's see the 8-bit now on our screens. Clear of Camp Charlie, moving west, trying to climb that hill, but they have to be extremely careful. They have 4 Miracles up north, GENxFM waiting for them down south. 4 Miracles though.
Oh no, the zone's gonna do it.
Caused Jackson. Yeah, he goes away. Although I think he has done enough to take this win away from the side of 4 Miracles. Knocked out 1, caused the distraction, and now IMPRNT can choose to strike. They've secured a knock already, but are they going to go for those finishes?
I mean, IMPRNT are getting so many of these scrappy points. It's crazy.
Yeah.
They're not going for a proper commit towards a 4-on-4. Instead, they're just taking shots from the far fray. They're getting one of these individual elimination points here and there.
But that has gotten them 9 eliminations in this game so far. They are just picking up the solo stragglers, and that has been enough to keep IMPRNT in a very amazing position inside of this game so far. But here comes 8-bit going up against the players of GENxFM.
8-bit. Mighty's got no clue that there's a man on the right, and eventually he strikes them both down. Welcome to the shotgun meta, my friend.
And Mighty is indeed mighty in this game. Look at that. 4 eliminations on him, and that's all that 8-Bit has as of now. With 2 players surviving, it's going to be extremely difficult to close this game out with a chicken dinner. Oh, no. His position is going to be revealed. Kyoya up top that hill. I think he is going to relay the information to his teammates down below. Only if he has seen Mighty cross over and hide behind this tree, that is.
Constant shots being peppered all across the board as 8-Bit. Eventually, they do find one of the men from the side of 4M. It's Jazzy who's knocked out. And 4M, there's a big disconnect between the players too. Sam's all the way in the far back. And I'm not sure how much of a cover fire can be provided from that one single player. Mighty's the only player with 4 eliminations so far grabbed up. And now Aditya is looking forward to continue that spree. That's 4M. They get knocked out in the open, and there's no returning back from that.
Just one last player left from the side of 4 Miracles, and they will definitely need a miracle right now to bring themselves back into this game. Kyoya, he's extremely far away from his fallen comrades. Aditya takes a hit, instantly prones down to try and protect his head, try and protect himself, in fact. And I think 8-Bit, they've done quite wonderfully for themselves in this game. 5, 6 elimination points already secured in the bag, but ST, they are not giving up either. 6 points in the bag. They have the circle as well. Madrak in the back lines. They're going to try and take him down, but he falls down to the blue. But before he goes, he ruins the day for the side of VST. Dazzle has been picked off. And once again, it's just down to the man, the myth, the legend, Snacks, to see if he can get a few extra points for his team in this game.
Look at where the zone's ending too. There's not a lot of grass where you can go prone, and it's also out in the open. Not a lot of cover left to play around with too. You need to be super confident, move out in the open, and take the fights on your reflexes. And that's what Silly Esports does. Silly Esports, they've got the man advantage in the final few moments, and now they just need to face off against the one last man of 4M. And eventually the connections will be there. Even he gets wrapped up in his sheet and sent back to the lobby. But at least a good game finally from the side of 4M.
Yeah, finally we see them stepping up. It's been a while. We were hoping for a performance like this since yesterday. And this was the best run we have seen from their side. A finish on the second position side of the game. Not really surprised by Silly Esports winning though.
Silly Esports, what am I watching? They're just putting on an absolute show at this point.
Yeah.
Every single person that's currently in the chat, they're definitely going to be astonished with the fact that Silly Esports is able to grab so many chicken dinners. Yesterday they had 2, today they had 2 as well.
This is the one chicken dinner they got. I think they finished second in the first game.
Oh, yeah, they were getting super close. So, yeah, that just slipped out of my mind. But Silly Esports, what is this consistency that we're seeing? It's on another level.
I think we have finally someone there to challenge the likes of Global Esports in terms of aggression, because every single game, Silly Esports has been getting a lot of frags.
Yeah, but in this game, they did not have a lot of frags.
No,
this game,
11.
They had 11?
Yeah.
Wow. Now, that's one way to look at things, I guess. Considering the zone was also out in the open, I guess Silly Esports was able to rack up a lot of those eliminations in the late game phases, because what I saw in the early game, Silly wasn't really a part of a lot of the fights.
I think that is what allowed them to actually be aggressive into the late game stages, because from where they were starting to play, the majority of the teams weren't really in their way. So it was an easy rotation inside of the circle, plus they had so much map control to work with during the mid-game stages that there was no incentive for them to force those fights against anyone. And when it came down to those late-game stragglers, that is where, just like IMPRNT was doing, right? Silly did the same thing. They were picking up those individual stragglers, and that is how they got those elimination points.
Mize were so focused on 8-Bit, VST, and even 4M, the fact that Silly just completely slipped out of my mind.
Yeah. Even I missed out on them.
I mean, watching Silly in the final few moments, at this point, it feels like a routine. It's not something that's completely new to us, so I completely ignored Silly right there. And them getting 11 elimination points in the end is just crazy. At the overall standings, this team is going to be at the top. No matter if new groups do chime in, it's still not going to matter.
That is definitely true. I mean, Silly Esports have done phenomenally well for themselves. I mean, this is like a historic performance we've seen from anyone in the initial rounds of the BGMI Pro Series, and this is very impressive coming from a new name.
Think about it. 6 games, they had 3 chicken dinners.
Yeah.
50% win rate.
The only other team to ever beat this conversion rate was Team Insane previous season.
Oh yeah, Team Insane, that was a whole nother beast. But now the same IGL is on towards 4 Miracles, and now we're not seeing the same performance being replicated, right? But I think so it's also about the other players, and I guess Adi's having a little bit of a tough time to adjust to the newer players.
Could be. I mean, we would never really know what is happening internally within the team. But then again, I mean, with these experienced players, this is the discussion me and Fixes were having. The problem with experienced players and experienced teams is they know exactly how much effort they need to put in to qualify for the next round. And they will never overdo or overexert themselves in the early rounds of the tournament.
So now I just really want to find out, is 8-Bit doing this on purpose? The fact that they're not able to perform the way they did yesterday?
Yeah, I think so.
Is it just 8-Bit performance dropping off like usual?
I think they're just trying to pick up fights wherever they can, just like Global Esports. So 8-Bit and GE are in the same boat. Basically, either they're going to go all in and blow up the entire lobby, or they're going to blow themselves up and go out early.
That's a really good point that you brought up, right? Just knowing exactly how much is enough for you to qualify to the round 2. You really do not really need to overexert yourself, overexhaust yourself. Just try and perform till the brim. Just make sure that you're doing good. You do not need to overflow with the emotions.
And as long as you cross that threshold and qualify to the next round, it's all good. No one's going to be upset, right? It's all about qualification right now. But we do have the rankings on our screens, and Silly Esports finishing with 21 points. It's a big difference against the team on the second, because IMPRNT, even though they had 9 eliminations inside of this game, they walked away with 12 points, not enough placement points. And VST, look at that, they finished second inside of the match. Have 11 points, 5 placement points. Sorry, VST was third, 4 Miracles was second, my apologies. Not enough eliminations on 4 Miracles. 8-Bit did quite decent, I have to say. GENxFM, the fall of momentum that we did not want to see is definitely there.
The concern is really rise for Team Z, though.
Yeah.
What exactly is going on with Team Z? It's another team filled with veterans. You've got a man like Scout who's currently in the driving boat, and still the entire team is struggling way too much. For Team Z, I expected them to be there in the top 5 in the overall standings at the end. But no, that's not the case. Team Z is struggling in every single game. Moving on towards the latter half of the board, you've got teams like GHUSO Esports struggling once again. TTS is right there too with just 2 points. Alpha 6, a bad game from them.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 6, they tried the level best, but again, it seems like every time they rotated from one circle to next, they lost a player. And at the end, it was Cracks who tried his level best to make a run for his life, abandoning his own teammate in the process, but yet failed to make it inside the zone. On the other side, I mean, as you were talking about Team Z, I think, again, Necro, you want to see them in the top 5. They want to see themselves in the top 64.
Just trying to do enough, I guess.
Yeah.
But is that really enough? That's the question. There's still a few more groups to come. There's still another complete new set to come.
Exactly.
So things can be completely different. And it's just not a minor cutoff. 50% of the teams are going to be cut off from the round 1 itself.
I think as of now, either you get as many points as you can very early into the tournament, get that safety cushion in, and then keep a standard average going. Because I feel that is what 8-Bit and Global Esports are up to. They had wonderful days yesterday, and today was just about maintaining an average, just so they stick it around into that bracket of top 64. And for the other teams, it might be of figuring out what the halfway point is once they get to see Set Red in action as well, and then deciding, all right, this is if we need an average of 9 points per match, that is what we're going to eye for. Once they have that average figure out, that is when they decide how they want to play their matches. There are teams that actually do that.
All of that is fine, but then you'd really move on forward and look at RVNC, and then you figure out, are they really doing the same thing as well, or is RVNC actually choking?
I think that I think the struggle is there for the side of RVNC. I think there's no two ways about it, because it is not a new name. We've seen them in the previous tournaments as well, and it seems like there is definitely a dip in performance compared to what we saw from them in the past.
Exactly. In BGS, RVNC was doing really nice. They performed till quite the later phases of the tournament, and then later on they struggled on forward to qualify to the best stages. But you move on to the overall standings, and Silly Esports is at the top with 89 points. 8-Bit, they had a rough day, but still they're on the second.
Man, 53 eliminations for the side of 8-Bit. Look at Global Esports. We keep talking about GE always fighting, and this is where that gets them. 53 points on the 3rd position, so now there's a massive difference between the top 2 and the rest of the lobby. Global Esports still in a decent position to fight off the rest of the tournament. GENxFM as well sticking around in the top 5, but then again, they've played 3 extra matches compared to the rest of the team.
I told you, Ignite Gaming is moving under the radar.
Yeah.
Look at them in the top 5. They're doing so good. They were getting constant points of 5 to 6 points per game, and now they found themselves in the top 5.
But Necro, it was just one group that has played 3 matches. We still have teams from Group 1 that are left with their 3 matches. So I think Ignite Gaming, they're going to dip down somewhere. I think they are going to be on the 2nd page of the overall leaderboard. But let's see how things turn out. Although we are going to have a few big names returning to the party. Metal Esports, we see them on the 28th position. Now is the time to strike for Metal Esports.
You've got a valid point, even for RIPM.
Yeah.
This is now the right time to strike. If they do not tend to strike, they will be pretty much eliminated with that bigger chunk that will not be seen in the round 2. So RIPM is one of those teams that carries a heavy fan vote with them, so they really need to make sure that they're not disappointing the fans this time.
And of course, talk about supporting the fans. Big Brother Esports, the BGI 2023, they made a lot of fans for themselves, for the organization, the roster that was there back then. Now a new roster has come in and the struggles are there, but it is Big Brother Esports. You want to see them move forward.
Hands down, even Vasista Esports, the same thing can be said, right? Vasista Esports in the recent tournaments, they have been doing quite decent. But now moving on towards this BMPS 2024, we haven't seen the same conversion. And for Vasista Esports, I'm not exactly sure what can be the one to lift them back over there in the overall standings. They have went through a little bit of that tweak, and so far that tweak isn't panning out that well, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't worked out yet, but they still have time to make it work. And I think Vasista, with the amount of experience they have within their players, they can definitely make a push even in the second half of round 1. But will that actually happen, ladies and gentlemen? We are about to find out when the matches for Group 1 begin, but after this very short break.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात कर दी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर बस
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
हार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
All it takes is 10 UC per day to get your hands maybe on that X-Suit right there that's on your screen. I mean, I've been trying my luck. What about you, man?
Don't even ask. Don't even get there. Because
he's a rich guy, all right? He's a rich guy. He's got a lot of UC in his account. He's probably constantly going for those spins over and over again.
Having money does not increase your luck. I hope you know that. So I've been unlucky, trust me, and it feels worse. Because this guy hasn't been spending a lot. I have spent a lot and still not getting anything. That's a little bit of a bummer for me, but maybe you might be lucky. But now, Necro, all right, so Group 2 matches done and dusted. 6 matches. We finally have that bar set up. 89 points is a big ask. And especially considering 89, 82 for Silly and 8-bit respectively, they've created such a big vacuum because after that you've got Global Esports around 53 points. But then the rest, they're all around that 35 to 40 marker.
Yeah, there's definitely a big vacuum, but I don't think so all the other teams are really going to be caring about being in the first or the second spot. Yeah. It's just the fight for the survival. They just want to move into the round 2, and that's what a lot of these teams are doing as well. Even VST feels like they just want to survive till the next round. They really do not want to reveal their main cards. As we move on towards the Group 1, you've got teams like Metal Esports, who haven't been able to perform at all.
Yeah, they haven't. We'll get back to that conversation because we've got a question from somebody from X. It's from Infinity Years Limit. We have seen many underdogs play well and also make it to top 5, but it's always the tier 1 team that takes the trophy home. What is that one thing which prevents them winning the trophy? Is it pressure, lack of experience, or some other reason? I'm pretty sure he just answered it in his own question, but if you have any other thoughts.
I mean, as an organization, of course, you're going to be part of one of the best orgs out there in the country if you're one of the T1 teams, right? Yeah. And knowing the fact that they've also got the analysts, the coach, the proper way to train, that's also one of the things that helps them a lot to get better, train better for the grand finals that are there. Experience is also there. Dealing with the pressure comes in with the experience too.
Yeah, I think it's all about having the right experience. It's all about dealing with that pressure situation, because when it comes down to the grand finals, it's always, those moments, right? You do not have a lot of games. You just have those 12, 13, 14 games to play.
Yeah.
And you have to, hit it out of the park in that one. You need to have that composure. I think one very good example would be Reckoning Esports, considering how good they were during the league stages and eventually to just kind of bottle it down during the grand finals where we thought they could get the trophy. Still a third position finish wasn't too shabby. We'll get back to that more, but now a huge thanks to our partners. That is the iQOO, who have been joining with us as our title partners. Along with that, the new release, the iQOO Z9S. I have my eyes on that vegan orange. What about you? The marble white?
Yeah, the white looks pretty nice, but considering even orange is okay, so I might want to get my hands on that too. I'm just going to steal both of them away at the end of the day. But you know what? All you need to do is search iQOO Z9S and win prizes up to 50,000 rupees. Now, that's something that's crazy.
All you have to do is partake in a contest, and we have been restricted. Otherwise, I would have already have had my hands or my luck on that. But regardless, you can try it, and do check out this phone because it has finally launched at a very exciting price of 17,999. Considering you've got such amazing features, yeah, especially you've got a very slim display. In fact, the slimmest in the segment. You've got that Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, so that is really beautiful. But you know what? Coming back to our conversation, right? Yeah. I think one more example, I think, which would be more apt was Limra Esports. Now, this is one of those teams that was the find of the BGIS 24. And the first 2 days, they did not play well. It was that final day where they had that entire momentum rolling in their court just to gas out after that one small fall in Vikendi.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You rarely see one of the undergod teams just coming up and proving their mettle because all the T1 teams, they're getting paid to play the game. Not a lot of these teams are getting paid to play the game, especially if you're the newer ones on the block. So you need to prove yourself. You're already having so many demons that you're fighting in your head. And at the same time, you need to make a mark against the best of the best that have been there in the circuit.
All right, I think even to further better things up, we have the matchup this time. We're going to have this conversation. It's going to be a long one. But right now, we've got Group 1 coming back into play. We've got Team Inside Out. Yesterday, they were amazing. Same goes for Dragon Esports. However, can't really say that for K9. 4CN still struggling around those mid-orders, but CFS E4I. Now, this team is something special, but for Metal Esports, they're also a big name, Necro, and they have failed to deliver yesterday.
You cannot forget about UC Gaming too. Yesterday they performed so well.
Yes.
UC Gaming is another one of those newer names. Yeah, this team is doing really good. UC Gaming was definitely a big astonishment, but as you mentioned, Metal Esports too, an astonishment, but unfortunately on the opposite side of the spectrum, they were not able to perform. And even for RIP Mizo, I really do want to see this team make that comeback too. As I mentioned, they've got a lot of that fan base. Everyone's rooting out for this team, but still, rush if possible, they're not exactly able to pop up on the occasion. You've got Inspiration Esports too. Yesterday, quite a decent day, but today things can be done in a better manner.
Yeah, for Inspiration, I have high hopes from them because when you look at the other INS, that is Inside Out, I think they were quite consistent in Miramar, had a chicken dinner in Sanhok. But today, eyes will definitely be out on Metal Esports, on the likes of K9, because these are some big names, and they have been struggling taking those early fights. The only silver lining for Medal Esports, what I personally feel, has been Paradox's performance individually as a fragger, along with being an IGL.
I mean, in the previous game, Ignite Gaming proved themselves that all you need is 5 to 6 points per game.
Yeah.
If you want to be there in the top 5 or at least in the top 8 in the overall standings. And if you do find yourself in the top 8 after the 6th game, I think so you're still in a big comfort zone.
You know, when you're looking at the bars being set, I think you've been talking about being 50% above the entire lobby, in fact, the entire competition. So I think still sticking around that 35 to 36 points, which means you're kind of averaging around 6 to 7 points per game, which is quite fine. And Ignite Gaming, I think they've got their eyes set. This is somewhere also experience really comes into play, right? For Ignite Gaming, they knew that you cannot always be aiming for the stars. It's all right to, you know, just settle in, take your sweet time, get into the lobby, get your hands hot, pick those big fights, and there will be that one chicken dinner game sooner or later for Ignite Gaming. But the good part about them is, you know, despite the fact that Group 1 yet has to play 3 more games, they still are in the top 5, which is surprising because we did not see the squad out there. We did not see them coming, but here they are.
I mean, we're talking about the consistency. We're talking about getting the points constantly in your bracket. There's a team that hasn't found any sort of points yet, and that is Team Snipy. Yeah. Currently just sitting with 0 points in the overall standings, and now you're going to kick things off with Vikendi. That might just be another bad note for this team.
I really hope so that this weekend is special for them because, come on, let's now, you know, again, start bringing comparisons. Alpha 6, they were struggling. They were at the bottom 3, eventually just to get that one chicken dinner, sort of propel themselves a little higher over there. Still, I do not know if they're going to make the cut because still they have 6 more games to play after the reshuffle. But for Team Snipy, yeah, I get it. They have to dig in a little bit more deep.
No, I just want to focus on Alpha 6 a little bit more over here, right? I like the fact that you brought up Alpha 6 in this conversation. And I had a talk with Johnny, too. It's one of the most rare endings where you will see Alpha 6 in the final few moments. And that, too, snatching a chicken dinner away. It's for the first time. We saw them in 2023 and 2024 as well, but it happened in 2024 BMPS for the first time.
It's a good thing, right? At least for us, because, you know, Necro and even Johnny, they've had their own ideologies and all of that. But it's time, I think, for Group 1's matches to begin.
Exactly. The game will begin in a short notice. Here we go. Vikendi on the screens booted up. The plant flat path begins all the way from Dobro Mesto towards Cosmodrome. Now this plant flat path is heavily tilted on the northern side. If you want to move all the way down south towards Vinery, it's going to be a tough stretch. Even Milnar out of reach. Volnova will be out of reach too, but I'm a big fan of Castle Circles. What about you?
You've always been a big fan of Castle Circles. I like myself some Winery Zone. I mean, all for the wrong reasons. But, you know, heading up straight, this one flight path trajectory is going to cause some turbulence for teams that intend to drop down south. Because you've got Milna, Volnova, Hot Springs, and even Winery. Some far-fetched locations, I think teams have to dig in a little bit more deeper.
They definitely do need to. Maybe you drop in towards a pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards your main drop location. GodsReign is one of those teams that might just be feeling a bit more confident. Yesterday, they kicked things off with a chicken dinner. Now they know exactly how the lobby functions. So GodsReign can try and build a pathway around that. Vasista Esports, to find themselves on the lucky side of things, IMPRNT in the smack center towards Gorka, and no one's contesting them.
I mean, when you take a look at this circle, Necro, it's so default, right? This is one of the zones that we've seen maybe for 1,000 times. It's the same Mount Cresnedge, Kuroka circle. And yeah, like you said, right? We are kind of on the lookout for some early collisions. A little bit of the kerfuffle might really break down around that castle area. You've got Vasista Esports around Villa. Of course, Shadow loves to drop down over there. But you just mentioned about Team UC being really so good, especially that player Yash. Really interested to see if they can conjure something beautiful today as well. Maintain that consistent run. But for Medal Esports, I mean, they made some drastic changes in their roster. They got in Sahil OP, they got in Infinity. They've also got in Top Dog back. But Top Dog, their one prime assaulter, surely has been looking out of form.
For Medal Esports, for some reason, there's always this semblance of hope that they're going to make the comeback.
Yeah.
They've got veterans in the lineup. They have been performing quite well when it comes to the individual level in the past tournaments too. So we know Medal Esports, they do have the medal to sort of make that comeback happen. Yes, a beautiful nade being placed does a lot of damage upon himself. But unfortunately, the opponent's still moving freely.
Yeah, for inspiration. However, I mean, Jag OP, she's got some time to breathe. She knows exactly what's going on, at least for Yash. I think he was one of my standout players yesterday, but inspiration, they're getting the cavalry back. But Viper Bolte had a different angle and he had something to say about it. As Chico, he's also in a whole world of trouble, instantly gets taken down and finished off.
This is what I'm exactly talking about. UC so refined in their firefights. For inspiration, yes, they finally do get the death blow towards Yash. Now for UC, it's a bad start, which makes a lot of sense, but the same thing happens with inspiration too, considering it's now an even Steven trade. The best thing both these teams can do is just back away from the vicinity because none of them have the proper weaponry to go off against each other.
I mean, at this point, really could not make sense out of why they engaged in this fight. Could be two situations. Either they came in unprepared or it was all about dropping down, taking some vehicles and heading away from here, get back to your zone. But just locking horns against each other made no sense there.
You forgot the third point. Maybe they care a lot about us considering they know that nothing happens in the map of Vikendi. They just wanted to put on a bit of a show.
I mean, that could be the case. And if they're so considerate, I think it came at a cost for both these teams, right?
I would want them to execute this fight. You see.
I think we're getting there. But at some point or the other, Necro, somebody has to disengage, right?
Oh, K9, here we go.
And there you go. The Hounds are here. They want a lot of finishes to their names. And for K9, yesterday also, Necro, we noticed in those early fights, they were winning those battles. But eventually, that long war, that is where they were really struggling.
Specifically speaking of Believe from the side of K9. Now, this man's been sticking in this lineup for a long time.
Yeah.
We saw Believe in the BGS 2024 too. K9 wasn't able to make it that far away. Unfortunately, we did not see this team in the grand finals either. So for K9, with now a little bit of these tweaks, let's see how it pans out. Believe, MJ, and Zap sticking together. We see one new player instead of Pro. And usually Pro and Zap are supposed to be the ideal duo you see in every other team if they do move in. But this time, this duo has been separated.
I mean, that was for a short time, right? But we'll get back to that conversation. As you see, they have been taking some heavy blows. It's going to be atomic. The bomb strikes and you see almost on the verge of getting exterminated from the lobby. And for UC, this was supposed to be coming. They barely had any loot to play around, but just when he was a little oblivious of his surroundings, did not bother to check elsewhere, it is the players from 4King that decide to chime in, and suddenly K9, they're taking some big losses.
K9 once again losing out on the individual man. Believe knows that there's no possible way he can go back to safety, so he just gives his life away to the players of 4King, but that's a great way to kick things off for 4King too. Considering not doing too hot in the overall standings, any of the points that they get from here on out, that's just going to be helping them a lot. And for K9, this is quite a bad start.
Yeah, it is. I think there's no way we can sugarcoat this, right? Especially knowing that you've not had a good day one. I really felt like they should have started off a little slow. Get your loot done. Play a really default BGMI. Play circle to circle. Get a chicken dinner. And maybe then you could have been off for some shenanigans. But for Big Brothers, things haven't been sunny as well. But this time, they're in real close proximity of the players from Medal.
Big Brother Esports just driving around this entire vicinity. There's also Vasista Esports around this fray. They need to be wary of the fact that Vasista Esports, they can't find the striking advantage anytime soon. And Big Brother Esports, they've got their own troubles to deal with considering Tiger gets confirmed. Doxic is there with the cavalry, but I'm not a big fan of the way he's approaching the fight, considering he can be bite from the back, and that's what exactly happens. He gets bit in the back, and Paradox hands out the death blow. Hits on the swivel against the players of Big Brother Esports, as now they're on the verge of collapsing.
For Medal Esports, still a very good start, but for Big Brothers, can't really say the same. Now reduced down to their final two members. And Devil, his position has been compromised. Medal Esports could easily piece this out together, but no. They've got something to retaliate back with. On-call ready, done and dusted. Sahil OP down on his knees, and suddenly, seems like the tables have been twisted.
What exactly just happened? With the way two players got taken down in Medal Esports, for a moment it felt like head was on the swivel for Big Brothers, but then instantly a neutralizer hits them. And now Big Brother, hold on, they snatch away one more player. So now Big Brother once again with the man disadvantage, wanting to execute the fight. Where Top Dog, he knows exactly where Devil's position, but unfortunately he does not have any angle. Paradox cannot help out the man who's underneath either. There's a smoke blocking these players. Top Dog tossing the utilities, wanting to flush out the man out in the open. But unfortunately, Top Dog is now chipped up way too low. Devil wants to get the revival on the fallen player, but is Top Dog aware of that fact?
No, regardless of the outcome of this fight, there's still one more team around this vicinity. Top Dog, he's going to make an entrance, and there you have it. Big Brother's done and dusted. But still, Metal Esports not out of the woods yet. Sort of a deja vu moment. Yesterday also a similar situation. They just win one fight and instantly get third party. It have been quite unlucky as now Vasista Esports come knocking on their doors. But look at the backlines. You also have the players of Inertia coming into play, and Trigger, he's already been taken down.
Even Inertia want to be part of this entire action as Trigger gets knocked out. It's Oppo from the back, constantly just spamming away against the foes in the front. And for Vasista Esports, now they've got their own troubles to deal with. They were there to snatch away the free points, but from the back, Inertia just makes it even tougher. Inertia, with a 3-man squad in the game, even for them, they are with a disadvantage, but at least they do find the neutralizer against Vasista. So that's something they can look forward to. For Metal Esports now, all they need to do is just stay quiet, stay put, not make a lot of sound here.
A bit of a reset for Metal Esports, to be honest, at this point, because Vasista Esports really did not see this coming. Losing out on 2 players very early on, and now, again, we're at a standstill. Both these teams having the same numbers. Now, Metal Esports, all that disadvantage has now been taken away. They can really play this one the way they want. They have to be silent. They have to be composed about this. But for Vasista Esports, they also have to watch their 6. Because one wrong move, and the next moment, Inertia have you knocked down.
Utilities.
Pinned down, yeah.
Utilities are going to play a big factor in this fight. Specifically looking at the fact that Vasista Esports, as they made the collision towards the compound, they lost out in 2 players. Inertia from the back made sure that Vasista Esports will pay the price for this entire third party.
But now, I mean, if you do not want to pay a lot of price for a really good phone, there you have it, iQOO Z9S, starting at just rupees 17,999. And look at the features, right? Segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. You've got 80 watts worth of flash charge. You've got 2000 Hertz instant sampling rate. So a lot going on in that phone, and a huge battery, 5500 mAh. I mean, this is something where you can just game for hours. But coming back to the game now, Metal Esports, they're feeling quite insecure at this point. So many teams just circling around them like vultures. You've got Inertia on one side. You've got that instant red coming in from Vasista Esports. And there has been a new foe into the mix in the form of TMG.
Unfortunately for Metal Esports, they ran out of utilities. Yeah, they do have a few here and there, but they still do not want to fully commit to it. Metal Esports taking their sweet little time to try and think it through. It's a 2-on-2 fight, anyone's way. The only reason why Metal Esports isn't fully committing is because they know there's another team in the far fray. If they do go for the commit towards this fight, there's definitely going to be an instant push from Inertia. A smoke trail being created. They want to cross on forward towards the opposite side as Top Dog opens up the door, and he just wants to squeeze in this nade. If the nade's going to move into the perfect spot, if it does find the opener, well, it doesn't. But if it would have found the opener, that would have been the ideal start Metal Esports wants in this fight.
I think we need some assistance from an external force. Maybe somebody from Inertia, maybe somebody from TMG. Because it's a still fight. Somebody needs to create that ripple in that water, and entire thing might just blow up. But that being said, taking a look at the circle, I mean, it's barely even shrinked. And that's classic with Candy. But look at this. 4 cartoons. They're being eyeing out at. Eye for eye. Demigod, he knows exactly Vishu. He's been keeping track on all their movements. And for Stange OG, is he aware of the situations? Because if they were, Vishu wouldn't be out so much in the open.
I mean, Atomic, for now, if you transition towards this fight, he was the only one knocked out. But then a nade sails in from Viper, and it finds a perfect connection. What a nade that was. You got to glorify that one. Viper, he's already doing his job as inspiration. They're on their knees. And he will also get the confirmation on the man who was trying to back away to the safety lines. Rolex is so scared that he did not even want to provide the backup to his teammate. He knows it's done for. For UC, yeah, a bad game, but it's completely fine as long as it's just this one.
You know, a little bit of complacency sets in, and suddenly this team, Inspiration, loses out on players. This was the exact first fight that we saw, right? UC taking on Inspiration, and suddenly Inspiration, they had everything going in their favor.
Yeah.
Viper Bolte instantly flips the tables. The given chance he had, those two grenades really sealing the deal. But now it's a 1v1 showdown. I'm starting to ponder if somebody else is going to third-party the situation. But for now, Vasista Esports, I think a little bit of that replay, that first fight against Team Snipy, and yeah, they've really been having such a rough time, Necro.
We completely missed out on that action. Team Snipy, once again, another bad game. No points accumulated, 0 points. 4 games already done and dusted into this BMPS 2024 round 1. And for Snipy now, this is a big sign of concern. Big is an understatement. It's a nuclear sign of concern, if that makes sense. But RIP on the screen. Rush if possible. Rolf and FlickYT. This team is supposed to be a great performer, but recently they have been struggling way too much. RIP is surrounded by a lot of foes. They need to watch out their surrounding lines. But considering it's just 2 men towards that compound, for RIP to try and defend it down, it seems next to impossible.
Yeah, for Rush if possible, Mizo really need this chicken dinner. And their foes, in fact, their unwanted neighbors right beside them, Dragon Esports. We've seen them playing from the banners of Hydro officials, and one thing for sure, you know, in the previous BMPS, they had really good run in those games of Weekendy, right? Considering it's their first one, and the only one that they're going to be playing before that reshuffle, I really fancy their chances. We've seen some beautiful moments being created, but there you have it, the circle shift, slightly inclined towards Villa, and this is where I think Vasista Esports might be cussing themselves, right? They dropped down at Villa, and now they left it, and suddenly they're out of 2 players.
As I mentioned, for the first 4 stages, barely anything's going to be happening.
Yeah.
This zone moves in towards that Villa side. 4 King, they're going to find themselves in the prime spot, but nothing other than that. Metal Esports, still that stalemate's going on against the foes. Vasista Esports, there's Inertia in the back lines too. We haven't seen any of the reshifts coming through from these teams. They're not repositioning at all. Finally, someone moves, and that's Dragon Esports. And Dragon Esports, just waiting for them to breathe fire at this point. There's a team in the front, Viper all by himself, and Dragon, they should sense some sort of presence. Does the opponent give his position away? He does. Yeah. Now the players of Dragon Esports know that there's one isolated man towards this compound. They want to make the pounce, but still Viper is the one to find the advantage in that fight. One of the man's taken down way too low, but Viper's got way too much to deal with, and he gets overwhelmed by the presence of Dragon Esports.
I think individually Viper still played pretty well, considering the circumstances that he was playing under all by his lonesome. He had to deal with the players of Inspiration also. Hence, he could not just go back or retreat there. And Dragon Esports, they were hearing all that commotion. And the moment the circle sort of inched in a little closer, they realized they needed to get inside the zone. That is where they made the move. And a huge shout out to our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme. You can check this 160R out in all its glory. But now, Rush if possible, Mizo in a quick collision against the players of Inside Out. Let's see how this fight pans out.
For INS, once again, yesterday's day was quite nice. For Rush if possible, it means a lot, but not anymore, considering they're just not there in the game. Yeah. You blink it and you miss it sort of a moment. For Inside Out, I'm not sure what sort of confidence these guys have, but it's nice. And I'm loving to see this team so far. Day 1 was great, and I'm pretty sure because of that, they've also got the momentum.
This is one of those teams that we did not have a lot of hopes coming in from. We've gotten players who are coming in to play after a long, long time. You look at Ronak OP, you look at Osiris. Yeah, K47 has been there, but Ghosty has been keeping himself aloof from the competitive scene. He took a long break, did not partake in the BGIS 24. And look at that, you know, taking some bigger strides. But when you're going up against such a well-settled team like Rush if possible, Mizo, and what has happened to them? Such a big fall. Were they looking at the bigger picture? Were they looking at making it into the further rounds? Because right now, the position they are in, I don't feel like they're going to make it to round 2 also.
I still remember in this BGS itself, Rush if possible, when they made their entrance, Chaser was one of the star players that the entire team had. Even Flick was doing so good. But now for Rush, if possible, it feels like it's a complete new lineup. But even though it isn't, I'm not sure what went wrong with the boys, but I'm going to hold on to that thought, considering while I was speaking, Vasista Esports, even they take an exit from the fray. Metal Esports, an easy piece.
Yeah, for Vasista Esports, this has to be hurting, right? Considering this is supposed to be Shadows, one of the favorite maps. We've seen some good conversions. And getting a little ahead of themselves really hurt them out. Because this was supposed to be a Villa Circle. All they had to do was just hold on. And for Vasista Esports, that inconsistency has clearly been visible. Because if you remember, yesterday, the first 2 games did not really go their way. It was all about them redeeming themselves in that game of Sanhok. But for Metal Esports, they've really been playing well, considering they lost out on 2 of their players. Top Dog, Paradox, piecing together, wiping out 2 different squads.
Still, they're getting scrappy points here and there, right? That's what's important. GodsReign still towards the left side. You usually see GodsReign on the aggressive side of things, but this time GodsReign is just playing as safe as possible. And I think it's all thanks to the map of Vikendi, considering you really do not need to go for that extra bit of risk. Inspiration getting pounced on by the players of Dragon Esports. And Dragon, they're on the verge of collecting these scrappy points every single time. Rolex, the individual man, is getting hunted down by Dragon this time. And Rolex, he's all by himself. Not a lot can be done, but K9 Esports, they steal away that elimination.
Dragon Esports, that's enough to kind of enrage them. And Inspiration already out of the picture. And I like the idea, the intent being displayed by Dragon Esports, just going after the scraps. Whatever remains, we're going to take it. Just build this chicken dinner up. But now they're aware that K9, they've got that really good high ground position to themselves. And now Dragon Esports, they have a challenge in front of them. They're also aware that K9 has lost out on their IGL belief. Pretty sure they read that finish feed in the early moments of the game. But this is where they decide to change their courses. You could see the players of Forking also present where Dragon Esports are heading at aimbot, letting them pass. What happens next is going to be really exciting. But for now, K9, they're kind of enjoying those edgy positions to themselves.
They're playing quite methodical. You got to give it to them. INS2 still around the fray. A team that's been doing quite great. 4 elimination points already confirmed. And now they're going for quite a long rotation all the way from the northern side of Goroka. Probably going to try to move in from the left side towards GodsReign. But that's where there's also 4CN. Probably a collision with the rotation might just happen. Dragon Esports collecting the scraps here and there. They've only gotten 1 finish so far. Even for a Dragon, it's quite a slow start. It's not quite idealistic, but whatever rocks your boat.
I think for Dragon Esports, I'm still not concerned. However, I really like how Forking they position themselves. But amidst all of that, we completely forgot about GodsReign, right? And this is one of those teams, yeah, they took some early fights. You just said, I get it. But we haven't been seeing a lot out of them, especially considering that GodsReign is one of those teams that we kind of know that this team loves to engage in those early battles. This time, however, slowly cooking this chicken dinner up.
It is the map of Vikendi, pretty much. You really do not need to go for that extra bit of risk, especially when you are inside of the zone over and over again. Why would you even try to fight for no reason? You just never know where the opponent's position. You might just get third party, just the way Vasista Esports was getting third party by IMPRNT. Anything can happen. So it's better not to take that extra bit of risk, especially when you do not have any sort of intel on the opponents. There's TMG in the front, though, and now GodsReign can go for a fight if they want. The man's quite isolated, too. They can try and strangle that one single player and then maybe try and focus on the rest. But there's also 4CN in the back lines. That's another striker you need to be wary of. And 4CN, they want to fight it off against the players of INS, and it's not a team you would want to mess around with.
I don't think INS wants to pick this fight because already taking a quick gander at the map feed, they're already retreating. They're prioritizing the circle, and 4CN, also for them, they have no monkey business over there. But for GodsReign, we know we wanted to see them fight, and there you go. Already starting things off, Venom takes down Franklin.
Now that's going to kick off the fight, considering Venom's able to find the first opener. And for TMG, Even yesterday, they were so close to winning that first game, but then it was snatched away by the players of GodsReign. Now this can be a chance where they can redeem themselves in the fight. Devil is right there around the fray, and Devil's taken down way too low. One single nade that sails in. Devil's now does not even stand a chance to fight back, and he gets strike down eventually. GodsReign, they're really doing good job in isolating every single duel that they can find. And now for TMG, they're just down to 2 players.
Yeah, collecting all that necessary information, and this BMPS gives the position away of the remainder 2 players of TMG, and that one grenade, and that's all she wrote. The IGL Venom himself inflicting all that poison through the veins of his opponents, and TMG, they're sent home packing. But this is GodsReign. Kind of reminds you of global esports and how they play, so clinical, just so good. And amidst all of that happening, even inside out, they're bit in the dust. They decided to ram it on the players of K9, and I think that was quite some nice bashing. But whilst all of that has happened, Necro, we've got the circle shift finally away from Villa, and now for CN. They are positioned in some prime locations. If they want, they can make some really good conversions. But Aimbot, one of the latest additions to K9, and look at him go. 4 finishes already.
K9's doing fine, but they still need a breach inside of the safer lines. That's where 4CN can start to make a lot of trouble happen, especially for K9. 4CN, they're in the prime spot currently. It can be stolen away by the players of K9 only. And I'm pretty sure K9 does not want to force that fight against the players of 4CN, but then if they do, there's probably going to be a lot of these third parties happening. So this is a big gamble that K9 needs to take. If they do move in towards the zone with the same pathway, they're going to find themselves out in the open. And it will be tough to defend themselves. While you try and focus on the players of GodsReign, if you see GodsReign alive in the top 8, there's a high chance this team's going to run away with the chicken dinner.
I really feel like, yeah, like you said, GodsReign, this is one of those teams that is getting the chicken dinner in this one. Either them or maybe Dragon Esports. If K9 can steal it away, that would be something out of the books. But for 4CN, I think the real test awaits now. Who's going to slam in on them? And is it going to come in from multiple directions? Whilst all of that is happening, Metal Esports, they're enjoying themselves. Getting those finishes here and there. A couple here, a couple there. Got one from IMPRNT. And now Inertia's Hydra has his eyes set on Top Dog, in fact, was apparently cut off from his pack.
Hydra knows. If this man even makes any sort of sound, he will be instantly decapitated. And that's why it's trying to play it as safe as possible. Inertia is the same team that made things quite tough for Vasista Esports. The main reason why Vasista Esports is not there in the game anymore. And now they're taking down just this one-man squad. While Metal Esports, still with a 2-man squad, they're cooking. But for how long, I'm not sure. 4CN with a 3-man squad in the prime spot. Soon enough, it can be snatched away. But a fight between Metal Esports and their opponents, where a lot of the damage was inflicted against the players of I4I, but still not enough to get the confirmations. The players knocked out. It's a significant amount of damage. Even 4King want to take the advantage of this entire fight that's brewing up. And I4I, now they're screwed.
I like what Metal Esports just did. Top Dog, of course, he was surrounded from multiple directions. But Paradox, he's out for a healing battle. Has 25 first aids to work around with, but look at this. 2 big teams locking horns against each other. GodsReign real close to where K9 are. K9 have that little bit of that down ridge to play around with as Inertia. They're bit in the dust. iPrize, Hunter still surviving though. 4King, they have to make their way inside the zone. Everybody has to engage in a mad dash, but Aimbot, look at him. He wants to initiate this fight. He's getting a little ahead of himself.
If K9 wants to go for the fight against GodsReign, it will be a major gamble that they're taking. If they do lose out on the man number 2, it just means that 4CN is being helped for no reason. So K9, this fight has to be a well-thought plan. If that's not going to be the case, well then K9 will instantly crumble down themselves, because 4CN will try to go for the third party. And K9 right now, they're quite exposed. They do have a little bit of the riches to play with, but all it takes is sending one single man on the off angle and trying to shut down the players of K9 from the back lines. K9, every single player's tunnel vision towards GodsReign.
I think GodsReign have the best position inside the circle. Given the fact that they can somehow survive the storm coming in from K9, that is going to be looking quite super. But look at this, 4King going up against the players of Dragon Esports, and Dragon Esports, they have retaliated back in kind, losing out on their IGL. But still, with 3 players, they have to figure a way out to get inside the circle. 4K down to their last 2, Godless and Rango. But there comes the push, there comes the cavalry, just trying to drive around, trying to get in some info. But Rango, he gets that knock onto his Jim Jam, but Superboy instantly trading them off. Godless has to still play it around as Diora, the last surviving member from Dragon Esports. What can he do?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, not a lot can be done, right? Diora eventually puts that nail in the coffin. And now for Dragon Esports, I'm not sure what the ideal scenario is going to look like, especially when the 2 players have fallen down. He needs to get the revival on the fallen players too. And I don't think he's going to be able to squeeze that away, especially when the back's against the wall and the wall of death is slowly and steadily closing up. For Dragon Esports, it has to be a quick run to the safety lines. And if it does not come through, well, then it's done for. Eye for Eye Hunter is going for the patch-up upon himself outside of the blue. Even he needs to find a proper striking point. K9 Esports, they've got their own troubles to worry about against the players of GodsReign. For GodsReign, sidelines are quite important, and they're not checking it just yet. They do have the visual confirmation, but they can be strike down in time.
I think it's going to be Hunter who could possess a huge threat, but now look at Aimbot. He is on fire. Already taking down 1 player, and there you go. The cavalry arrives, the backup is there, and one after the other, the cleanup crew just taking down the players of 4 cartoons. The last player survives, and it is going to be GodsReign inflicting all that fury. And now Aimbot suddenly gets taken down to the final 2 from K9. MJ goes falling down on his knees, and the one last player surviving is going to be Zap.
GodsReign now just over here to try and clean up the entire moment. Yeah, it's done for. GodsReig's going to be the one to snatch the chicken dinner away. I don't think so it's possible to take it away from GodsReign at this point because they've got all the 4 players left alive inside of the zone 2 while the remaining players, they're going for the med strat. It's the fight for the second spot at this point. Zap, maybe if he runs out of the first states, he can try and snatch at least 1 elimination away. But it still seems a little bit too much, especially when the opposition, they've got heavy numbers. Paradox, he's got 7 first states on his name. Eventually, even Diora gets snuffed out, considering he gets taken down too. For GodsReign, they're able to collect these scrappy points, but they've gone 13 finishes so far.
I think till the 4th circle, they were sitting at nada. And look at them, 13 finishes when the timer rose. But Zap still trading 1 out. Get some players eventually before falling down, and the final player surviving. From the other side, it is going to be Paradox. He finally knows he's made it. It's all about exhausting all that first hit. For Metal Esports, still a pretty decent game, considering how they have been constantly been under threat from multiple teams. 6 finishes and a 2nd position. I'm going to take it.
That's 12 points in total in this game itself. So Metal Esports, that's a big leap in the overall standings right now. And that's exactly what Metal Esports needs. But consistency is something that's going to matter from here on out. And Metal Esports, usually they have been failing when it comes to that consistency side. Yeah, 1 knockout was there, but the confirmation's not able to follow up, so it's complete fine.
Yeah, and this is an easy piece of chicken dinner for GodsReign. The only threat I really felt could have been posed from the players of K9. Did not really happen. They just went ham on the lobby. But yeah, pretty impressed with how K9 staged a comeback in this one. Got a few points for themselves. The same goes for Metal Esports. Because GodsReign, let's be honest, yesterday even they started off with a chicken dinner, and today was nothing less from their side. So this is one of those teams that I have already pictured inside to be playing in the grand finals in Kochi. I think no doubt at that. They have been a tried and tested team. But for K9, nice improvement even for Medal. But apart from all of them, any other team that stood out for you?
Snipy, once again, 0 points. They haven't been able to collect any of the points. Because I at least thought they might be able to open their account up with at least 1 point in the game of Vikendi, considering it's easy to find the isolated duels. But still, that was not the case.
And only the final 2 games remain for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you talk about the standout moments, it's the usual suspect in the final few moments, right? K9 Esports was also there while they try to make the rush inside of the circle. Unfortunately, they did not have the best possible outcome. And then you also have got GodsReign doing quite good. Even 4CN was right there underneath. Maybe 4CN, you can say, was a bit of a standout, considering I did not see 4CN to survive for this long.
I think it was all about them having holding down the center of the circle, and because when push came to shove, they could not respond in kind. I think it was K9 and GodsReign, both of them just teaming up out there just to take them down, unwantedly though. But quick look at the winner chicken dinner moment, and yeah, for GodsReign it was all about that rotation that they executed and had no trouble. But there was one fight that I really loved, was Dragon Esports and Diora being that final member, surviving, just clutching it out and then resorting for that healing battle.
Medstrat is one of the easiest ways to get the placement points, especially on the map of Vikendi.
Yeah.
Especially in the past in BGS, we saw so many teams doing the same thing over and over again. You get decent amount of elimination points, it's complete fine. Go back towards the zone, try and get yourself patched up over and over again. If you do get yourself in the top 2, that's 6 placement points to top it off. Even if you do get 10 points in one single game, that's more than enough for you to sort of sustain that sustainability that you'd really need in the point standings. Now, moving forward, we also spoke about Eye for Eye. Yesterday, they had quite a magnificent day, but today, the transition towards Vikendi wasn't that great.
Yeah, it was a little shabby. But more than eye for eye, I kind of expected Vasista Esports to have a good one in this one, especially considering how close the circle was to them. All they wanted was to engage in those early fights, and eventually we all know how it ended, right? Medal Esports were outnumbered. Still somehow they managed to finish them off.
So here's the thing about that fight, right? The call that Vasista Esports made to third party was perfect.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what was going on towards the compound. But the main problem was they were so tunnel vision towards that one single fight, they forgot to check the surroundings. Yeah. That's where Inertia found their striking advantage. They strike down 2 players, and those are 2 free points that unfortunately Vasista Esports gave away to their opposition. But now this is a big lesson that they've learned.
I think at this point, I don't know if they're really in a position to learn lessons, because for Vasista Esports, really, to be honest, Necro, they have to start delivering.
That is
true. Because even yesterday, the first 2 games, they flustered it up. The third game was where they made a comeback, and today we expected them to be at least, fighting. But that wasn't really the case. You could clearly see that discord between the players in trying to engage in those fights. Because when you're playing around the center, you have to be wary of your surroundings. And this is not a new squad, right? They should be knowing that a lot of these teams are playing around the center.
Even Rush If Possible, once again, another big letdown. We all thought that Rush If Possible, at least on this game of Vikendi, they can do a little bit better, considering you do not even need to challenge the fights. But still, Rush If Possible, they lost out on 2 players off the rip. And then later on, they were not able to fight it off against the foes that challenged them for a proper fight, and they got taken out from the game. Point standings on the screen. GodsReign with the most amount of points. Medal Esports with 12, doing quite nice. K9 Esports 2 with 12 points. It's going to be a big leap for K9 Esports and Medal Esports.
It certainly will be. But for Dragon Esports, I think they've been quite consistent. Eye for eye, I think 5 points. Nothing much to really scoff at. One of those one-off games. Big Brothers, this is one of those major concerns. And yes, Team Snipy yet to open their accounts. Rush If Possible, Mizo, a huge letdown. But for Vasista Esports, 3 points, I'm not taking that.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? About the previous game, there wasn't really something that stood out. It was just a basic game of Vikendi that happened. GodsReign came out on top, as expected. Even yesterday, they won the first game. Today as well, they pretty much kept up that tradition, winning the first game of the day. Now, GodsReign being one of the most experienced teams, being one of the most powerful teams in the lobby, that's what you expect. But I'm still expecting better things even from Rush If Possible. That's another powerful team in the lobby, but so far, we're not seeing that power being showcased. Medal Esports slowly and steadily rising up to the occasion, considering now they're finally getting a few elimination points, and this might just be the momentum they needed.
Now, at this point, I'm really starting to ponder what is wrong with Rush If Possible, Mizo. Are they overthinking? Are they really scared to engage in those fights? Whatever the case is, they have not been able to get those points. So that has been quite hurting, to be honest.
And to be honest, as you mentioned, Rush If Possible, it is quite hurting to see that they're not able to play on the proper note. But one thing that cannot be ignored is that they're also losing out on the proper firefights. They're just not able to come out on top in those duels. And if you're not able to win those duels, it's a big concern. Let's move on to a short break. We'll be right back.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really? Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Yeah, day number 2, but the storyline hasn't changed. GodsReign come in, they get that first chicken dinner, and they do it in style with a lot of finishes in their bag. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, you're watching the iQOO BMPS 24. Of course, I'm Fixes. This time, I've got my man iSuper Johnny, who apparently wanted a little bit of a break because it was quite cold in Vikendi. And in fact, it was a cold chicken dinner coming in from GodsReign.
Yeah, they made it look cold, and they were looking quite cool while securing that win as well. But as you mentioned, the storyline remains the same. First game in GodsReign do very well for themselves, and if the story follows the same path, they are going to bomb Miramar.
They certainly might, but we're talking about bombing things. Here's a one bombing phone, right? Right in your budget, right up your alley, 17,999. The iQOO Z9S. We've been talking a lot about it. I'm pretty sure you must be curious about what this phone is all about. All you're going to do is head over to Google, search iQOO Z9S, participate in a small competition, and you can win prizes worth 50,000 rupees.
Yeah.
How good is that?
That is very good, but by the way, I have an update for you. So Necro wants to challenge you for the orange phone.
Oh my god, he's got 2 faces, right? He's been saying that I want the white, and he's been creating that turbulence between us. But yeah, he's a kiddo, we're not going to give him anything away, so it's alright. So, but for the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 on this phone, this is impeccable considering that price. I mean, who gives you? You've got the slimmest phone in the segment, you've got a curved display, it looks quite sexy, not going to lie.
And 5,500 mAh battery, the 80-watt flash charger is there as well. Looks quite nice in your hand, to be honest.
I like the orange one. I mean, you can keep the white
one.
Yeah,
we've had a deal for a long
we've had
time,
a deal, and this is settled, right? We are brothers. We do not go on changing things here and there.
Yes.
I mean, you know, he's come up with multiple answers for this. First, he says that I like the white one. Then he says that I like the orange one. And then you know what he says? I'm going to take both.
What a sneaky guy, right? What a sneaky guy. Just like some of the teams in the lobbies, especially a team like K9 Esports, because this game they were quite sneaky. We saw them survive till quite late, but let's see what the impact of a performance like this is going to be on their overall ranking. And there it is. We were talking about K9 Esports. They've made it to the 13th position, but the winners of the chicken dinner GodsReign, they've made it to the top 3.
I think GodsReign, they've come with an intent. They want to challenge Silly's 89. And considering how they played in the first game, and if they're consistent throughout Miramar and Erangel, who knows that they might maybe even cross that 90 marker, because they've already toppled over Global Esports with still 2 more games to play. The next target is going to be 8-bit. But for the others, Dragon Esports, they've also been quite consistent. GENxFM, this time they did take that plunge, but eventually, considering their matches are going to come ending down soon, so you're going to see that little bit of the dip down. But Medal Esports, look at that, Johnny. One good game, and now suddenly they're in the 18th spot.
Exactly, it's still the early stages, so if you want to establish yourself in the safer position in terms of the overall leaderboard, you have to do it now. And Medal Esports, they've started to move up the ladder. Hopefully by the end of the next game, we're going to see them in the top 8. That is what I want to see Medal accomplish, and this team, the players that they have, they can definitely make it work. But again, a little bit of a heartbreak there, especially from the side of Team Snipy. Still struggling to secure those points. And again, there are opportunities there for them as well. Yesterday in the game of Miramar as well, we saw them being gate-kept outside of Los Leones. And yet, when they try to push for the fight, for some reason, I think it's the lack of communication that has been resulting in their downfall.
I don't know if it's the lack of... I think it's everything just going wrong for them. And at a point, one mistake leading to the other. It's like the domino effect really taking place, right? At this point, you know, I've been in situations like this. No matter whatever you're trying, you just don't get any points. And we can understand. But, you know, more concerning for Russia possible, Mizo. Because now this is one of those teams, I do not know what excuse they have to make. They have been tried and tested. They have seen so many things. They have been there. They performed in the previous tournaments. To watch them fall down like this is quite unacceptable. Along with Inspiration Esports, Johnny. In the previous BGS 2024, they went in pretty deep inside the tournament. Of course, they missed out from the grand finals. But now looking at them, they're also at the very bottom.
Yeah, I think they're going to miss out on the finals yet again this time. But again, Inspiration Esports, they're going to need that inspiration within them if they want to move forward. But apart from these, I think a few outliers for me. One big one has to be Eye for Eye.
Yeah.
The average has taken a dip, by the way, after that map of Vikendi. But I think, again, Vikendi was not their focus. Miramar and Erangel is where I4 have done well yesterday. And I think Miramar and Erangel, the next 2 maps, is what they're hoping for.
It was all about surviving that one game of weekend.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't too shabby. They
5
got around
points.
5 points, which is still a-okay considering how good they've been. Now, this is one of those teams that we did not know much about, but once the situation arose, they stood up to the occasion.
You know what the best part about being in this particular group is that you have such a nice vacuum being created by the teams like GodsReign, by teams like K9 Esports and Dragon as well, in terms of just taking away all of those finishes. That those 5 points did get eye for eye within the top 6 in the rankings of the previous match at least. But then again, i4i is also a team that eyes out for those finishes, so they are going to have to compete with Dragon Esports, with the likes of GodsReign at a certain time, and I think Miramar might be their best opportunity to strike this time.
There has to be, because when you're looking for i4i and all these teams, they've still been playing all right, Johnny. I'm not really concerned about them.
I'm happy.
However, I'm concerned about Vasista Esports. You've got Waits, one of the finest coaches in the community. You've got Shadow, one of the most aggressive IGLs. You've got the likes of Apollo. You've got the likes of Vixky. You've got Trigger. The only thing that is missing is the performance. Where is it?
I have no idea. I think it just got lost in the midst of miscommunication here and there. But I do agree with you. I mean, Vasista has been a big letdown. This was my pick for the team to perform the best performance for this opening week. And yeah, now I feel bad. I feel heartbroken. I feel betrayed.
We all do.
It's worse than a breakup.
Considering Vasista Esports and the kind of run that they had in the BGIS 24, this goes on to raise questions right now. What is happening? You've completely let go of your entire roster. You went in for a rebuild. You went with the seasoned veterans. And it is round number 1. We know what awaits in round 2, round 3, round 4. The way Vasista Esports are playing doesn't feel like they're getting there.
Do you think we could chalk it up to them just testing waters? I mean, they played 3 matches yesterday. They played 1 game today. They still have 2 more for this week and then 6 matches next week. 8 games remaining total.
See, honestly, I have to be a little bit critical because I know these players. They can do so much better. Now, when we talk about Vasista Esports, just recently in a third-party tournament, they played so well in the early stages. And these are the early stages, and they're dropping the ball. And is it that psychology going on that, the first few rounds we're not going to play well, we just want to edge it through, and when the time arises, we step up?
That is what I think has been happening. It's my personal opinion. That is what I think has been happening with a lot of big teams, that they just want to, or they don't just want to qualify. No one is going to be satisfied with barely qualifying, but after taking the first few initial hits and losing out on the opportunity, the winning opportunity in the first few initial games, I think they've just realized, like, alright, this is how far we need to take it. As long as we're in the top 64, doesn't matter if we are on the 30th position or the 50th position or even on the 64th position. As long as we qualify for the second round of the tournament, it's all going to be good. And I think that is what that is the kind of mindset that has been instilled into all of these, a few of these big names. But let's see, I mean, the map of Miramar is about to begin, and it's going to be an exciting one for sure. And it is going to be interesting to see how these teams perform in this game. Alright, here we go. We have the map of Miramar finally on our screens. And at least for this time, we have an interesting flight path leaning a little bit towards the northern half of the map. Talking about the southern half, I think priority positions like Impala, Los Leones, Ladriela, they are going to be easily accessible to the teams, but Porto Palacio, Chumacera, Minas del Valle, Valle del Mar, these are the spots, these are the drop locations that are going to be a little bit too further away for these teams to glide towards. Anything up north of San Martin or Picado, in fact, the halfway marker of the map, easily accessible. Teams are going to be able to make their way towards Campo Militar. Not directly, they're going to have to drop towards Sierra Bronca and then move on up north from there on out. But like always, tradition in BGMI, when the game starts, we are going to keep an eye out for those drop clashes, seeing a few as the players take a leap outside of the plane. But are these clashes going to result in an early fight? I really hope so, as the players of RIP, they are going to land quite close to the players of Inertia. And there's going to be an interesting bit of action over there as well, considering the players of Rush, if possible, have gone for a 3-man widespread drop. At least now we see where it's all 4 players. They've gone a 4-man split drop. Chaser is going to be quite close to the players of Inertia, but a little bit of distance gained against the opposing team. So it should be able to regroup with the rest of the teammates if they manage to stay alive and not get caught off guard by the players of GodsReign, who have gone for a 2-2 split over there. In the meanwhile, though, El Pozo, like always, a big priority location in the early stages of Miramar, and for Team Snipy, that might be a big pain right now as they find themselves up against the players of INS. And INS, again, another team that has a lot of decorated players within it. K47, we talked about him yesterday. Ronak, Ghosty, Osiris, doing quite well, at least decent, is what we can call the performance coming in from INS. But again, another opportunity for them to pick up an early fight. 4 points right next to them. Are they going to try and grab them as quickly as possible, or will they run away? In the meanwhile, though, this is quite interesting as I4 Iron Dragon Esports collide against each other out in the open quite early. Starboy, he's been let go without getting taken out. I4 had an opportunity. There were 2 players there out in the open. And the only reason I can think of why they let this happen, why they let this 1 point escape, is no ammunition. Maybe they had no ammunition.
Yeah, that could be the case. But this is something that we really saw coming. Rush if possible. In a whole world of trouble, especially Rolf, that poor lad, gets picked off. And for GodsReign, this is something that we know. We are accustomed to them really performing in such stages of those tournaments. Now they will be bullying the lobby, won't they, Johnny? Because right now, GodsReign, they know that they have secured ample amount of points required to be maybe making it into the next round with so many more games to go. And this is where they let loose. Now, I really want to segue this conversation to the fact that Vasista Esports, that you might say that they still have 6 more games to go, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. When GodsReign knows that they've got them right under their belts where they can really eliminate the competition out, who knows if given the opportunity next week, maybe after the shuffle, if they're in the same group, or any team that has gotten a lot of points, they could also want to kick Vasista Esports out of this tournament.
I mean, I wouldn't, if that is the thought process you're thinking of, then I would rather have Vasista in the finals. If I'm GodsReign, I would rather fight the enemy I know rather than the enemy I don't know.
But who knows? They might just get conditioned and might get better. So
then you got to improve as well. You are also playing the entire journey to the finals. If they don't improve when Vasista does, then Vasista deserves to win.
Yeah, that is true also. I mean, that was an interesting one there. Did not see it from that perspective. But for Rush, if possible, you know, anything and everything that could go wrong is happening. And now they're just circling around like vultures, chaser. Usually he's the one chasing down the opposition. But look at the confidence on Fury. Man just refuses to give up. I mean, Chaser had all the avenues in the world to just spray him down, but still.
And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you what we call the magic pixel. It's just a pixel of HP on Fury, and he still stayed alive. And now the boosters come into play. Did not have any heals.
The cojones on him, man. And this is what confidence does to you. That, you know, they're running amok in the entire lobby. Look at this. He steps out. Chaser has all the time. And this is where I really feel like Rush, if possible, Mizo are quite nervous.
Yeah.
And, you know, ideally, given any other day, they would not be making such mistakes. But now, one thing just leading to the other. Rush, if possible, Mizo down to their final 2. That is quite alarming.
Yeah, it is quite alarming. I was alarmed with their drop as well. They went for a 4-man split drop. All the players at least, I think, 300, 400 meters away from each other. And that allowed GodsReign such an easy opportunity to find those 2 isolated players and get those frags in the back. And of course, if we talk about the circle as well, we have a circle leaning towards the north, centered somewhere around Hacienda del Patron and water treatment. And GodsReign, they're going to be so comfortable in the zone up until stage 3, I guess, unless there's a hard shift that completely takes us towards either Torre, Amuda, or La Corbriera. GodsReign are in a comfort zone.
Bro, I wouldn't be wrong if I say that GodsReign do not like the center over here. They would be searching for fights left, right, wherever they get it. I think the next on their crosshairs or their radar could be the players of 4CN. But like you said, if they intend on going outside the zone, why not pick that fight against Inside Out? They could also take down Team Snipy, who apparently have been the punching bags. And if you want to play like GodsReign, surely you have to check this device out, right? The iQOO Z9S in all its glory.
Yeah, it's an amazing device. It has been launched. When? Today, ladies and gentlemen. So go out and check it out. Segment's fastest phone with the Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. And of course, we've been talking about the 5500 mAh battery that it comes with. Of course, lets you play your favorite game all day long.
And even if you're out of gas, you've got the 80-watt flash charge.
Yeah.
And I personally own the iQOO 12, right? And I'm telling you, I'm not going to even lie. 10 minutes, I'm up 60% juice from 0%.
Oh, wow.
And this is something that's really amazing because when you have those long BGMI sessions, the moment I get eliminated early on, and that is something that I do purposely so that I could just juice my battery up within 10 minutes. Within the moment Necro and Speed get eliminated, I have my battery up to 70. So 2-3 hours more, and that is how our gamer's life has been going all along. But now coming back to this particular game, so we've got 4CN. They've been playing that steady game just around the center, rush if possible. They're all distraught. But for the likes of K9 and Vasista Esports, it's going to be an interesting one. Medal Esports as well.
Yeah, Medal, I think, is in a very interesting position. They have that high ground advantage between Power Grid and El Pozo. They can try and head up north towards the side of Creative Fields. But a few moments ago, you were talking about Team Snipy, right? I have to say, props to Team Snipy in this game, at least with how they've started off. They were in an intense drop clash against the players of INS, and yet they did manage to avoid any conflict, keep all 4 of their players alive, and now they've made it inside the zone.
Yeah, they certainly have, and I just hope they at least secure that 1 point. But again, a huge shout out to official mobility partner Hero Extreme. And check this sexy bike on your screen right now, the Hero Extreme 125R. And whosoever gets to be the lone survivor of the finals of the iQOO BMPS gets that bike. But you can get it out for yourself also otherwise. But for now, rush if possible. Could be in a collision course against Team Snipy. Are they going to take this fight? Quick, Johnny.
I don't think so. Rush if possible, they're down to 2 players. The last 2 survivors.
They have the high ground.
They have the high ground, but they don't really know which team is there, right? They aren't really aware if it is Team Snipy or someone else. Oh, Medal Esports show up. Now, Medal is not going to back away from this challenge. So, Team Snipy, they are definitely the unluckiest of the bunch right now. They try to run away from one fight, and the other team starts chasing them. But, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the iQOO MVP of the previous game on our screens, and it was GodsReign's Fury. And why not? We saw him perform in the previous game. He has just kicked off this game with a very impressive finish.
Yeah, it was Hellhat Fury from Fury's side in Vikendi. I'm sorry for this abrupt pause because my heart has been broken. Apollo, the star fragger of Vasista Esports, gets picked off once again. And this is something that is very hard to digest, tough pill to swallow because Vasista Esports, what are they even thinking? What are they even doing? What's the problem? Really need to talk to Veds on how can they mess up fights like this.
I guess now Vasista find out Hell Hath No Fury like a fix is scorned. You've been scorned by them, right?
Yeah, but you know, at this point, it's kind of starting to hurt me a little bit because you made such a big change in your roster.
Yeah.
A roster that really delivered for you because before BGIS really concluded, nobody knew who Vasista was. They have been the new org on the block and they performed so well. But then after that, you go for a complete reshuffle. And now this roster, which is a tried and tested one, is struggling in the first rounds.
And especially, I think I'm glad that this conversation is happening as we see K47 land a very nasty headshot on towards Flick.
Exactly.
Because K47 was the man leading the charge for the previous roster of Vasista. And again, there's a very interesting story to follow over here, considering both these teams are in the same group. K47 deciding he's not going to be competing anymore, and then as soon as the Pro Series rolls around, he finds a team, starts competing, falls back into the tournament, and if he goes a long way, I think for him it will be important to see if he can outperform Vasista.
Yeah, it's been such a tough journey for him, man. Personally, I think we've seen him from the days he was back in FS. Then, you know, he's been struggling a lot to find a perfect playing for. Even previously, you remember, right? Vasista Esports, they had K47, they had MJ, and then suddenly, during the grand finals, their IGL decides, hold on, we want to try something different. And we all know how that panned out.
Yeah.
And in the final day, where they actually collected some points, they did bring back MJ into the roster, who had been delivering for them as rush if possible. If anything on Earth could go wrong, has gone wrong for them. Now look at this, taps not connecting, their sprays not connecting. This team is really spiraling down.
Yeah, and I think it's going to get worse and worse considering they are running out of ammo as well up top that hill, and there's no way for them to climb down. As soon as they do, they've given away so much information to the team surrounding them that they are going to be taken out the moment they set foot on the flat surface. On the other side, Dragon Esports still sticking around towards LSR. They're still in the blue zone. Now finally have started to move towards the circle itself. But Dragon Esports, they need to be extremely careful. The eastern zone, the eastern edge of the circle, is a little cluttered up. You have the players from UC over there and the players of K9 Esports as well waiting for them up ahead. It's not going to be easy to breach against those two teams.
It's been a silent affair so far. Not a lot of finishes have happened, just 3 to be honest. But then when we were starting to, you know, feel a little sleepy, GodsReign was like, hold on, we're going to bring the fire once again. Because now they've managed to take down one more player. I would love to see for that fight to happen. There you have it, Demigod down on his knees. And look at them. Look at the kind of panic created, right? Seth completely clueless about what to do next. Do they actually go for a revive? Because it's GodsReign right in front of them.
Yeah, and it's not going to be easy to take a fight against them. Shots still being fired, retaliation fire coming in from the side of i4i. Although GodsReign, I have to say, they're playing a very risky game. Alto and Phantom, they are a little bit further away from where the players of Fury are. Fury and Venom, it's going to be down to these two to just keep the pressure on the players of i4i. The distance being a little too much for the lad to deal with. Sees a few pixels, takes a few shots, rinse and repeat. Just don't let them step out or evade until your teammates show up.
Stone cold assassins. GodsReign. No other way to describe this team. Yesterday we saw the first game, they get an early chicken dinner. The second game, the flight path trajectory betrayed them. And I think this is exactly the reason why this time they want to be aggressive. They want to make up for the points they lost in Miramar yesterday. I think they got picked off by the players of UC.
Yeah.
Especially Yash, he got those 3 frags for himself. But we've been praising these lads from inside out. Yesterday we saw them being quite consistent in the game of Miramar, getting a chicken dinner eventually in Sanhok. And goes on to show this is one of those teams that has never played together. Just barring K47 and Ronak, just that small stint identity where Ronak used to show up for a couple of games here and there. But apart from that, team built from scratch, and look how good they're playing. And then look at Vasista Esports. Then you'll understand why I'm getting mad.
Yeah, it's not just you. I have been let down by Vasista as well, as I mentioned before.
Yeah, especially you.
Yeah, I mean, so there's the thing, right? I mean, you look at this roster on paper, and this should not be happening. I mean, I think with these players, even if they just like turn off their comms and just play on their individual skills, they're still going to outperform majority of the lobby.
Exactly what I wanted to say. Even if they keep their mouth shut, even if they walk their own ways, every player in that roster has that capability to sort of clutch it out, get those 1v4s. We've seen those moments happen. And this is where I'm starting to also try to bring in this discussion. Why not get in Secret? He's been such a good player in a recent big third-party tournament. He performed very well in those initial stages. And if that was working, maybe have Trigger a little bit of a rest there. He's not really showed up for his team. Vixky, yes, he's been there for those clutchy moments. Apollo, you still need that punch. You still need that firepower. Maybe get Secret. Maybe that might work out.
Apollo has been that one guy from Vasista who's just like played his part in making sure that there is at least something coming in the hands of Vasista. And Apollo has been that man in every single lineup he's been a part of. I think he's been that one pillar that never falls for every single team he has joined. And I think Vasista need that one man to just stay consistent as long as the other players are not really able to perform. Or in fact, until they start performing, Apollo needs to do what he's doing right now. But GodsReign, well, they are looking for other players to reign over. How does he still have ammo?
Oh, he has a lot of it. He has a lot of it. And finally, when the situation was so dire, Flick delivers. And this one finish, I think, is like gold, especially for Rush of Possible Mizo and their fans, because they have been yearning for it. They really want a good game, but really outnumbered. Even for the likes of Walking, in the previous game, we saw how they got clapped by Duora. That one man, very famous for his clutches, especially whenever it is the Pro Series, right?
Yeah.
It does not matter which tag is he playing under, be it Hydra, be it Dragon Esports, he still delivers.
Yeah, I mean, he's done quite well for himself, but again, the day is not over. On the other side, though, Inertia going up against the players of INS, and Osiris knocked out. INS, again, another big name, a lot of big expectations, considering when you look at the lineup, we were just talking about them, decorated players, lot to prove in this tournament, but Inertia, they found that opening. I believe they are going to be unable to find that conversion. INS, they have a little bit of safe haven to work with up north.
I think at this point, INS really need to figure a way out. They also need that one good game, but hold on. 4King, they're being pushed upon by the players of TMG. Pretty sure they're aware of the fact that it is going to be just that one last player. Rango up against the world, still trying his metal against Devil. Did dish him out a lot of damage, but still now giving his position away. Has that DBS to play around, completely surrounded by enemies. Just to bottle it away. Skeleton, an easy frag for him. And TMG wipe out 4King.
Yeah, the last man over there, he accepted his fate. As soon as he saw the buggy push towards him, he didn't even try to pull the trigger. He's like, all right, guys, all for your taking.
Devour me.
I do not care, yeah. And, well, I think TMG, they were quite happy with that. Quick finish secured, quick point in the bag, and then they keep moving forward because they are in the blue zone right now. It's stage 3 already. And they have to try and figure out a way to get at least to Hacienda del Patron or close to the city of San Martin if they want to try and breach the circle from the southern edge. It's not going to be easy at all, though.
Yo, Johnny.
Yes.
What is Medal up to? Where are they? Still, just kind of
western
stuck
edge.
around those western edges. They drop down at Monte Nuevo, kind of heading on. Now, this is where I really feel like, you know, they had that one good game in Weekendy, secured that second position.
Yeah.
And back to their old ways. You know, play circle to circle. Do not make those extra wrong moves or that extra move that might cost you. So, I think they would want to convert this game into a chicken dinner. And considering Medal, I mean, they do pose those players. They do have those, you know, players who could deliver. But the only concerning thing is, look at them. They got GodsReign right beside them. But here we have a fight. We've got Big Brothers taking on Inside Out.
And even with K47 down, INS, they do not back off. Tiger has been picked off. Toxic stuck in a corner. But before INS re-engage, they want to try and bring K47 back into this fight. Osiris and Ghosty, they've been doing amazing handling that pressure, but Ghosty still goes down, and Big Brother Devil, he gains access to the flank, proving to be the devil in the lives of the players of INS. And well, they have been eliminated from the game. Big Brothers brilliantly executed, lost one player, picked off 4 from the opposing team.
Lovely stuff coming in from Toxic. The way he handled that situation has to be the play of the tournament so far.
Yeah.
I mean, he just did not take down a couple of players. He bought enough time for Devil to come in for that cross play, right? The moment he had that crossfire position for himself, that is where INS, they kind of had this fate sealed. And at this point, you know, it's all right for Inside Out, considering their journey so far. Yesterday had been quite stellar. A little bit of a slip up here and there. It's fine. Still okay, considering how the previous game went as well. Whilst all of that was happening, Johnny, we've got the circle shifting towards that eastern side. And guess what? Who's around the center? It is going to be Team K9.
Well, K9 Esports. They're going to have to make sure that their K9s are extremely sharp to be able to bite into that chicken dinner that they're hoping for. The players from the side of Inspiration, just a little bit down south of their position, can definitely prove a thorn in their dreams. Let's see. I think that interaction is going to take a while. What I'm worried about is that entire western and northwestern cluster that's just going to come pouring in on the players of Vasista Esports in a bit.
But look at this. K9, look at that spread they have. The entire northeastern side to themselves. So many teams still alive. The majority of the influx comes in from that western side, right?
Yeah.
You've got 4 cartoons, you've got Eye for Eye, you've got the likes of Medal, you've got GodsReign, you've got TMG, you've even got Big Brothers who might kind of infiltrate in from that northern side. So I think it is time. Finally, there's going to be absolute pandemonium. the silence was for too long, and it is about to be broken. And look at this. Encore, beginning things, taking down Strange.
Oh, well, Medal, they have kicked things off in quite a brilliant manner. Strange, as you mentioned, taken off. But while Medal, they scramble to secure these points for themselves. They have to be extremely wary because they are also being surrounded by the players of GodsReign, and Fury is going to be the first man to fall. Medal, they have found their opening for themselves. And GodsReign, how do they react to this? In the meanwhile, though, Vasista Esports, this is what I was talking about, Fixes. The influx of teams coming in from that western edge, and Vasista, they found themselves as the smack center of attention, although they are able to deal with that pressure. Jimjan from the side of Dragon Esports knocked out, and Vixki is looking for a few more. And I think this might be the end, the extinction of the Dragons in this game at least. But Vasista Esports, is this the big game we were all hoping for? I believe it is going to be another knock in the hands of Visky. He's looking for a few more. And Inertia, well, their momentum in this game is going to be shut down. And Vasista have finally secured 4 points, all thanks to this one man.
Ever so dependable, ever so reliable. This is Vixki. This is what I was talking about, right? And seems like his hunger has not been satiated. But look at this. Medal Esports this time want to give GodsReign a smacking. Venom, the one final player surviving from their team. And there you go. He's also put down and gets turned into dust as Medal Esports quite successfully eliminate the squad of GodsReign. While all of this has been happening, the circle shifts once again. This time towards the eastern side, and finally maybe Johnny's wishes get granted, because now Vasista Esports, they're starting to get aggressive. But still, Superboy has something to say about it, as Danger Man Vixki is already down on his knees.
Exactly, and this can be a troublesome position for Vasista to be in. It's the star player, it's the player with all the momentum in his hands right now, who has been carrying the team on his back, at least in this game, who has been knocked out. Trigger is going to try and delay the execution for as long as possible. And Starboy, his intention of finding that second knock are going to fail. Trigger, this is what experience is called. Finds that finish with a nade in his hand. 6 points secured by Vasista. So impressive run coming in from the two big names we were hoping to see pop off. Vasista doing quite well for themselves, and Medal as well. They have 7 eliminations already.
Still not out of the woods yet, because take a close look at the map feed, right? You've got 4 cartoons, and right next to you, you've got Medal Esports to deal with. For Vasista Esports, they have to take that northern route, because then you could somehow make your entry inside the circle. As Medal Esports this time, they close in. They've got a lot of force to deal with. Eye for eye, keeping an eye on them. And also from the backlines, you've got the players of 4 cartoon. And suddenly, an abrupt halt coming in from Medal Esports. What's the intention? Do they really want to engage in a fight? And amidst all that chaos, Vasista Esports just decide to straight up slam in, go right in front of the opposition, just throwing dust in their eyes. And Top Dog taking his hands on the players of Eye for Eye. Sef almost taken down quite low, but still failing to deliver a knock.
I think that slam from Vasista might just result in the team getting eliminated. Medal, they have a better position in this fight. And of course, Eye for Eye with a brilliant opportunity to third party both these teams, get those points for themselves. But as we see, TMG, they strike at the perfect time. 4 cartoons eliminated from the game. Vasista, I believe, have also bitten the dust. And Medal might be the team to follow up soon.
Yeah, they almost have. They have their final few players surviving coming in from the blue. But you see, they have a really good position inside the circle. Rather have to get inside of it. But now they have to deal the next imminent threat. That is from Eye for Eye. And you also have the players of K9. And that is too much for them to handle. As Viper Bolte, he's got very low on his HP. As now you see, Yash, he's got to carry the metal forward. At this point, it's so difficult for us to figure out exactly what's going on, because now the circle taking that shift, and seems like it could be an inspiration game.
Yeah, it definitely can be. But K9 Esports, let's not forget about them, Fixes. They've been in control of the circle this entire time. We talked about them being on that 4-man widespread, but it seems like even when they are together, mistakes can still happen. Believe, knocked and finished. Zap trying to zap the competition out of existence. Does succeed in taking down at least one. But he's going to get pushed from the flank. Finds the second knock. Now Viper Bolte is going to be the last man standing for his team. But Zap, he gets distracted by all of that commotion coming in from the players of TMZ. And you see, in the backlines, they found that opportunity to go for a revive. Although, the blue zone closing in does force Viper Bolte away from his fallen comrade. Not an easy position for them to deal with. And K9 Esports, though, they have their own troubles. Aimbot needs to get aggressive over here if he wants to fight and, in fact, come out on top against the players of TMZ. But MJ, what was that? An impressive nade takes down two. Franklin, the last man left alive, hiding inside the smoke, gets a knock, but that will be it. He gets wiped out from this game. An early exit coming in for TMG. Not an early exit, but a good exit coming in for TMG. They got a lot of finishes.
Surely Zap was my MVP in that fight. You know, that lad had to deal with multiple angles and he was doing it with finesse. MJ, the seasoned veteran, he knew those exact angles, that grenade coming in really handy. But this chicken dinner is quite settled, right? I do not see a world where Inspiration throw this one out or bottle it up. But for K9 Esports, still a top 3 position with those 6 finishes is going to come in handy. But one new news flash out there. Rush if possible. They still are surviving. They're still breathing inside the lobby, which means they at least have 5 to 6 points from this game.
Yeah, well, let's see. Either it's going to be the top 3 finish or a top 2 finish for Rush if possible. Depends on when K9 Esports and Inspiration Esports clash against each other. It's 4 versus 2 versus 1. Inspiration definitely have the numbers advantage, the zone advantage. Everything going right for them. And we know, I mean, it is pretty much a guaranteed win for the side of Inspiration Esports. Not a lot K9 Esports can do about this. They're going to have to accept their fates. But before they do, it's about how many finishes can they secure in these final few moments. Even if they get 1 extra point, sometimes that can be the difference between you walking away with that qualification slot. Another team having that position. But Aimbot knocked out. MJ, the last man left. And I think this might be the end.
This certainly could be. Still has 9 first days to work around with, though. But Inspiration, are they really going to commit in for that push? Surely are greedy for that extra finish point on Aimbot, which they are eventually going to get. But Nirvana, he's out of first aids, he's out of meds. And I think he's going to take his last laugh. Maybe try to spray down a couple of players, maybe hoping anything would really connect. And now even MJ knows that the second spot is sealed and does not give his finish point away. That being said, Inspiration Esports finally back to their winning ways. Not a big finish chicken dinner, but a good one nonetheless.
Yeah, it is definitely a decent win coming in for the side of Inspiration Esports. I like the fact that Rush if possible and the players from K9 Esports, I like how salty these two teams are denying the satisfaction of getting those last 2 finishes to Inspiration.
Yeah, that was nice. I mean, you know, right, how much important those single points are.
Yeah.
And considering Inspiration, that was a little bit of a desperate attempt. Because when you saw those finishes on them, they just had 4.
Yeah.
And that is going to secure them, what, around 14 points? But I feel like K9 have had a lot going in, and I won't be surprised if they end up being at the top after the point standings do come up. So far, K9 has been quite consistent. The previous game of Big Candy was really good.
Yeah.
This game of Miramar is really nice. I think they've made a comeback. Guess who hasn't?
Who?
Vasista Esports.
Yeah. I think
it's still a decent performance in this one, but
better than what we have seen.
Yes.
Better than what we have seen.
All right.
Yet.
Let me rephrase it. Guess who's not made a comeback?
Who?
Team Snipy.
Oh yeah, that is true. I think Necro is going to be the most upset today.
Yeah, he always has a
He's been rooting for them from the start, right?
Oh, he surely has been. I mean, Necro has been rooting for Team Snipy, has been rooting for GS, for RDX Girls. But yeah, I think he's going to coach them a little bit. Maybe after that, they might tend to perform better. But right now, they're really struggling.
I don't think Necro is in a position to coach anyways, with how you were describing how your games go.
Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. But I think he can teach them a thing or two about, you know, actually engaging in fights, because this man gets really aggressive. And you know, when you take a look at the winner chicken dinner moments, I think for K9, I love that play from Zap. But this game, I think, you know, one of my favorite moments has to be Fury taking down Rush if possible's that one play.
Oh yeah,
just steps out of vehicle and turns around, boom, boom.
Yeah, it was very impressive, especially that magic pixel surviving, because the moment he jumped was when his last pixel was there, and as soon as he switched directions, he was able to connect the last few shots on that individual from the side of Rush if possible and found that frag. Imagine how different this game would have been had Rush if possible had 3 players, because they made it to the top 3 in this game.
Yeah, I think Rush if possible, they were down to their 2 men right from the very early moments of the game. And despite that, still making it into the top 2, that's a big feat to achieve, especially Flick. He still managed to take one player down. That was the only finish they had. It was all down to Nirvana, and he did a decent job in surviving. I mean, what could the poor lad would have done? Because this game was pretty much sealed. The moment that circles shifted and Inspiration had the compound to themselves, we all know whose chicken dinner it was.
And I think it was stage 2 or stage 3 where we saw Nirvana with like 80 rounds left for the M4. So that is the situation that the man had to deal with. So huge props to Rush if possible. They did get the placement points for this game. It's just that they're going to be suffocating in terms of those finish points. But I think it is time we have a look at the rankings for this match, see how many points the teams got for this particular game of Miramar. And as we were talking about Vasista Esports a few moments ago, I would like to say it's not Vasista that has made a comeback. It's Vixky who has made a comeback.
Oh, Vixky was on fire. That man just refused to, give up. Yeah. He was like, it's a finish galore for me. I'm just going to go all over the place. But Inspiration Esports, still those 14 points, keeping them afloat, keeping them on top in this point standings. However, they're going to be taking a huge leap from down below. But for K9, I think back-to-back consistent games. But for Metal Esports, can't really forget that they took down the most fearsome team inside of the lobby. That is GodsReign. I think that was a perfect execution coming in there.
Yeah, I think the powers from GodsReign got transferred to Metal in that moment, and they just went ham after that. 11 finishes, just 1 placement points. Imagine had they been able to survive to the top 3, this would have been a massive game from Metal Esports. But anyways, 1 more game remain, and they still have the opportunity. But on the other side, surprising exit coming in for GodsReign. Just 3 finish points secured from this particular match. Inertia Esports also picked off early. And talking about things that never change, Team Snipy. Still an early exit. Where did they go?
I don't know where did they go right to begin with, because nothing has been working out. And at this point, the only thing that I would say if, I was there with them is like, go on, take a fight. Take a fight, at least get that one finish. And I think you've got to take those baby steps right now. Already 5 games done and dusted. Your final game. Just drop Clash in on the biggest team inside of the lobby. I mean, play with the Sharks and you'll know how to swim.
Yeah, that does not really work out practically, Fixes, but I do agree with what you said.
Hey, that does happen in the US. I mean, there used to be a time.
See, you are a good swimmer. Not everyone is like you. But anyways, as you were talking, I do agree with what you said. Team Snipy, an aggressive play style definitely does fit right now with where they are in the overall ranking, because it's like a now or never situation, right? But let's see, 1 more game to go. Hopefully they make a comeback in the last game of the day. But before we head towards that match, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break, and here we go.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. Fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
With my baby on the side. Move around with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 ouch I'm not doing this 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार। क्या हो रहा है? कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। बस।
अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई। अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BGMI Pro Series 2024. It is time to step into the last map of the day. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, we've had a few surprising comebacks in that previous game of Miramar. Are you happy and satisfied with the performances that you witnessed?
First of all, I just want to clear one thing. I do not support any team personally. I just support the best. That's it. That's all I'm saying. You guys are spreading some false rumors out there.
What? No, we aren't.
Course, man. You gotta do it. But yeah, I mean, jokes apart, really focus on teams like RIP, focusing on K9, Vasista, Esports, and TMZ. Making that comeback really means a lot to these guys, especially for Rush if possible. They carry a heavy fan base.
But again, Rush if possible, I think the number of finishes were lacking a little bit, so I think that is where the struggle is still there. But Metal Esports, now that was an impressive run. 11 eliminations. Yes, the placement points weren't there, but 12 points from that game, I think it's a decent start.
Yeah, for Metal Esports, even the first game was quite nice. Now the second game as well. And as I mentioned, during the map of Weekendy itself, it's the momentum Metal Esports were searching for. They finally found the momentum, and now they're going to keep on moving with that momentum. But speaking about moving things, you guys need to move on to Google and search iQOO Z9S series right now, and you might just stand a chance to win up to 50,000 rupees.
Exactly. Prize is up to 50,000 rupees, and it's going to be exciting as well. The device itself is quite exciting. The iQOO Z9S is what we have in front of us, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, two beautiful colors, a 5,500 mAh battery, 80-watt flash charging. We just saw that over there in the banner as well. 2,000 hertz of touch sampling rate. Now, that is insane.
Yeah, I mean, smooth touch all across the board. And as you mentioned, 5,500 mAh battery?
Yeah.
It seems like it's not going to run out for days. I can keep on gaming forever.
Yeah, Fixes was just saying that you die early in games when he plays with you.
Oh, no, he's just lying. Trust me, Fixes barely even plays the game these days. I'm not sure what he's doing.
I think he's playing the game of life. But anyways, we are going to move on to the next game, which is going to be on the map of Erangel. And again, is there any other team that you're hoping is going to bounce back, or you expect them to bounce back? Because we are seeing, I think, one team that still has left us in a position that we are lacking a lot of things over there. I think it has to be the side of IMPRNT Esports.
And even Big Brother Esports. All the other big names, they have sort of stated a comeback, but it's just Big Brother Esports we're waiting for. UC Gaming yesterday had a phenomenal day, but now look at UC Gaming. They're just not able to find anything. Before Metal Esports, day 2 was just incredible. And I kept on mentioning the same thing to Fixes as well. For some reason, yeah, Metal Esports did not do great on the day 1, but I still have this hope. I still have this semblance that, yes, this team can make the comeback, and that's what exactly happened.
Yeah, I think Metal Esports, as you mentioned, the momentum is holding strong for them. It's just about keeping it going on the map of Erangel as well. Apart from that, I think Metal, again, we always knew that Metal has the caliber to pull off the plays that they just did in the map of Miramar. It was just a question of, it wasn't a question of if it's going to happen. It was a question of when will it happen. Luckily, they started off early, otherwise they would have been in trouble. But then again, I mean, talking about Vasista Esports now, their previous game was quite decent. We saw Whiskey step up, 7 eliminations secured by the team. But how do they take this a step further? That is the question.
Even Inspiration was doing quite great, right?
That is true.
Inspiration Esports 2 finally now starting to make some big waves. I'm really waiting for teams like Inertia Esports 2 to now sort of hit the deck instantly. Because Inertia is one of those teams that is wanting to be part of the fights. That's for sure. They were also playing quite great on the map of Weekendy. Second game, decent, not that great. But I know what they're capable of. Inertia Esports is a banner that has been representing themselves in the official tournaments. Yes, they're not able to qualify to the later stages, but still, they do pack a little bit of that experience.
But let's see how this game of Erangel is going to turn out for them. The last game of the day. And it is going to be a big one for a lot of these teams. As Necro, you were talking about Inertia Esports. This could be the last opportunity in this week to establish themselves in a safe position in that overall leaderboard. Will that happen? Well, we're going to find out as this game comes to an end. But there's still the entire match to go before that. Let's talk about the flight path first, which starts from the western edge close to the center of the map and goes all the way towards that Stalberkameshki hill. That means positions like Novorep Noi where Metal Esports like to go is going to be off limits.
Yeah, if you want to go down south, it's going to be hell of a stretch. So that means pit stop collisions definitely can happen. And I'm a big fan of the action off the rip, right? You know how much I love action instantly happening on the board. K9 Esports, it's one of those teams that's starting to feel themselves. For GodsReign, these guys are like the rebel at this point.
Oh, of course. I mean, they are going to be the rebels of this map. But look at that. UC Gaming, and I believe it is INS, and another squad up there moving towards the side of Georgopol, Northern Georgopol Apartments. What is going to be that third team?
3 teams dropping right next to each other, as you mentioned. Inspiration, UC's right there.
I think it's
one more team
Vasista
underneath them. Yes, Vasista Esports too, dropping around that same vicinity. And there's a big cluster of teams ejecting towards that school area. We might see a pit stop collision. That's for sure. There's TMG, Metal Esports too. Even 4King has decided to eject on that same spot. There's INS dropping towards Rozhawk.
Look at Primorsk. TS, it's Team Snipy up against K9 Esports. Team Snipy, they've been drop clashed in the previous map. They're getting drop clashed right now. And yet, even though they do manage to survive with all 4 of their players out of these awkward situations, it's the mid-game where they're falling apart. But let's see. An early fight against the side of K9 Esports, and if they manage to convert a few points, everything can work out. On the other side, TMG up against GodsReign, and it's going to be a melee fight indoors. Trades coming in from either side. Fury is going to be down on the floor. Venom, the last man left standing. Well, the second last man left standing. And GodsReign instantly down 3 players. The gamble taken by TMG actually pays off.
The Battle of the Shanks, that's what you like to call it.
Yep.
Everyone just out there wanting to shank each other. And eventually, GodsReign, they do lose out in that battle. But it's completely fine. GodsReign, they're doing so hot in the overall standings. There's one single battle left out. It's all good in the hood. For Team Snipy, though, finally they're returning back in the game. And this is the exact momentum Team Snipy needs.
It's
first point accumulated in the entire tournament so far. For Team Snipy, this will be a happy moment, but you're facing off against K9 Esports, a team that has recently found themselves. And I'm pretty sure K9 Esports now are going to be super pissed, knowing the fact that they're going up against Team Snipy. K9 Esports isn't going to back away from the fight, but a big mistake from Believe almost was made. Luckily enough, Believe slips away from the crosser of Neha.
Yeah, I don't know why it took so long to make the decision of pulling the trigger over there. Believe barely had a sliver of HP. And it doesn't even matter if you do not know how much HP the opposing player has. You see them out in the open, crossing towards your fallen teammate. You're going to try and take them out. But Neha, taking a little too much time to make that decision, did allow K9 Esports to find that trade. Now, instead of a 4v3, it's down to a 3v3 situation. Believe does not have any heals available as of now. Did find the bandages, though.
I'm pretty sure K9 Esports is going to look at this fight as securing 4 points. It's an opportunity for them. That's how K9 Esports is going to be looking at this fight. Yes, they are down a mana, but it's completely fine. You've got players like Zap, MG, and Believe. 3 of the players have got one of the most experience in this entire lineup. So yeah, facing off against a team like Team Snipy, who's making their debut for the first time in this BMPS 2024, it will be a tough pill to swallow for these guys.
It definitely will be, but can't really do anything about it now. In the meanwhile, the Inspiration, they did have a little bit of a clash of their own quite early inside of this game. They've lost 1 player to the lads from Vasista. And while they made the decision of abandoning the Georgopol containers area and moving up towards the northern Georgia position, are they aware that UC Gaming is waiting for them on the other side?
It's supposed to be a trifecta of death, but with the way things are panning out towards Georgopol, I mean, once again, looking at the replay of the previous fight, GodsReign facing off against TMG, a team that did quite good in the previous game, and GodsReign, they're doing pretty hot in the overall standings. And keep this thing in mind, this is the last game for the Group 1 as well. Especially in the Week 1.
Yeah.
So, every single moment you take, every single fight you take, it means a lot. Especially for the teams that are not doing too good in this entire group. And one of those is Big Brother Esports.
Where is Metal? Metal's there between Farm and Milton. Now, this is an awkward position to find this team in.
And Metal Esports is going to collide against the players of 4King soon enough. They're walking right into a trap. And 4King, they might just be dismantled.
Look at where TMG is right now. This team is out on a hunt for everyone. They started off clashing against the players of GodsReign up north, picked up vehicles, went to Novorepnoy, and I think the intention was clear to fight off the players of Metal Esports. But Metal, crossing over early, have somehow managed to avoid an unnecessary conflict, although they do find themselves against the other, which is for King Esports.
I don't think so that was the intention, though, considering the
From
zones
TMG.
down south. Yeah, for TMG. Considering the zones down south, if you're going to rotate too late, the zones are going to be camped. The
All right,
bridges will be camped.
Listen to this. You have to cross Shelter, you have to cross Milta, you have to cross Farm super early, and that is, again, in a cluster of teams. The only reason you go to Nova Repna that early is either to pick a fight or, to gain some map control, but half of the circle is still up north, so there are a lot of abandoned positions where they could have played from. Could have gone for the pancake area. It's still quite empty. The shoreline is still there.
TMZ just want to play it safe for now. Just playing on the edges on the southern side. Maybe just want to stay away from the action that's about to erupt. It makes a lot of sense, too. They're just down with 3-man squad.
We have a different opinion on things.
Yeah, we do. But towards Primorx, though, there's still a trifecta that's going on. We did see the fight between the players of Team Snipy and K9, but then even 4CN has now striked in. Are we really going to see that battle flourish?
I think from the perspective of 4CN, yes. From K9 Esports and TS, definitely not.
K9 Esports, as I mentioned, they're probably going to take a look at that entire fight as an opportunity to grab 4 points.
Yeah, but there are more than 4 points now. I don't think they accounted for 4CN to show up.
Yeah, 4CN. It was quite an awkward rotation that they wanted to pull off. But once again, it's just the military zone making these teams panic, right? If the circle does shift down south completely, then you need to be the one to be as quick as possible. You need to be down south. If you're too late to rotate, you know you will be instantly screwed. The bridges get instantly camped. And if you're going to be in the water lines, it's tough to rotate. UC up against the players of Inspiration. This will be an interesting collision.
This is an interesting thing, right? Because if you expect the circle to go towards the southern island so early, and if it shifts up north, because there is, again, a huge chunk of the circle up on that main island. If it shifts up north, you are screwed. It's going to be so difficult to cross back. Wait, Wish just knocked out his own teammate.
Unfortunate moments do happen sometimes. But Inspiration, they've got an entire storm approaching them. And even the Wall of Death has now moved away. So constant tick off the damage will be there. The man's got his hands on the S12K and Rolex. He wants to face off against the foe right there. Does hear the footsteps too, but Rolex doesn't exactly know how to take the precautions. Does want to reposition himself inside of the building, but utilities are something that's going to be his great friend and a great asset. Rolex all by himself, isolated towards the building, and now that's a death blow handed out to Rolex. He gets knocked out and confirmed instantly. For UC Gaming, today's day has been quite rough, but this time, they might just be on the right path.
Yeah, they're definitely turning things around, and Inspiration lacking inspiration in this fight. While Chico was being brought back, or Chico was bringing back Atomic, Rolex was left all alone, and UCN, they just overwhelm him with numbers, sheer numbers pushed towards him. Now Chico and Atomic, they're going to have to go big in this fight. Maverick from the side of UC Gaming. He's scouting the ground super early, though. And Vasista as well, they've decided to hold on to this position. Look at that one man from Vasista in the back hills of northern Georgia Pool City. What is he doing there?
All of that is fine, but what is Maverick doing? The man's just moving around inside of the city with a vehicle like that.
He's a Maverick, doesn't follow the rules.
We know that there's no one around this entire city, but still, with the way UC's trying to pull off this rotation, it's filled with a lot of risk. Imagine if there was someone camping in the buildings. They would have been knocked out.
There is. Not in the buildings, but in the hills behind.
Yeah, but they're still way too far away, right? To go for a spray, especially on the moving vehicle on that range, will be a little bit tough to try and get the knockout, especially when there's the constant buildings, too, providing you the cover.
I think it's the buildings that are going to be the issue. The distance is somewhere around 150 meters. Easy spray down.
Oh, but Vasista Esports is a polo all by himself. In that compound, just trapped in shadow. OG opens up the fray. He strikes down another player. We talked about UC being on the right path, but it feels like the path might just be taken away. And that's what happens. Even Yesh falls down. For Vasista Esports, there could have been a major casualty, but luckily enough, the second man is saved.
You know who's the luckiest in this entire fiasco? Inspiration. That one of their players is still alive, and he has managed to stay hidden inside of the northern Georgia Pool apartments. It is Chico who has somehow managed to survive, and unless Vasista hunt him down and clear every single position inside of that building, which is definitely going to take a lot of time away from them, he's going to secure at least a few extra placement points for his team. But in the meanwhile, Inertia up against Metal. Sahil has been dropped extremely low, but over. His armor is gone, helmet down to around 50%. He's going to try and replenish his HP, but this is going to be a tough fight for that side.
Middle Esports, especially Sal, taken down way too low. And they've found their groove too in the game. Knowing the fact that Middle Esports is doing quite great, even in the overall standings, they should be there somewhere in the top 12 at least. This game, Middle Esports can definitely go for the risks if they want. They've got 6 more games to go in the future after this one, which is quite nice. But unfortunately for Encore, the man's running thin on bullets. He needs a couple of more 5.56 to try and back him up better on that rooftop. And if you are there on the rooftop, you at least need the AR to try and spray down the foes.
I think, but at least in this position, Metal pretty much have the winning position in this fight. They have pushed Inertia into the corner building. Nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. But a well-timed nade from over finds the opening knock they needed. Top Dog has been put down on his knees. Now Oppo is going to try and flush the players indoors. Armed with the S12K, tries to find a knock and fails. And it's going to be down to Oppo. He has a shotgun to work with, but Metal, they repay the favor of having Top Dog picked off. A nade comes in, and it's going to be game over for the side of Inertia. Metal Esports, 4 points secured early.
Metal Esports is looking so refined this time.
Yeah.
On day 1, this was not the Metal Esports that we spectated. But now on day 2, it's a complete different shift in the pace and the playstyle too. Metal Esports, every single move they're making in a proper form for a fight, it seems calculated. Yeah, unfortunately, they did lose out on one of the men. It's completely fine in my opinion. Still a 3-man squad getting 4 elimination points even on the last game. You're already doing way too good on today's day. But look at the military island. It's completely stacked up with teams. Now, Middle Esports, this is the right gap that you need to sprint towards that military bridge.
Yeah, this could be the perfect opportunity for them, but they have to, as you mentioned, do it right here, right now. Otherwise, they're going to risk clashing into the players of K9 Esports or maybe Vasista. But look at this, Dragon Esports, they're down to the last man, and Superboy, well, he's turning into Michael Phelps over there, going for a swim. Will he make it towards that military island?
He will. But you might make a chance for yourself if you search iQOO Z9S, and you can win prizes up to 50,000 rupees.
Yeah, exactly. An exciting opportunity for all of our lovely viewers, and of course an exciting device as well, the iQOO Z9S, ladies and gentlemen. Keep talking about the amazing features it has to offer, the 5500 mAh battery, the 80-watt flash charger, the 2000 hertz of touch sampling rate as well.
And it's also got Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, by the way.
Yeah.
And not just that, to top it off, the icing on top of the cake, it's pocket-friendly.
Oh, yeah, that's the best part.
17,999 only.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of features. I mean, I'm thinking, do we just walk away with these?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Just steal one away at the end of the show.
Yeah, we're going to try. Be sneaky.
But let's focus on the game for now. Vasista Esports, they're closing on up towards that bridge side. I'm not sure what GodsReign is doing, but for GodsReign, the fact that Phantom is still alive, it's a miracle. I thought the entirety of GodsReign was taken down.
He's just collecting first aid.
Yeah, Phantom is still alive. And as you mentioned, he's probably going to go for the med strat because he knows moving all the way down south is next to impossible. But maybe he can play the spoiler.
Look at that. No, he's not even... he's not going for ammunition. He's not going for any throwables. He's just picking up first aids. Yeah. That is all this man is doing. Picking nothing else but first aid. He's got 10 first aid, 3 med kits, 2 painkillers, and 5 energy drinks in the backpack. And he's looking for more. I love this strat.
I wish he had his hands on Hero Extreme 160R 4V.
Oh man, that's going to be such a quick rotation inside the circle.
Exactly. Would have been super quick, super fast.
Yeah.
And that's our official mobility partner, by the way. But yeah, moving back towards the game. For GodsReign to try and make it down south, it's next to impossible. We all know the bridges will be camped, all the possible gateways. It's next to impossible to move in. Even if he does dive inside of the water lines, it's way too risky, considering you can't shoot back and you do not have any sort of cover. But looking at the replay and how the fight between Vasista Esports and the players of UC kicked off, UC should have been in the one to have the advantage, but unfortunately, they still messed up big.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they should have moved out of the city extremely quickly. I mean, considering all 3 of the teams saw each other, saw the parachutes drop out when the flight path came to an end, and despite that, everyone just decided to stick around, but the circle, it's going to take us towards the western half
oh my God.
Of the military island, and there's already a big cluster there. Teams are going to start moving in towards the edge of the circle, and Big Brothers, I think they're playing a little bit close to the shoreline. Maybe they can find a little bit of safe haven for themselves. It's not going to be easy, though.
Dragon Esports. What is this one single man doing, Superboy? He wants to take the road all the way towards the left side of the military base. It's going to be tough to pull off that rotation, especially when players see the boat coming through. And yeah, he's all by himself in that boat as well. And keep this thing in mind, boats are quite fragile. You can easily blow them up.
And
yep.
He exits before it blows up.
That's what happens. Superboy.
He still managed to stay alive. And he's a little bit further away from the zone, but we're going to come back to that in a bit. Big Brothers do. Devil picked off. 3 players left standing in INS. They're looking for an early fight. They find one. Aru down on his knees.
Another bad game for Big Brother Esports. As now they're just taken down to a 2-man squad. The firepower now once again comes down to just 50%. Tiger and Toxic, a deadly duo.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be deadly, but recently they haven't been deadly enough. Big Brother Esports struggling way too much in the overall standings, and it's not a banner you would want to see struggle. I'm not exactly sure what's going on wrong with them, but time's running out, my friends, and this is the last game you've got in your hands. With just a 2-man squad, Chicken Dinner seems next to impossible to be pulled off, and you've got 0 finishes. Even if you do get second spot, it's just going to be 6 points in the standings. That's not enough to establish a comeback.
Yeah, it's definitely not enough, and it's going to make things moving forward extremely difficult as well once they return to play their matches in the second half of round 1. In the meanwhile, though, Dragon Esports, they've been eliminated from the game. Forking Esports finding that frag. In fact, it was Maxi who found that lost pick. Superboy shut down. Although, as we were talking about Vasista a few moments ago, they've managed to cross that military bridge. They've made their way over to the military island. On the other side of things, Metal Esports, they're taking their sweet time, sticking around in the blue zone, still on the main island. What is happening over here?
For Metal Esports, they don't know the proper game plan just yet. They're waiting for the zone to completely start moving. And when they get the clearance that, yes, there's no one really camping the bridge anymore, that's when they're going to try to pull off that rotation. Because there is forking on the opposite side. Now, Metal Esports cannot really look that far away and know the fact that forking is there, but it's still just a basic game sense that Metal Esports is trying to use.
It's playing with the fundamentals. It can't really work out for Metal Esports this time around.
Package.
But there it is, K9 Esports.
I look at it as an opportunity to grab 3 free points instantly. There's a team on the edge lines, and that's Big Brothers. If they do extend towards the shores, there's a high chance Big Brothers can explode this boat and get 3 free points in their hands, and these 3 free points will mean a lot. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Metal Esports, unfortunately, overstepping the boundaries. They set Encore all by himself to try and explore. He was the Dora, but unfortunately, he was not able to explore enough.
Yeah, he didn't have the map, apparently, or the backpack that Dora has.
And he did not even get a chance to ask, where do you see the map?
I think he did ask his teammates, do you see the opponents? And they said, no.
Well, inspiration, though, they definitely do see the players of Metal Esports, considering Atomic instantly drops down. I'm not sure what that move was, but he steps in an uncharted territory. Atomic did not expect anyone to camp this for so long.
Yeah.
And Metal Esports is just being really patient. But Phantom definitely hears those gunshots, and he instantly repositions himself on the opposite side. Even he was going to that same pathway. But then Phantom, he gets striked from the back lines by RIP.
My question is, why is Phantom here? He should have stayed in either shelter or farm. He had so many first aids on him. It still says where. I think he could have actually tanked the damage for a little while, but let's see. RIP, they've heard all of that commotion created by Metal, and they're going to be prepared for the fight up ahead.
Flick is rich. He wants to loot Phantom's body. He's going to find so many first aid. They can actually go for the med strat if things just don't really work out the way they want it to. And I think so that's what he's going to start to do as well. It's better to stack up on the first aids, man. Honestly.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to try and divide it amongst the whole team so everyone has a few extra to work with.
Yeah, but remember we spoke about Metal Esports' proper game strat that they're trying to come up with. Wait for the blue zone to start a move as well. But then Metal Esports, they realize that even their backlines are not safe, so they cannot go for the rotate just yet. I'm going to hold on to that thought as INS, they collide against Big Brother Esports. The last 2 remaining players, they're being overwhelmed by the presence of their opponents. And now Toxic, all by himself, on the compound that's a little bit far away from this teammate. And I'm not sure what Tiger can do to try and pull off this entire clutch. For Toxic, he can try and pull off this cover fire, but it seems a little bit too tough.
Yeah, Toxic is going to try and draw the attention towards himself, and Tiger just needs to survive, but no! A few pixels were visible, and Tiger is going to get shot down. Toxic now, the last man left alive for the side of Big Brothers. The nade exchange was offered by the players of INS, but Toxic walks away from it. Doesn't really matter. I think this is definitely going to be the end of Big Brothers Esports in this game.
Yeah, Toxic one last man. He can still pull off the comeback, though. If a miraculous clutch is there, but no. Toxic gets strike down, slapped back to the lobby. That's it for Big Brother Esports. The first 6 games were quite disappointing, but let's just hope that in the upcoming days, Big Brother Esports, they perform better. Vasista Esports pinned down in that one single house. Not a lot can be done. Breathing space is slowly and steadily being snatched away from Vasista Esports as 4CN, they clench their grips.
Well, 4CN, they need to be extremely cautious with how they move out from that position. Vasista, they have the ball rolling in their favor. 5 finishes were secured. Whiskey still hungry after that last game. Apollo as well right next to him. Although Vasista themselves are completely out into the open as well. They need to be extremely cautious with how they approach this fight.
I'm not sure if you noticed, Metal Esports, they just went for quite an awkward rotation.
Yeah.
They send one man, which is Sahil, all the way inside of the circle, while there's Paradox still in the back lines in the same spot.
Paradox is knocked out, by the way. He's down on his knees. He's bleeding out over there in the blue.
I guess Paradox sent Sahil with every single piece of momentum, with every single piece of utility he had. And Paradox knew that his job is to let his teammate rotate inside of the zone while he gathers all the attention upon himself.
Well, now he's going to be hoping that Sahil survives. Patnil, I think the top 3 secure a decent amount of placement points. But look at this. I4I Necro. They're in a wonderful position to win this game. That control of the northern half of the circle right now can definitely prove to be a big game changer for them. But we have the players of Rush, if possible, moving in from that eastern edge. And I4I, I believe one of their players did get knocked out.
Yeah, Rush, if possible. All thanks to them. They have entered the party now. I4I, they've got a lot to worry about. But even Rush, if possible, they're getting shot at from the backlines themselves. They've got their own problems brewing up. Hayati's knocked out in return. I4I, they do get the neutralizer. But for Rush, if possible, still they're in a mad disadvantage in this fight. Down to a 2-man squad. Flick, YT, and Nirvana in the back. For Rush, if possible, if they do keep on engaging in the fight themselves, they are just going to be attracting a lot of traffic.
Yeah. It's not going to be easy for them to survive with their backs exposed the way it is right now. I4I always hungry for those eliminations. They haven't found a lot in this game. And of course, this is another team that has maintained a decent average in every single match that they've played. They're going to look to do the same in this particular match as well, especially with a lot of teams circling around these fallen airplanes, the airplane junkyard over here.
Oh my God!
It's a perfect opportunity for I4I to secure a few extra frags, but yeah, back has not received Necro.
Team Snipy, all the players in that one single vehicle. And that vehicle could have been blown up. But unfortunately, it was just Hunter all by himself spraying that down. So that's why he could not really get any sort of knockouts. Imagine if it was the entirety of I4I just spraying down that one single vehicle. You couldn't really do a lot to try and escape that moment. Vasista Esports out in the open fighting off against the players of INS, while INS themselves, they don't exactly know how to take the precautions this time. While Vasista Esports, they do not really have a lot of the man number to afford a lot of these actions.
Although they have secured a decent number of eliminations from this match, 6 on the board already. And I think they are going to be happy with keeping this average going. But Apollo, oh no! Line of fire for the opposing player. Apollo does duck behind cover, but he can't really make a lot from it. In the meanwhile, Team Snipy, they do get eliminated from this game, Necro, and they do fall down to the players of I4I.
Team Snipy, unfortunately, could not really keep up with the momentum and the heat of the lobby as they do crumble down. But at least this time, they get something in their hands, right?
Yeah, 2 points.
2 points. And they might as well get something for placement too, considering they were there in the top 8.
Oh, yeah.
So 3 points in total. One way to open up the account.
But again, I mean, the second half of the journey is still left. If they play the next 6 matches they have in round 1 perfectly, then maybe they can qualify in the top 64.
Let's be honest, though. Let's be realistic.
Hey,
the
man.
truth, sometimes, it might just sting.
I have seen much more insane comebacks, so I don't know.
We have
Anything
seen
can happen.
comebacks, insane, yes. But Team Snipy, they were just struggling to even get a duel in their way. So that's a big struggle right there. And speaking of struggles itself, INS, they want to find a better footing inside of the safe zone. But before they do so, they need to face off against TMG. And TMG right now, really making sure that INS will be facing that brunt. As they do find Ronak. Ronak's knocked out on his knees. And Ghosty's trying to reply back. He goes for the spray too with the M416, but nothing's found just yet. TMZ, they're trying to play this as safe as possible themselves. They've got the advantage, and they do not want to slip it away.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. TMG, they still have a lot of utility left upon them, and Ghosty is stuck in a very awkward position. HP goes down to around 20% HP, and TMG, they're going to look for those frags for themselves. Increase the numbers while they can. They have 3 players remaining in this game so far. But all of the attention that they've drawn from the players of INS can also backfire as they try to breach the circle now.
Snail pace approach to the zone. That's what TMG's trying to pull off. While IMPRNT, they've got no clue that there's actually rotation coming through from the opponents inside out. With just a 2-man squad, they've got a lot to worry about. But still 7 finishes accumulated. That's more than enough to keep yourself consistent in the overall storyboard. Before TMG, the previous game was quite nice. They want to have another great game in their banner. A 3-man squad, they are definitely outnumbering the foes right now. Utilities being exchanged from both the sides, but no one's able to find any sort of critical damage. But eventually, Aryan just walks into his own death as he gets knocked out. IMPRNT, now they know things are taken down to a 2-on-2 where backs are against the wall. Even TMG, they're going to start to crumble under that pressure.
Another nade knob from Ghosty. And if this one secures the finish, that is what INS are hoping for, but no, the revive is going to come through.
The circle shifts out in the open in no man's land, Johnny. No one's made its presence in the zone. And if anyone do want to move inside of the circle, first of all, they would need to leave their comfort zone.
Yeah, and I think TMG and INS, they're going to end up fighting amongst themselves over here. If either of these teams lose numbers any further, then I think doors open wide for the players of Rush, if possible, to secure their first win of this tournament.
If TMG avoids this fight, if they evade this fight perfectly, this will be the smartest move from TMG.
True.
They do not want to take this fight against the players of INS. If they do, there will be a third party from RIP, and if Apollo strikes down even one of the players of TMG, they're screwed. Right now, the only way TMG can possibly come out on top in the fight against the players of INS is Apollo if he finds one knockout against the players of INS.
Either that or they just charge towards the players of Rush if possible to try and take them down first. Because as you mentioned, fighting INS right now, it's going to be a waste of time. They've already wasted a lot of utility in trying to take them on. And INS is just forcing them to stay back alongside with them. 12 seconds before the blue zone starts to move in. And Franklin, we see him crawling towards Ghosty. So hiding behind that buggy. A single pixel visible. And Franklin is going to be taken out. Ghosty's ever so patient, just hiding, but gets in the buggy, and this is information given away. Now is going to be the opportunity for TMG to strike.
Oh no, this is exactly what TMG needed, but Franklin messes up. As K47 was still pinned in the back lines, and he did not really see it coming. Franklin got caught off guard, and even Apollo gets caught now. The wall of death is going to be chipping out a lot of damage, and even Apollo gets caught out in the open. For TMG, yes, it's their firing squad, but luckily enough, the nade explodes right next to him, but still Aryan safe.
Yeah, Aryan is safe, but I don't think how much that is going to work out for them. Skeleton and Aryan, both of them are extremely low, and Rush, if possible, they know exactly where the players of TMG are. Even if they blow up the buggy, both of these individuals are going to be taken out. And look at that first stage being shared. That's a knock right there. And another nade in the same spot, and the chicken dinner. We know it's going to go into the hands of Rush, if possible. There it is, TMG wiped out. Last man left from the side of INS, and even he falls. And finally, they have done it. We were so critical of this team, but yet they walk away with a very nice, very tasty chicken dinner. 19 points secured in this game from on Erangel,
Yeah, 19 total points from Rush, if possible. Exactly what they needed to establish the comeback, though. Note my words, establish the comeback. They haven't made the comeback just yet. They probably do need 2 more good games in their hands to sort of be there, probably in the top 8 or top 12. RIP is not in the safer shoes just yet. They're still in the danger zone. They have decided to wake up a little bit too late, but at least you can say now they've got the momentum for the upcoming games.
Exactly. From here on out, if they somehow managed to keep 10 points, 9 points per game. I think that should be enough to keep them in the top 64 and in a very good position inside of the top 64. But this was an amazing finish from Rush if possible. I mean, remember how the game began from them, from that early fight, and then we saw them take on the players of Metal Esports as well a few moments ago.
But you got to give it to Inside Out. This team is moving under the radar slowly and steadily, and they're probably on a big climb towards the overall standings.
And K47, what an impressive performance over there from him towards the end. Ghosty got baited, they took down Franklin, and then his calm and composure while he was taking damage from the blue zone, yet he waited, was prone and waited for Apollo to expose himself, got that extra finish, got those extra points for his team, and I think this could be the initiation of a comeback from the side of INS as well.
But you can pretty much say in this Group 1, it was all about Metal Esports though, right?
Yeah,
Metal Esports making that big comeback. They were sort of playing with the hearts of their own fans, and now in the final few moments when it mattered the most, Metal Esports, they established that comeback, did quite good. Yeah, final game, not exactly the way they wanted to pan out, but still the first 2 games, they've done the job.
Although one of the biggest names from this group has been shut down now, GodsReign. That Miramar game did not work out for them, one of the first few teams to take an exit, and this Erangel as well.
I think so they were still going to be in the top 5 of the overall standings anyway, so GodsReign will be in the safer shoes whatsoever.
I think worst possible scenario still the top 8 is going to be there. So yes, they are in the safer position, but then again, I mean, we want to see how far can they take this, and can someone please put up a fight against Silly Esports?
But the concerns are still there for Vasista Esports and Big Brothers. More for Big Brothers especially, considering they haven't been able to do anything. At least Vasista Esports, they're trying to make that comeback.
I was just about to say the same thing, that Big Brothers, yes, definitely, there's a lot left lacking from the side of Big Brothers, but Vasista, I think the one thing we wanted to see from Vasista, the one thing that caught us off guard yesterday was, why isn't this team fighting? This lineup is stacked in terms of firepower. Why are you not utilizing the best thing that you have in your team, raw firepower? And today I think we saw that put on display, and it did work out quite decent.
And even Dragon Esports was not able to utilize their firepower, right? Yeah, the first game was quite decent from Dragon Esports, but then later on, Dragon Esports, they were just not visible.
But hey, look what's visible right now. We have been asking our fans to ask us a few questions over on X, and this is one from today. Can Godlight make it to the iQOO BMPS finals with a new Pierce IGL Punk? If yes, what is the difference between Jelly and Punk's playstyle?
Now, the difference is quite stark, honestly. We saw Jelly perform in BJAS 2024, actually, and with the way Jelly was able to IGL the team, I'm not saying there's anything wrong, but Punk is just making sure that his team's much more on the aggressive side of things, and that's something that's helping out Godlike. We mention this over and over again. You've got a man like Jonathan to play with, you've got a man like Admino to play with, and these two guys are more than enough to shake the entire lobby.
Exactly. I think I agree with what you said. I think there is definitely a difference between the two IGLs, one more oriented of going for the safer plays, going for the high consistent placements, the other one focused on consistently getting finishes in every single game rather than getting those placement points. So those are the two stark differences, and I think with the firepower that Admino and Jonathan bring to the table, there is a lot that you can accomplish, and especially with Punk, who is going to frontline with them, I think things just become easier as long as you're fighting those 4v4s.
But can they make it to the finals? Now, that's quite a tricky question, right? Because for Godlike, yes, in the recent tournament, they were doing quite decent, let's be honest. They made it to the finals as well. Unfortunately, weren't able to snatch the trophy away. That's a whole other thing. But still, for Godlike, if they do want to make it to the finals, they just need to continue with the way they're playing. Synergy is one of the most important things. If the players are not happy with each other, then that's a big red flag.
Yeah, it can be sometimes. And specifically, I think with an event like the iQOO BMPS right now, I mean, things can get very, very unpredictable extremely soon, and we're just getting started with our journey. So I think I'm going to take my sweet time to decide if they can make it to the finals.
It's really tough to say anything, because Jelly has been one of those IGLs that has been playing really defensive, really passive. He does not really like to take those early game fights. While you try and move on towards Punk, yes, the same sort of thing, but Punk is more sort of in a tactical way. If he does want to force a fight against a team, he's not going to back away from that. If he wants a spot, he will try to get that spot. He will take that fight. That's pretty much the main difference.
Exactly, and again, I mean, everyone has their own unique ways of leading the team, and both of these brilliant IGLs have definitely taken their teams quite deep into a lot of big tournaments in the past as well. There's a reason why Jelly is considered why he's considered one of the best IGLs across the board, across the community. But let's bring our conversation back to what just happened right now. This game of Erangel. Let's have a look at the rankings for this particular game and see how the teams did.
Ooh, and at the top, it's going to be Rush if possible Mizo with 19 points accumulated. Inside Out right there with 16 total points, and TMG with 12, and even Vasista Esports with 12. Now you like to talk about the vacuum, it's there in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, the vacuum looks quite decent, I have to say. One thing, again, you can't really ignore that eye for eye, they are keeping their average constant, somewhere between 5 to 10 points every single game, and this is quite brilliant, especially coming from a new team.
Yeah, even Metal Esports, once again, getting the consistent note there. With 5 points, 4King just getting 4. For Team Snipy, 3 points. That's the only 3 points they've gotten in the span of entire 6 games.
Yeah, but again, I'm going to be hopeful. I just hope when they come back, they figure out what went wrong this particular week and maybe come back stronger as well. For the side of Metal, I have to say, I expect more from Metal.
I still think for Team Snipy, they've got a little bit too much to work about. That's the problem, right? If you only had little bit of things to try and fine-tune, fine, you can't easily make it on the fly. But for Team Snipy, they're also struggling with communication clearly. Their 4-4 fights, they have been pretty off.
Here's the thing. If you have made it this far, that means you definitely have the fundamentals down. I think one thing that's lacking is the fact that they are not feeling too confident about themselves, maybe, because every single time we have seen someone engage into that fight, into a fight against them, their first instinct is to just turn around and run away. Stop doing that. I think the moment you start fighting, doesn't matter if you take down just one player and your entire team gets wiped out. As long as you are getting into those fights, that will come an opportunity where you wipe out an entire team, walk away with 4 points, and the momentum starts rolling from there.
Yeah, but Johnny, the upsets on the screens too, right?
Oh, yeah.
You've got K9 Esports and Big Brother Esports. For K9, at least today's day was quite forgiving, so we can't say K9 Esports, they are doing decent in the overall standings. Before Big Brother Esports, you cannot really forgive what we've been noticing from this team. And even moving on forward towards UC Gaming, the first 3 games were quite nice, but now the latter 3 games, the struggle is there.
Even Dragon Esports have taken a dip into this game. So, again, a lot of big names that were doing quite well from this particular group have dropped down. And I think, again, Group 1 versus Group 2, if you were to ask me to compare the teams from both these two groups, I would say Group 1 is getting a little bit more competitive because of how chaotic things are over here. Group 2 has all been about silly esports and 8-bit, man.
Yeah, even Global Esports sometimes, if they are feeling the groove, even they start to hit back to the lobby.
They have 13 placement points.
Exactly, and they've got 40 finish points. Global Esports is all about that fragging potential. You move on towards GodsReign, they've got 35-25. You move in towards 8-bit, they've got 53-29. Even 8-bit, they're focusing a lot on that frag.
Yeah, 8-bit is focusing a lot, going frag heavy. They are being consistent as well in terms of getting those frags in every single game. And another team from Group 1 that I would like to point out is Metal Esports. Look at them on the 13th position. 31 finishes already, just 7 placement points.
There's also a tie from 5th till the 7th. INS, Dragon Esports, and I4I with just 47 points.
Yeah.
So there's a high chance in the upcoming games, if they're not able to perform once again, that position will be instantly capitalized from someone else.
And we have only seen half of this set blue as of now.
Yeah.
There is still the other half that remains. So I believe we're going to have a little bit of an interesting situation starting tomorrow. But talking about, I think, teams that I expected to be a little bit higher up on the rankings, but they really aren't. I think Team Z has to be one of them. Rush, if possible. They made a brilliant comeback today. But hopefully they keep on pulling off the same moves once they return in the next few days.
Then you see Rush, if possible, they're on the 17th spot. At least that's a big leap in the overall standings, because the last time when we saw Rush, if possible, they were all the way there in the bottom 4. For Big Brother Esports, still there on 21st. UC, a big dip in the performance. For UC, I'm not sure what exactly happened in these latter 3 games, but the first 3 games that they played, they were looking so promising.
Yeah, they were. But I think things for us to celebrate today is definitely Team Snipy opening up their account on the overall leaderboard, and of course the chicken dinner for Alpha 6 Necro. That was a big one. It was a big moment. It is historic.
Let's just add Metal Esports' performance in there too, maybe.
Yeah.
Considering Metal Esports, they were doing really bad in the first 3 games. And then it's a complete different shift in the latter 3 games. I'm pretty sure Metal Esports did that on purpose. They were probably just testing the waters, know exactly how the lobby is going to be functioning. Now they know how the lobby functions. That's when they execute their game strats.
That is a problem with Metal Esports, right? A team that is stacked, you're always going to have a standard of expectations set even before the games begin. And that was the problem with Metal. Our expectations were way too high. We did not expect them to test out and figure out, all right, what are the rest of the teams going to be up to.
And if I'm not wrong, Alpha 6, they've made their debut 3 times in an official tournament. This is the 3rd one, and this is the first chicken dinner that they've got.
Yeah, debuts happen once.
I mean, sort of just showcasing themselves for
Yes.
the first time in the tournament, I guess. But it's a debut for chicken dinner from them, I
Yes.
guess. Yeah, in the overall standings, just getting with that one single chicken dinner definitely brings up the hopes. But now, speaking of teams like Four Kings, even Four King has been one of those teams that we've been witnessing from the past. Before Four Kings, they weren't able to perform the way we expected them to.
Yeah, but I think they've lost their charm from the last time we saw them. Last time there was a little bit more chaos every time you saw this team around. This time they're a little bit more controlled. But here are the individuals who are losing control. Ladies and gentlemen, the iQOO MVP of the tournament contenders on our screens. And Silly Esports, Hydro being there, definitely an impressive performance. And Aditya from the side of 8-bit as well, contesting very closely. 19 finishes on Hydro and 18 on Aditya.
Ooh, Hydro with 41% finish contribution for his team.
Yeah, that's quite high.
That is really high. And then you move on towards Aditya with 18 finishes. I really think Aditya wants his hands on that bike.
Yeah, I think so too. I've seen him ride bikes as well.
Yeah, he's a big fan. He's a biker himself, man.
Exactly.
I've seen a lot of his pictures on the social media with his
Yeah.
bike, and he's got quite a nice bike himself. But yeah, for Aditya, one thing is for sure, that's also a driving factor. And you do not really see Aditya there on the iQOO MVP list like that in any other MVP of the tournament. You do not see this man.
I think he might actually be doing it for a bike for the bike, because I remember talking to him a few months ago and he was talking about buying a new bike.
Well, this is something that Aditya must be looking forward to. There's so much more to talk about, right? As we know, today's day pretty much is done. And as we know, these groups as well, they're not going to be seen anymore, at least in the week one. We're going to have new groups coming in later on. But these were the casters' predictions at the start of the day that we made. I went with Global Esports, and I think Global Esports did decent considering they were showcasing aggression.
Yeah.
But what about you?
I went with 8-bit. I was just counting on them doing the same thing they did yesterday. I think I should have stuck with Spero on Silly Esports.
Yeah, Silly Esports, just, I'm not even sure what exactly is going on with this team. It's a rookie team out there, but still they're able to perform so well that they're given a tough competition to the T1 teams.
Yeah. But again, I mean, we talk about our colleague fixtures. He went for 4 miracles today. It was a decent day, I have to say, for 4 miracles. It wasn't as shabby as yesterday.
It's still shaky, though, right? Not enough to make that comeback in the overall standings. For 4 miracles, the elimination sword is still hanging right on top of their heads. And if they're not able to perform in the upcoming 6 games, then it's done for. The only reason why we all are so hopeful about 4 miracle is because the lineup is quite experienced. Nothing taken away from that. Exactly. We've got a man like Adi leading the pack. And in the BMPS 2023, Adi was one of the most impeccable IGLs to be witnessed.
Not just that, I mean, Kyoya is also there within the team, and Kyoya, we remember when we saw him in the past as an individual as well, he was quite impressive. But now it seems like with this team, everyone individually is struggling. That is the challenge for 4 miracles right now. I think as soon as that is fixed, maybe we're going to see this team at 100%.
I think so. The main concern for 4 miracles is because Adi's not able to find that proper groove, right? And Adi's usually supposed to drive his team on the aggressive side of things. But 4 miracles, they're instead playing it quite passive.
Yeah, I think they're just waiting for the opportunity when they get at least 1 win or 1 top 3 finish inside of the game, or at least a frag-heavy match in the bag, and then they get the momentum rolling. Kind of what Metal Esports did today. If that happens, it's good for them.
Ooh, there's so many question marks still in our heads. And considering Vino, for the week 1, these 2 groups are done. Tomorrow, a new set of groups will be chiming inside of the action. Teams like Reven Esports, Mogo Esports, and even Xpark are waiting on the other side. But what exactly happens, only tomorrow tells us. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
What's up? Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे तू मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा
अरे मिल गया
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग